Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Broken Overhaul Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. Izuku Midoriya, Quirk, Overhaul. Izuku slowly made his way down the sidewalk, still too shocked from what had just happened earlier to even think about where he was going. He kept his eyes exclusively on his hands, making sure they didn't touch anything. As he looked at them, memories from the previous night replayed in his mind. Izuku, you have to stop. Izuku, you need to. Izuku tried to forget what had happened, but his mind kept returning to the moment he had touched his mother, leaving only chaos in its wake. The few people on the street were avoiding him, suggesting that his clothes were stained. For the most part, he was glad they were keeping their distance, but a small part of him wanted someone to ask if he was okay. But, alas, nobody even gave him a second thought, until he accidentally bumped into a middle-aged man wearing a red dress shirt and pinstriped braids held up by suspenders. When Izuku looked into his face, he saw spiky features, most notably his hair, which reminded him of Bakugo. "What happened to you, kid?" the man asked, his initial anger quickly replaced with shock and concern. "You look like you came from a rough situation." Izuku tried to find the right words, but he couldn't say a single word. "Is something wrong, Irinaka?" an older voice asked. The man, apparently named Irinaka, looked behind him. "Some kid covered in dots something just bumped into me." "Not sure if he can talk, boss," Irinaka explained. A few seconds later, an old man, who Izuku presumed to be the boss, appeared and took a look at him. "What happened to you, boy? Are you lost?" Izuku slowly shook his head. How could he be lost if he had no destination in mind? The boss sighed. "Alright, where are your parents? Do they care about you, or do they just let you go wherever?" Izuku stiffened at the mention of parents, and he could feel tears start rolling down his face. I at that my Quirk, he managed to say after a minute while looking at his hands. The boss seemed to piece together what had happened. "Well, if you have nowhere to go, follow me," he ordered. Despite not knowing the man for more than 2 minutes, Izuku decided to follow him. Irinaka hesitantly followed as well. The boss led them to a polished black car and opened the passenger seat up front. He clicked open the glove box and pulled out a pair of gloves. "Put these on your hands. If it's a touch-based quirk, those should cancel out any effect they have," the boss said. Izuku followed his instructions, and while the gloves didn't fit perfectly, they still worked. He touched a nearby tree out of curiosity and was relieved to see that the tree remained intact. Thank you," Izuku said, looking at the boss with a small smile. The man smiled back and opened a door in the back. "Well, come on to get in. I can't leave a child alone on the streets, can I?" Izuku hesitated. Hadn't his mother told him not to get in cars with strangers? But this stranger had just helped him and didn't seem mean. So, Izuku got into the car, and the boss shut the door once Izuku clicked his seatbelt on. Irinaka took the driver's seat while the boss sat in the passenger seat, and soon the trio was driving off. A few minutes later, Izuku realized just how tired he had been and promptly fell asleep. "Boss, what are you planning with this kid?" Irinaka asked once he was certain that Izuku was asleep. He was curious as to why his boss had decided to take this random kid in. "That I was like him when I was younger," the boss replied. Irinaka blinked in surprise. The boss had never talked about his past. "Alone on the streets with no one to care for me. The only reason I'm here is because of the old boss of the Shai Hasaikai. When I saw this boy, I saw a part of myself in him. I felt like if I wanted to truly repay the debt I owed the old boss, I needed to take this boy in just like the boss did with me." "So, are you going to make him the next leader?" Irinaka asked. The boss was silent for a moment. "No. The Yakuza's days are long gone. To bring him up to be my successor would be selfish, and I wouldn't feel right forcing a dead idea on an innocent child. I'll keep him far away from the Shai Hasaikai and help him grow into a man ready for the world by the time I'm gone," the boss replied. Irinaka didn't like to hear it, but he had to agree that prolonging the Yakuza any longer would be foolish. Their days were over, and they were the last of a dying breed. What will happen with the Hasaikai once you're... Irinaka couldn't finish the sentence, but the boss understood. He was silent for a moment. I don't know, was all he replied. That was the only word shared for the rest of the drive. Izuku awoke the next day in a futon, brushing off the confusion until he remembered what had happened the night before. The last thing he recalled was looking out the window of the car at night, and now he was in a bed, with daylight streaming through the window. He took note of the room's traditional Japanese style, with ornamental dragons painted on the canvas walls. Deciding to explore, Izuku got out of the futon and realized he still wore the oversized gloves from last night. He walked over to the door and pushed it open, leading into a hallway that matched the style of his room. Hello. Izuku called out, unsure of what else to do. He heard soft footsteps, and soon a man with blonde hair and glasses appeared. Dressed in a simple black suit with gray loafers, his expression was apathetic at best. Ah, you're awake. About time. Come on, the boss wants to speak with you, and you're lucky enough to be taken there by me rather than one of those other thugs, he explained before turning away and walking down the hall. Izuku hurried to keep up, noting the man's egotistical demeanor and how he referred to others as thugs. He also registered the mention of the boss. At just 6 years old, Izuku wasn't knowledgeable about many things, but he was starting to piece together that these people might not be on the right side of the law. But they were the only ones who helped him, so they couldn't be that bad. Right? We're here. Make sure you are respectful to the boss, the man said, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts as they stopped outside a door. After a moment, he opened it, revealing the old man from last night, the boss. He looked up from a book and smiled slightly upon seeing Izuku. Good morning, kid. Did you sleep well? The boss asked. Thank you for bringing him, Nemoto. You may leave, he added, and the man, presumably named Nemoto, bowed and left the room, closing the door behind him. Izuku stood uncertainly, fiddling with his loose gloves, which now revealed dark stains he couldn't identify. What's your name, kid? I can't just call you kid all the time, can I? The boss asked, making Izuku jump. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, he stuttered, slightly intimidated. Midoriya, HM? Fits with your hair. Anyway, it'll be helpful if we get to know exactly what your quirk is. You can't just live with those gloves forever, can you? The boss said. Izuku stiffened at the mention of his quirk, instinctively returning to a pose that kept his hands at elbow height, draped down to avoid touching anything. The boss sighed, stood up from his desk and closed the book, which had a red cover with black splotches. Yeah, I thought that would happen. Come on, we're going to the quirk doctor. They'll figure it out better than we could, he said. For the second time in the last 24 hours, Izuku followed the boss into a car. They arrived at the quirk doctor soon enough and had to wait in the waiting room to be called in. At 6 years old, and with the usual age of quirk manifestation being 4, Izuku found no one his age to play with or talk to. Instead, he gingerly held a magazine in his hands. He didn't understand much, but he was captivated by the pictures. It was all about science, chemistry, biology, geology, etc. Izuku felt a pang of disappointment when he was called up to the office and had to put the magazine back. They entered the office to see a short man wearing a lab coat and strange goggles, with a mustache and no hair on his head. The doctor quickly noticed the gloves on Izuku's hands and wrote something down on a notepad. So, Izuku-san, you've recently manifested your quirk? Izuku nodded. And I'll assume it has something to do with your hands? He nodded again, though a bit shakily. The doctor continued to write. Can you describe what happened when your quirk manifested? Izuku began to tremble at the thought but managed to reply, Everything I touched was destroyed. The doctor noted this, his brows furrowing. The boss looked at Izuku with concern. It was clear the boy was traumatized. He would need to consider some kind of therapy. The doctor opened a drawer and pulled out a bouncy ball, which he threw to Izuku. Confused, Izuku barely caught it. Take off one of your gloves and touch it with one finger, the doctor instructed. Izuku removed the glove and rested a fingertip on the ball. Nothing happened. Alright, try 2 fingers. Again, there were no results. They continued this process until Izuku was touching the wall with all 10 fingers. The doctor wrote this down. It seems your quirk is not automatically activated when you touch something, which is probably for the best. The boss sighed in relief, thankful that Izuku wouldn't be an uncontrollable weapon. So, we need to find the activation for it. I'll tell you to do something and you'll do that. If your quirk does not activate, we try the next method. Understand? They slowly worked through the list of actions. After several attempts, they finally found the activation condition. Try tensing your fingers up, like this, the doctor demonstrated. Izuku nodded, looking frustrated. However, that frustration turned to shock when the ball disintegrated into particles. In his surprise, Izuku thought about how he didn't want to destroy the ball because it wasn't his, and wished he could fix it. As he thought this, his fingers flexed while touching the particles. To everyone's astonishment, the ball not only repaired itself but improved, with a scorch mark that had been on it now gone. The doctor chuckled in awe. It seems there is more to your quirk than just destruction. Were you thinking anything between destroying the ball and restoring it? Izuku recalled, I was thinking about how I wanted to fix it because it didn't belong to me. The doctor laughed. Well then, it seems this is an incredibly powerful quirk. Based on my theory, your quirk works by touching an object and then tensing your fingers to destroy it. If you want to repair the object, you do the same but imagine fixing it. With enough training, you could control how much of the object you destroy or even reassemble it into a different form. Izuku looked at the ball in wonder, destroying and then repairing it again. A smile appeared on his face as he realized how amazing his quirk was. So, what should his quirk be called? The boss asked. The doctor thought for a moment before turning to his computer and typing. After a brief pause, he turned back with a smile. Considering he can disassemble and reassemble an object, how about we call his quirk Overhaul? Izuku looked up, curious. Overhaul? What does that mean? It means to take apart something and maybe repair it, the boss explained. Izuku smiled and looked at the doctor. I love it. All right then, Overhaul it is. The doctor replied. He turned back to his computer, opened an app, and accessed the quirk registry. He signed in and searched for Izuku Midoriya, opening a file for a 6-year-old with curly green hair and freckles. In the quirk section, the doctor edited the entry. Once finished, he saved it, and the page reloaded to show the updated file. Izuku Midoriya, quirk, Overhaul. Alright, brat, what do you want to do in the future? Despite his appearance, Nemoto was far meaner than Iranaka. Living in the Shai Hasaikai compound for 8 years had taught Izuku that Iranaka could be cranky but was decent most of the time. Nemoto? He was either rude or egotistical, and Izuku wasn't sure which he disliked more. It didn't help that Nemoto was his assigned teacher, especially since Izuku was homeschooled. While Nemoto was good at teaching, he often did so in a rather rude manner. Well, I've considered a couple of things. Izuku replied nervously, scratching his curly hair with a gloved hand. Despite being able to control his quirk well, he wore the gloves out of habit. Without them, his arms defaulted to what he called ghost position, with his hands raised high. Like what? We don't have unlimited time here, so hurry it up. Nemoto snapped, adjusting his glasses. Well, the first thing I've considered is being a scientist like David Shield, Izuku said. Nemoto let out a dismissive sound. You'd probably do well there, I'll give you that. I also considered being a doctor, since my quirk is good for healing, Izuku added. Nemoto squinted. You say that as if you've realized there's a better option. Despite his partial dislike for Nemoto, Izuku had to admit he was exceptionally good at reading people. He sighed, knowing how Nemoto would likely react to what he was about to say. It was after that I realized I would be even better at healing people if I could be there when they get hurt, so I came to the conclusion that I should be a hero. The room fell silent, and Izuku could sense a calm rage emanating from Nemoto. It was clear that mentioning heroes in a positive light around Yakuza was a poor idea, especially since heroes like All Might had contributed to the Yakuza's current weakness. Midoriya. I want you to listen very closely, Nemoto muttered, his voice eerily calm yet laced with anger. Heroes are filthy scum that stomp down those considered worthless or bad by society. They live only to elevate themselves atop the bodies of the villains they defeat. They are no better than villains. In some cases, they are even worse. Understand? Izuku, however, refused to back down. A true hero stands firm in their beliefs, and he wasn't going to let Nemoto challenge his convictions. But there are true heroes. What about Recovery Girl? Or Therine? Both focus on healing and rescue, he retorted. Nemoto's hand balled into a fist, his teeth gritted. But the vast majority are combat heroes who get paid to defeat villains. If I train my quirk, I could incapacitate villains with a single touch. No unnecessary violence. Izuku countered. At this, Nemoto stood up and slammed his hands on the table. Listen here. The boss will not accept you being a hero. It goes against. And who said I would not agree with young Midoriya's ambition? The voice interrupted, causing Nemoto to freeze. The boss stood in the doorway, his expression indifferent to the situation. While I do have certain opinions on heroes, I see no reason why Midoriya would be a bad one. His quirk would be incredibly helpful in rescue, combat, and support. It would be a waste to force him away from heroics. Nemoto sputtered. A familiar person poked their head into the room. Hey, Izuku, are you done with school? I was wondering if you want to go to the arcade, Kurono asked. Grateful for an excuse to leave, Izuku quickly stood up. Yeah, I'm done. Thanks, Nemoto. See you, boss, he said as he followed Kurono out. Kurono had joined the Hasaikai shortly after Izuku had been taken in by the boss, and the two quickly became best friends, sharing the same age and aspirations. In fact, Kurono was also planning to attend UA, but he would be entering the support course, specifically design, as he loved creating costume ideas and was quite skilled at it. So, you want to be a hero? Kurono asked as they walked through the compound. Izuku shrugged. I know it's kind of a taboo idea since we're surrounded by Yakuza, but ever since I watched All Might's debut video, I've always wanted to save people. My quirk is perfect for it, as the boss said. Kurono nodded. Fair enough. They walked to the arcade in relative silence, occasionally discussing various topics, with quirk science being a common interest, though Izuku was the definitive expert. Eventually, they arrived at the arcade only to find it closed. Closed? Are you kidding me? Kurono exclaimed, staring at the sign on the door. Izuku sighed. Well, what now? I'm just going to head back. Nothing else I want to do, Kurono replied. You coming? No, I might wander around town a bit, Izuku said. Kurono nodded and left, leaving Izuku outside the closed arcade. He decided to turn left and walk down the sidewalk. A few people glanced at him as they passed, which he couldn't blame them for. He was practically asking for attention in his green bomber jacket with a purple fluff collar, a black dress shirt with a white tie, charcoal slacks, white sneakers, and white surgical gloves. He wished they would look at something else. As luck would have it, something did catch their attention just as Izuku thought that. And by something, I mean an explosion. Kaboom! Izuku's head snapped back to see smoke rising from an alley, with an orange glow tinting the walls. He ran over to where a crowd was already forming, and as he pushed his way to the front, he started to see the scene unfolding before them. A villain made of dark green sludge was holding a figure inside, struggling to break free. The figure appeared to be a boy around his age, with spiky blonde hair and angry red eyes. For some reason he looked familiar, but Izuku couldn't quite place him. A couple of seconds later, an explosion erupted from the boy's palms, and suddenly Izuku recognized him. Kaken, he whispered, realizing it was Bakugo. He hadn't changed much in appearance over the years, but Izuku hoped his personality had mellowed since their last encounter. Izuku's heart raced as he watched his old childhood friend slowly be overwhelmed by the villain. It struck him how unsettling it was that everyone else was just watching, unable to help. The heroes had arrived while he was thinking, but despite the presence of 4 of them, none could get close. Backdraft was fending off fires caused by Bakugo's explosions. Kemui Wood seemed to be evacuating people from nearby houses. A new hero with a gigantification quirk was trying to navigate the alley, and Death Arms was standing idly by. Is nobody going to even attempt to save him? Izuku wondered. Just then, a girl with orange hair in a ponytail rushed toward the scene. Izuku was astonished. She seemed to be his age and was charging into danger without hesitation. Before he knew it, he was running alongside her. He tore off his jacket and threw it at the villain, temporarily blinding it. Unfortunately, his quirk didn't work against liquids, leaving him effectively quirkless against the threat. Fortunately, the girl expanded her fist to a larger size and, with a few swift movements, pulled Bakugo out of the sludge. However, the villain had regained focus and was about to attack her. Not on my watch, Izuku thought as he tore off one of his gloves and slammed his hand to the ground. The ground in front of the girl was torn apart and then reformed into a wall, blocking the villain's attack. Great work, citizens, but I'll take it from here. Out of nowhere, All Might appeared and smashed through the wall Izuku built, creating enough wind pressure to blast the sludge villain across the alley. After a brief silence, it began to rain. Did All Might just change the weather with a single punch? A voice from the crowd asked. The crowd erupted into cheers for All Might and his impressive display. He flashed a quick peace sign to the crowd before turning to Izuku, Bakugo, and the girl. Young citizens, that was quite the stunt you pulled. You're lucky you're unhurt. Anyway, I've gotta go. Get home safe. With that, All Might jumped away. Holy cow, I just met All Might, Izuku stammered. That's what you're focusing on right now? The girl said. Izuku turned to her and shrugged. You really expect someone who ran into a villain attack to be logical? He replied. Fair enough. Anyway, I'm Izuku Midoriya, and you are. Itsuka Kendo. I'd shake your hand, but I'm covered in sludge, she laughed. Their moment was cut short as the heroes approached them. That was extremely foolish. You could have been seriously hurt. Death Arms began. Izuku didn't have much respect for Death Arms. He found the name silly and the hero's demeanor unhelpful. Izuku rolled his eyes. Listen, I was doing better than you, considering all you did was stand by the crowd. And before you say something like, I was making sure they stayed back, you did a great job of that anyway because Kendo and I both ran up here, Izuku shot back. Death Arms looked uncomfortable at being called out and backed off. Kamui Woods, bless him, actually checked on Bakugo before scolding Izuku and Kendo. On the bright side, none of you seem to have any serious injuries. According to the law, I have to scold you for using your quirk in public and running into an active villain situation. But I have to say, you did an impressive job, and I will pretend this never happened, capiche? Izuku and Kendo nodded. After that, paramedics checked on Bakugo, who was cleared of any lasting injuries. That left Kendo, Bakugo, and Izuku alone. I didn't need your help, you extras. Bakugo growled, making Izuku realize two things. 1. Bakugo had become even more aggressive since he last saw him, and 2. He didn't recognize him. Given Bakugo's current attitude and their history, Izuku was somewhat relieved he hadn't realized who he was yet. So you would have preferred that we just watched you suffocate? Kendo replied. Bakugo huffed. A weak villain like that couldn't suffocate me. On the contrary, he probably could have. He was basically drowning you in the sewer equivalent of honey, and if I had to guess, you'd have probably been in serious trouble in another 30 seconds if nobody stepped in, Izuku commented. Bakugo looked at him in disdain before standing up and shoving his hands in his pockets. Whatever. Buzz off, he said as he left, leaving just Kendo and Izuku. They were silent for a moment. Wanna get ice cream? Izuku asked. Mint choc chip and apple? That's a weird combination, Kendo commented as they walked towards the compound from the ice cream shop. Izuku raised an eyebrow and glanced at Kendo's ice cream. Like you can talk with your coffee and vanilla ice cream. Kendo shrugged at this response and stuck her tongue out at Izuku. Turned out they were a surprisingly compatible duo, despite seeming like complete opposites. Perhaps it was because they both wanted to go to the UA Hero course, but maybe it was some other reason. Anyways, did you recognize that guy back there? Just looked like you knew him from the way you looked at him, Kendo asked. Izuku liked his ice cream in contemplation. Yeah, I am here. Out of nowhere, All Might appeared from an alley, and his sudden appearance made Izuku accidentally disassemble his ice cream and Kendo crush hers, although Izuku was lucky enough that he could just reassemble it. The All Might! Izuku and Kendo cried out at the same time. Yes, I am, All Might said before spitting out some blood, and he suddenly transformed from a large muscular man to a much thinner figure with sunken dark eyes, looking nowhere near like All Might. You're not All Might. Kendo cried. Why, you're an imposter. A villain. Izuku accused, pointing a finger at All Might while liking his ice cream. All Might sighed and looked at them. No, I am All Might. It's just complicated, yeah? Kendo and Izuku raised an eyebrow, and All Might cringed as he realized they didn't believe him. So, in response, he lifted his shirt up to reveal a wound on his side. This is a wound I got in a battle 6 years ago, one that wasn't broadcasted to the public. Since then, I've gone from being able to do hero work all day to only 3 hours. Understand? All Might explained as he let his shirt fall back down to cover the wound. Kendo and Izuku looked at each other, and Izuku gave a look that he hoped said, may as well believe him for now. If he is a fake, we can probably handle it. Kendo nodded, and they looked back at All Might. All right then, but why are you telling us this? Kendo asked, folding her arms before immediately regretting that as she realized she still had ice cream on her hands, which she promptly wiped across a stone wall. All Might assumed a dramatic pose and lifted his arms up towards the sky. Young what are your names? Izuku Midoriya. Itsuka Kendo. Yes, young Kendo and young Midoriya, I am here because I believe you are both worthy choices for my quirk, one for all. All Might announced, which put a look of shock on Izuku and Kendo's faces. 1-4. Kendo started. All. Izuku finished. That's right. My quirk has been passed on from generation to generation, and soon I will need a successor, which is why I have come to tell you about all of this. Okay, but is it really a good idea to tell the both of us? Kendo asked. All Might looked at her and raised an eyebrow. I'm not afraid I do not understand, he replied. Kendo sighed. I mean, how many people would want your quirk? Millions, prof. So what do you think happens when you tell two teens that they're both being considered for this power that? I don't want it, Kendo interrupted, looking at Izuku along with All Might, which Izuku took as a cue to continue. I mean, your quirk is amazing, All Might, but I feel like if I took it then that wouldn't be fair to Kendo. My quirk is already strong, seeing as I can destroy anything I touch or heal people, so adding super strength while leaving Kendo with just being able to enlarge her fists, no offense, seems kind of unfair, you know? Kendo opened her mouth to reply and then closed it again, unable to find the words. She did this a few more times before responding. Are you sure, Midoriya? Izuku nodded immediately. 100%. The world would be better off having you as the next symbol to look up to than me, anyways. All Might hummed before clapping his hands. Well, if that's so, I guess. Young Kendo will become my successor? Kendo nodded. It would be my honor to become All Might's successor, sir. All Might smiled. Fantastic. From what I can tell, you seem in good enough shape to do this, so. All Might said as he plucked a hair from his head, Eat this. Kendo went dead silent. I'm sorry, what? Kendo asked as Izuku watched with mild amusement. My quirk can only be passed on through the consumption of my DNA. So come on, chew it down. Kendo hesitantly took the hair and gulped it down, making a pained face as she swallowed. After that, she looked at All Might. Okay, what now? She asked. It should come in by tomorrow. How about we all meet up at Takoba Municipal Beach tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. to test it out? All Might suggested, which they all agreed to. Izuku and Kendo stood there for a moment as All Might left them alone together, neither of them talking to each other. Izuku silently thanked the gods that nobody had just seen what had taken place there between them and All Might. What was that? The voice of Hari Kurono called out, which made Izuku droop in frustration. He really had to stop jinxing himself. Chapter 3, Medic. I can't believe I have to take you with me now, Izuku grumbled as he made his way to Takoba Beach with Kurono walking beside him. Don't talk about secret stuff in public areas then, Kurono countered. The rising sun shone over the pathway, dappled by the trees lining the side. Don't eavesdrop on conversations then, Izuku retorted. Let's just agree to disagree. We're nearly there, Kurono replied, ending the argument. The trees began to clear away, revealing the trash-filled sands of Takoba Municipal Beach. Standing there was All Might, currently in his powered-down form. He noticed Izuku and waved, raising an eyebrow at Kurono. Izuku jogged over with Kurono behind him to explain the situation. Hey, All Might. Izuku greeted. Young Midoriya, I'm glad to see you. However, why did you bring a friend? All Might asked. He accidentally overheard what you said while he went for a walk, Izuku explained. Oh, perhaps I should not talk about state secrets in a public area like that? All Might suggested. That sounds like a good idea, Kurono replied. The group stood in silence for a moment before Kurono spoke up again. Kinda weird just standing here casually with All Might himself. If the boss could see us, he'd probably be upset at what we're doing. All Might raised an eyebrow. Who's this boss you speak of? Yakuza boss. We aren't really involved with that though. I have no idea what the boss does when we aren't looking. Izuku clarified. All Might sighed. Yes, I would not expect a Yakuza boss to be particularly fond of the man that basically ended his career, he groaned. After that, there was silence again. So, what are we doing here, All Might? Kurono asked. We'll be testing out one for all now that young Kendo should have fully inherited it. Speaking of which, here she is now. Kendo came jogging up to the trio in her jogging clothes, making Izuku realize he should have worn something more appropriate than his dress shirt and slacks. Kendo smiled at Izuku and nodded at Kurono before looking up at All Might. Good morning, All Might. What do I need to do? She asked. All Might smiled and transformed into his buff form. Today will be a simple gauge of how well my quirk suits your body. Luckily, your body seems to be at a point where you will not simply explode when you try and activate it, so we don't need to do a whole training montage. Kurono, Izuku, and Kendo laughed a bit at All Might's comment, but soon realized he looked serious. Wait, you weren't kidding when you said it could explode someone who isn't muscular? Izuku exclaimed, his friends' faces morphing into shock. All Might smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. Yes, it's mainly because of all the power I've added to One for All over the years. Back when I received it, it wasn't nearly as powerful as it is today. Kendo sighed and looked at All Might. Alright, how should I do this? I doubt it's the same method of activation as my usual quirk. Clench your fists, and within your heart, scream the word, Smiz. All Might instructed, earning exasperated looks from the three confused youths. Kendo sighed again and entered a combative pose while aiming towards the ocean. She pet her fist back, and Izuku and Kurono could see the veins on her forearm begin to glow red. Then, Kendo released a punch, creating a massive amount of air pressure that practically parted the ocean ahead. Suddenly, Kendo's arm broke into pieces. Holy cow, it hurts, she screamed, swearing for what Izuku assumed was the first time he'd ever heard her swear. Jesus, that doesn't look much better than her arm exploding, All Might. Kurono cried, looking between the screaming Kendo and the panicking All Might. As this unfolded, Izuku used his quirk to disintegrate the glove he was wearing and dashed towards Kendo. This might hurt for a moment, he warned as he gripped her forearm. A second later, it disassembled, creating a red mist before Izuku repaired it to a state even better than before. Kendo stopped screaming, now heavy breathing, while All Might let out a breath of relief and Kurono covered his face with his hands. Well, it is certainly good that young Midoriya was capable of healing that injury. I wouldn't have wanted to explain this to Recovery Girl, All Might said. Izuku snapped his fingers. That reminds me, who else knows about One for All? There's you, obviously, and then there's Kendo, Kurono, and me. Surely there are a few more, right? All Might nodded and chose that moment to debuff himself. Very observant, young Midoriya. A couple of other people know, including Nezu from UA and Recovery Girl. Izuku nodded and sat down on the patch of sand, looking at Kendo, who was now mostly calm but slightly shaky. To be honest, Izuku would feel the same if he had just witnessed her arm break and then be repaired in mere seconds. She tested her quirk and, sure enough, it was still there and normal, causing her to let out a sigh of relief. Well, she can't just keep doing that in every fight. She's got to learn how to control it, Izuku stated, and everyone present agreed with this sentiment. All Might sighed and pulled out his phone. There is one person who may be able to help, but... He paused as the three teens urged him to continue. He isn't exactly the nicest teacher, if you catch my drift. All Might? Kendo asked. Yes, young Kendo? I do not care if this teacher is the worst person imaginable, as long as he can stop me from breaking my arm, then I'll take whatever he throws my way. All Might grinned, though it was a bit strained. That's the spirit, my girl. Now, let's just hope he isn't too cranky when I call him. He looked at the three teens. You can head home now, seeing as we can't make much progress if you'll just be breaking your arm. Kendo Midoriya, I need you back here tomorrow at 6 a.m. Kurono raised an eyebrow. Why not me? Well, think about it, Kurono. Kendo has the quirk, and I can heal her if things go south. You can just extend your hair and slow people down, which, while it is impressive, is not useful for this situation, Izuku explained. Kurono sighed and shrugged. Fair enough, he replied. And so, the three teens left the beach, leaving All Might to make a call he hadn't made in over 5 years. He put the phone up to his ear as it rang a few times before finally being answered. Who's this? The aged voice of Gran Torino asked. It's T. Tashinori, All Might replied. Tashinori? Who's that? All Might groaned mentally, realizing his old mentor was playing a prank. I mean All Might. That's better. Speaking of which, why don't you ever call? Oh, I get it, it's because you've outgrown. I've found my successor, and when they used one for all, they broke their arm. There was silence on the other end. You what? Gran Torino exclaimed, dropping the old man act. Why the hell didn't you start with that? Whatever, I'm guessing you need me because you've realized you can't really teach them how to not do that, right? Why yes. Fine, what time and place? Takoba Municipal Beach at 6 a.m. sir. Geez, that's early. Be there by 5:30. Why yes, Gran Torino. The call ended, and All Might sighed. He couldn't imagine spending a full 30 minutes alone with his old mentor would be pleasant. With that, All Might flew off towards Tokyo. He needed to prepare for a day of heroics. When Izuku arrived at the beach the next day, the last thing he expected to see was an old man hitting Small Might, the name Izuku had come up with for All Might's weakened form, with a cane while Small Might did nothing to retaliate, with Kendo watching. Izuku approached Kendo and watched alongside her. Why is All Might letting himself be beaten up by an old guy? Izuku asked. Kendo shrugged. I think this is the guy that All Might mentioned last night, and now that I see it, it makes sense why he was hesitant. Izuku let out an "oh," which was enough for the old man to finally notice him. Who are you? Tashinori didn't say there'd be two of you, the old man yelled at Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya. My quirk lets me heal people, among other things, so it was agreed that I should be present just in case Kendo breaks her arm, Izuku replied. The old man looked at him for a moment before nodding. Then he turned to Kendo. All right, Yui, he said, his voice firm but not yelling. I'm Gran Torino, and since this brute can't teach anything, it'll be up to me to teach you to use this quirk. At this rate, I'll be alive for the next user who I'll also have to train, won't I? He muttered the last part, but Izuku and Kendo heard it. Wait, how many users have there been before me? Kendo asked, sounding uncertain. 8, including Tashinori, Gran Torino replied. And how young did these users die? Gran Torino was silent for a moment before he spun around to hit Small Might again. Tashinori, you didn't even explain to her about how taking this quirk has deeper implications than just super strength? Izuku and Small Might watched as Gran Torino corrected Kendo every time she tried to use one for all, both thankful they weren't on the receiving end of Gran Torino's cane. So, this is the man who trained you? Izuku asked as Torino corrected Kendo again. All Might nodded. Yes. He was not very strict, as you can see. So did he have one for all before you? He was a friend of my MSTR before she was killed. He simply finished what my MST are started by training me. There was silence for a moment. I'm sorry about your emther. Don't apologize, it's not your fault. She knew what she was getting into when she accepted the quirk. As their conversation ended, they noticed Kendo enlarging her fist before using one for all. Interestingly, once she used it, her hand and arm were still damaged but far less than earlier. Izuku walked over to Kendo and healed her. After she confirmed that her original quirk was still functioning, he returned to All Might. So, young Midoriya, may I ask what exactly your quirk is? You mentioned it can heal, which suggests that healing is just one effect of your quirk, All Might inquired. Izuku recognized that while All Might could be a bit oblivious at times, he was still quite perceptive. Good. My quirk is called Overhaul. To sum it up simply, I can disassemble and reassemble anything I touch, Izuku explained. Do you have to reassemble what you touch, or will it automatically be repaired? All Might asked. I can choose to just disassemble something, Izuku replied, but then fell silent as memories flooded back from nearly a decade ago. The details were hazy, but the screams were vivid. My boy. Are you all right? You're breathing heavily and look panicked. All Might said, grabbing Izuku's shoulders firmly. Izuku took a moment to steady his breathing, fighting back tears. Yeah, I remembered how my quirk manifested. From the look in his eyes, Izuku could tell that All Might had pieced together much of the story. I'm sorry for bringing that up, young Midoriya. That must have been a difficult time, All Might said gently. Izuku shook his head. It's fine. It was a long time ago, and the boss treats me well. He always made sure I was okay and homeschooled me. Although, thinking back, maybe that wasn't the best idea. Social interaction isn't my strong suit, and I only really talk with Kurono and Kendo, which means I might struggle with communication, and that's vital for heroics. I see no reason why you'd be bad at it. You get along with young Kendo and Kurono quite well, don't you? All Might encouraged. Izuku shook his head again. I mean, I do, but with Kurono, it's because we grew up together, and with Kendo, I think it was the adrenaline and confidence boost from fighting that sludge villain that helped me talk to her. In my current state, I'd struggle with most teens. All Might nodded in understanding, releasing Izuku's shoulders and turning to Kendo and Gran Torino. Well, you have 3 years to improve at UA. By the time you graduate, you'll be fine at communicating, I'm sure of it. Izuku nodded, opening his mouth to respond, but they were interrupted by Gran Torino. Medic, he yelled, clearly referring to Izuku. Izuku sighed and walked over to Kendo, who now had a broken arm that looked quite serious. He knew he was going to have a busy few months ahead. Chapter 4, Full Diffuse and Entrance Exams. It took 2 months for Kendo to find a way to safely use One for All. It had been a typical day, with All Might and Gran Torino helping Kendo while Izuku and Kurono observed. More accurately, Kurono watched while Izuku occasionally looked up from his notebook, where he was documenting information about One for All and its past users. So, which user are you researching right now? Kurono asked, interrupting Izuku's focus. Since there's not much more we can find on Nana for now, I'm focusing on the 6th user, Izuku replied. Nana Shimura had proven to be the easiest to research, aside from All Might. They had more records and media on her than any other user, thanks to Gran Torino and All Might, who had witnessed Nana in action. With their help, Izuku quickly compiled a folder on Nana. She was 44 when she died and was active for 24 years, spending 2 years traveling the world before becoming a hero. Her hero name was Perseverance. She received One for All at 34, meaning she had it for 10 years before her death. According to All Might and Gran Torino, her fighting style focused on grappling and short jabs, preferring to weaken her opponents gradually before delivering a finishing blow. She also had a family, but they tragically died in an accident about 14 years ago, the cause of which remained unknown. Unfortunately, finding information on users from 1 to 6 proved challenging, so Izuku had to sift through records to identify possible candidates. Perhaps we should take a break? All Might suggested, and surprisingly, Gran Torino agreed. Kendo, grateful for the pause, joined Kurono and Izuku. How's it going? Kendo asked. Just glad I'm not you right now, Kurono replied with a smirk. Would you like some tea, young Kendo, Midoriya, and Kurono? All Might offered, appearing with a thermos of hot water. They all accepted and thanked him as he distributed the tea. Kendo was about to take a sip when Izuku stopped her. Let it diffuse first, Kendo. Tea isn't very pleasant when it's just boiling water with concentrated tea, is it? To Izuku's surprise, Kendo's eyes widened in shock, and she jumped to her feet, the tea momentarily forgotten. I've got it, she exclaimed as she bent her knees and entered a combat pose. Suddenly, her veins began glowing red all across her body, and a few seconds later, orange and cyan sparks began to flicker around her. She threw a punch. While it wasn't nearly as strong as a full-powered strike, it was still impressive. Most importantly, her arm wasn't broken. Well done, young Kendo. You've improved significantly in these past 2 months to reach this point. All Might congratulated her, allowing Kendo to bask in the praise. Gran Torino also offered a brief acknowledgement. Well, kid, you've now unlocked the ability to not break your bones. Now we move on to the next step. What's that? Kendo asked. Combat training. Without another word, Gran Torino launched himself off the ground and struck Kendo in the gut, causing her to gasp. Izuku started to get up to help her, but Gran Torino stopped him. If she can't even take a single hit like that, then she'll be worthless in the real world. I don't want you healing her unless I say so, understand? Izuku glanced at Kendo, who was beginning to recover from the hit, and he reluctantly nodded. Good. Now go find something to do that doesn't involve healing the kid, got it? Izuku nodded. Sure. With that, Gran Torino turned back to Kendo. He noticed Kurono was busy drawing in his sketchbook, and since Izuku didn't feel like going back to researching the 6th user, he turned his attention to the piles of trash littering the beach. Well, I may as well practice using my quirk, he thought as he walked toward the nearest pile. Admittedly, Izuku disliked dirty things more than most people. His room was cleaned at least twice a week, and he always carried a face mask in case of smog or dust. However, he knew that if he was going to be a hero, he couldn't afford to be as misophobic as he was. So, he grabbed an old microwave and began experimenting with different ways to reassemble it. As he worked, he sighed. It was going to be a very long 8 months. Despite his initial thoughts, the 8 months passed relatively quickly, and Kendo, Kurono, and Izuku all improved their skills. Kendo had unlocked 5% of One for All, full diffuse, as she called it. Kurono had taken advantage of the training to enhance his ability to draw action poses, and Izuku had learned to use his quirk in more complex ways than he had ever imagined, all while cleaning the beach by disintegrating the trash he finished with. Now, he and Kendo stood outside the walls of UA, preparing for the entrance exam. Since Kurono was entering the design part of the support course, he had taken his exam the previous day. Are you ready? Kendo asked Izuku. I feel like I should be asking you that, but yes, I am ready. The two friends walked up to the door that led to the auditorium, and Izuku tripped over a loose brick. Was all Izuku could think as he fell. Suddenly, his collar yanked back, bringing him back to his feet. I apologize if that hurt, but I saw no other way to slow your descent, a cool voice said. Izuku turned to see a girl slightly shorter than him. She had chin-length silvery hair that was parted to the left and covered one of her eyes. The visible eye was a pale blue, and she had dark circles beneath it. Interestingly, she held her arms in the same way Izuku often did, hands held elbow-high with her hands draped down. Yeah you, he stammered as she watched patiently. He means thank you, Kendo interjected, wearing a strained smile at Izuku's awkwardness. I apologize. I generally don't do well at socialization either. With that, the girl walked past and into UA. Nice one, Izuku, Kendo teased as they resumed walking. Shut up, I was put on the spot. Izuku replied, flustered. Kendo just responded with a cheeky sure as they entered the vast auditorium. It was dimly lit, with red curtains on the sides, and at the front was a stage and a large screen displaying a countdown that was currently at 6. Kendo and Izuku found their seats and chatted until the countdown reached 0, at which point a man walked onto the stage whom Izuku did not recognize. He had greasy black hair and wore a black outfit with a long white scarf around his neck. The first part of this exam is the written exam, which serves to cut the number of examinees in half. The rules are simple. If you score in the bottom 50%, you will automatically fail the entire exam and not be allowed to participate in the practical exam. Understand? Murmurs of affirmation filled the room, which seemed to satisfy the pro-hero. Good. Now follow the signs out to the testing areas. Cheat and you'll be blacklisted from every hero school worth mentioning. The crowd shivered at this threat, as he seemed serious, and considering this was UA, they could likely enforce it. Kendo and Izuku quickly made their way to the testing area. I wonder who that hero was? I've never seen him before, Kendo said. Izuku shrugged. I feel like I've seen him, just don't know when, he replied. Kendo hummed. Reckon I'll pass? Izuku snorted. Not even a question of if I'll pass, he joked. You're Izuku. Failing isn't possible. Now answer the question, the instructor said. If you studied enough, you'll pass. After that, they had to remain silent for the test, which was taken via a tablet. Many clones of ectoplasm monitored the room to ensure there was no cheating. Izuku noticed one student had their test taken away and was removed from the room, which he assumed meant they had been caught cheating. After 30 minutes, Izuku finished his test. When he looked at the clock, he saw another 30 minutes remained. He checked his work again and found no flaws. Once satisfied, he started writing on the problem-solving paper. Kendo's quirk seemed to be boosted by 1 for all. She looked surprised by the size of her hand when she first used it along with full diffuse, suggesting that 1 for all enhances quirks. I wonder how this could affect other quirks? Would Kurono's quirk last longer or be usable while moving? Could Nemoto use his quirk on large groups? Would Irinaka be able to control the entire compound? What could I do? Could I use my quirk at higher speeds or affect a larger area? Perhaps I'd even be able to control liquids. Izuku was jolted from his thoughts by the bell ringing. An ectoplasm clone came to collect his sheet of paper. After that, they were all herded back into the auditorium, where a more recognizable hero stood on stage. Present Mike. Izuku couldn't contain his excitement. Oh my god, it's Present Mike. I can't believe he's here, and I might end up having him as a teacher. I always listen to his radio show every Friday, and I love the segments with other pros like Ingenium or Midnight. Excuse me, a loud voice called out, snapping Izuku back to reality. You've described 3 robots, but there are clearly 4 on our sheet. Either you've forgotten about the 4th one, or this is a mistake on UA's part. And you? The voice directed at Izuku made him tense. Will you stop muttering? Are you just here to mess around? If so, you should just leave. This triggered something in Izuku. He felt singled out and frustrated. He opened his mouth to retort, but Kendo placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Izuku sighed and opted to glare instead. The glasses-wearing boy sat down, and Present Mike explained that the robot was the zero-pointer and that they should avoid it. Once that was said, they were herded onto buses to head toward their respective zones. Unfortunately, Kendo and Izuku had to separate and got on different buses. Izuku subconsciously pulled out his face mask and put it on. Even in a state-of-the-art bus, he felt uneasy without it. As the bus filled up, a familiar face chose to sit next to him. Izuku panicked slightly when the girl who saved him from falling sat down, feeling embarrassed and flustered. Are you okay? She asked. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? When the boy called you out, I wasn't sure how you'd feel. You seemed a bit uncomfortable with social interaction, no offense. Izuku was surprised that this girl cared about his feelings. Oh, yeah, I'm fine now. It's not the first time I've been yelled at, he replied cheerfully, but he realized he may have said the wrong thing when her eyes widened in shock. Good Lord, I don't believe anyone should get yelled at enough to be used to it, she said. Izuku remembered that most people didn't grow up in his environment. Don't worry about it. I was just raised differently, he explained. However, their conversation was cut short when the bus arrived at the fake city. Everyone poured off, and Izuku got separated from the girl. When he spotted her, he made his way toward her, but a hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder. It was the glasses guy from the auditorium. Excuse me, but I couldn't help but notice you were, he started. Izuku tuned him out. Why not have some fun? What? He replied, cutting him off. To his delight, the boy repeated his spiel about leaving other contenders alone. When he finished, Izuku replied with, "What, again?" The boy looked visibly irritated, and when Izuku repeated, "What?" once more, the boy began gesturing wildly and yelling about how tricking other people is not heroic. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. Ah, the classic, pretend you can't hear trick. Go! Present Mike yelled. Izuku looked up to see him standing on top of a nearby tower. Come on, there are no countdowns in real life. With that, Izuku ran in with the rest of the crowd, quickly veering off into a side street to look for robots. Soon enough, he came across a three-pointer and transformed the ground into a mass of spikes, impaling it in the head. Spikes were his best bet. They blocked other competitors while also serving as an easy way to defeat robots. As he ran past it, Izuku noticed a Gatling gun mounted on it. An idea suddenly popped into his head, and he smirked, excited by the thought. Shota Aizawa watched the examinees from the observation room, unimpressed with most of them. Many had quirks that wouldn't cut it at UA, and some were downright nasty to their competitors. Aizawa was particularly skeptical of a boy with an explosive quirk, but it seemed he might end up in the hero course. Perhaps Vlad would want him, hopefully. Still, Aizawa recognized that some of the kids had potential. The boy with the hardening quirk, Eijiro Kirishima, was respectful and capable in combat. A ginger girl named Itsuka Kendo was tearing through robots with a quirk that expanded her hands, boosting her strength, speed, and flexibility, and she helped others too. Aizawa might specifically request her. Then, Snipe's voice cut through Aizawa's thoughts, drawing his attention to screen 4, where a green-haired boy was wielding a large gun and destroying robots. When a robot got too close, he would extend an arm and dismantle it with a single touch, leaving behind another gun to replace his current one. Aizawa was puzzled about the boy's quirk. Transfiguration, perhaps? What an interesting use of his quirk. Nezu praised from his chair. I assumed he would just destroy the robots, but instead, he's reassembling them to utilize the guns. Very clever. Aizawa glanced at the leaderboard and saw that the boy's name was Izuku Midoriya, who had quickly climbed to third place, just behind Itsuka Kendo and Katsuki Bakugo. After another 30 seconds, Izuku abandoned the gun and began collecting points like the other examinees. Aizawa noticed a pattern in his fighting. He either slammed his hand into the ground to create spikes or ran at the robots to destroy them by touch. While those attacks were powerful, someone might eventually find a way to avoid them, which could jeopardize his hero career. Aizawa would need to address that habit if Izuku ended up in his class. Aizawa was impressed when Izuku rushed forward to slam his hand into a building wall to catch debris that was about to fall on a boy with tall purple hair, acting without hesitation. Most people with powerful quirks would hesitate or ignore the situation entirely, so Aizawa was glad to see that Izuku was different. My. It's been 8 minutes already? Nezu remarked, glancing at his watch. I suppose it's time to release the 0-pointers. Everyone in the room tensed, even All Might. Aizawa realized that All Might probably didn't have to fight robots when he attended UA, just as he hadn't 2 decades ago. Nezu opened a case protecting a red button and pressed it, and the sound of loud machinery echoed in the distance as he let out a gleeful laugh that seemed to chill the room. This was going to be interesting. Izuku was starting to feel fatigued from using his quirk and running around. As he paused to catch his breath, he felt vibrations in the ground and furrowed his brow in confusion. That's not new, he muttered. Could it be the 0-pointer? There was no way it could be that big. But then he realized Present Mike never specified the 0-pointer's height. Just then, he was knocked to the ground by another examinee rushing past. Massaging his shoulder, he looked up to see a group of examinees fleeing from something. That something turned the corner, revealing the massive 0-pointer, towering at least 10 stories tall. Though it had no visible weapons, its sheer size was enough to intimidate everyone nearby. Izuku was about to run away when he noticed the ghost girl from before, sprawled on the ground with an injured ankle. Remembering her kindness, he felt compelled to help. Before he knew it, he was sprinting toward the 0-pointer. Halfway there, he realized he couldn't turn back. What was the point of being a hero if he abandoned someone in need? As he reached the 0-pointer, he felt the awe of the other examinees as he disintegrated the robot with a single touch, leaving only its legs, which crashed down onto the buildings. The effort exhausted him, but he pressed on to the ghost girl. "Are you okay?" he breathed out. "Apart from my ankle, I am in perfect health. Thank you for coming back to help me," she replied. "My pleasure," Izuku said as he gently placed his hand on the girl's ankle, healing it. He was barely aware that the exam had ended. "Now you can walk," he managed before succumbing to exhaustion and falling unconscious. When Izuku awoke, he found himself in a hospital-like infirmary. There were no signs of serious injury, such as a heart monitor, which was a relief. He sat up, feeling well-rested, and noticed an elderly woman looking up from her computer. So you're awake, are you?" she said, getting up from her chair. Izuku recognized her as Recovery Girl by her costume. "Honestly, I can't believe you healed that girl's ankle despite being exhausted. I was right around the corner, you know," she scolded. Izuku grunted in response. "Wasn't thinking right. Let my heart think instead of my brain," he replied. Recovery Girl sighed. "Yes, I can see why Toshinori considered you a potential candidate. Anyway, you're free to leave. Please try to stay out of my infirmary in the future." Izuku had forgotten that Recovery Girl knew about One for All. He muttered a quick thank you before leaving the infirmary. As he stepped into the halls of UA, he followed a map to find his way out. On his way to the gate, he recalled the area where he had tripped and slapped his forehead. "I still didn't get her name," he groaned. Izuku made his way through the compound to the boss's office. When he opened the door, he was greeted by an unfamiliar face. Sitting on the left couch in front of the boss's desk was a small girl with short pale blue hair and large red eyes, a small horn protruding from her forehead. She looked at Izuku with sad eyes before looking away. Izuku glanced at the boss, raising an eyebrow. The man sighed. "This is my granddaughter, Eri. My daughter sent her here after she somehow made her father disappear entirely," he explained. Izuku felt a pang in his chest, relating to how they had both experienced loss. He approached Eri and gave her a warm smile. "Hi, Eri. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you," he greeted. Eri looked at him, but there were no signs of a smile. Unsure how to connect with her, Izuku remained determined. "Oh, and Izuku?" The boss's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Could you come here for a moment?" "Yes, sir," Izuku replied, walking over. "I want you to figure out what her quirk is. I'd take her to a quirk doctor, but your quirk analysis skills are so good that I may as well have you do it yourself. Think you can handle that?" The boss whispered. Izuku glanced at Eri and sighed. On one hand, studying a new quirk sounded exciting, on the other, it seemed incredibly challenging. But he was always up for a challenge. "Yeah, I can do it," he replied, earning a smile from the boss. "That's my boy. Now, how did your exam go?" The mention of the exam triggered a rush of excitement in Izuku. "Oh, it was great. I almost fell over at the entrance, but this ghost-like girl used her quirk to save me, so it was fine. The written test went smoothly, and during the practical, I used my quirk to make a gun from robot parts. Later, that same girl hurt her ankle and was about to be crushed by the 0-pointer, so I used my quirk to destroy it and heal her, and then I fell unconscious." Izuku took a deep breath after his rapid-fire explanation. The boss sighed, accustomed to Izuku's tendency to share everything at once. "Maybe you should start your research now," he suggested, and Izuku wholeheartedly agreed. Her quirk seemed to have caused her father to disappear without a trace, likely connected to the horn on her head. That was all Izuku had on Eri's quirk, who was currently sitting in a small laboratory he had set up in a spare room. Ever since he was young, he had been fascinated by quirks. He even owned a genome sequencer, which he had used to study DNA sequences and discover interesting details about emitter, transformation, and mutation quirks. Currently, the machine was analyzing some of Eri's DNA, which would take about 15 more minutes, something that would have taken a whole day in the pre-quirk era. "Maybe I should study Itsuka's DNA sequence, what with her having 2 quirks and all that," Izuku muttered to himself, mentally noting the idea for later. Who's Itsuka? Eri asked, startling Izuku. Itsuka is a friend of mine. I should have a picture of her on my phone. Izuku replied, pulling out his phone and searching through it until he found a picture. He showed it to Eri, who looked at it with her wide eyes. She's pretty, Eri commented, which made Izuku laugh. Yeah, I guess she is. I always saw her as a big sister of sorts. She's always making sure Kurono and I aren't doing anything reckless when we hang out, Izuku said. Is Kurono the one with the unusual hair? Eri asked. So cruel, an exaggerated voice called out, revealing that Kurono had snuck into the lab while Eri and Izuku had been busy. Eri's head shot up to look at Kurono, and she pet her head to the side. Why is your hair unusual? Izuku swore he could see Kurono's heart break at that comment. It's because of my quirk, chronostasis. As long as I'm standing still, my hair can extend, see? Kurono demonstrated, extending a strand of hair to the side. Anything hit by the long arrow is slowed for a minute, and anything hit by the short arrow is slowed for an hour. Pretty neat, right? Eri's eyes lit up in fascination as Kurono finished explaining his quirk. She then turned to Izuku. What's your Q-quick? She asked, unsure how to say quirk. Izuku smiled and knelt down to her level. Quirk, Eri-chan, it's pronounced quirk. And mine is called Overhaul, which lets me disassemble and reassemble any matter I touch with my hands, see. To demonstrate, Izuku used his quirk on a nearby glass vial and transformed it into a pretzel shape. Eri looked excited, but then her mood dropped. My quirk is a curse, she said, her cheerful tone fading. My mommy said so after I made Daddy disappear. He was holding me, and then my horns started sparkling, and then a few seconds later he was gone, except for his clothes. Izuku mentally catalogued this information. Perhaps it could send living beings to some kind of pocket dimension, but not clothes? That wasn't the point, especially after hearing that Eri had been called cursed by her own mother. Erin, Izuku said, firmly holding her little shoulders, nobody is cursed. Nobody. And that includes you. Nobody here thinks you're cursed, and we can help you with your quirk. Even now, I'm doing science things to figure it out. Eri looked at Izuku with big eyes, which soon filled with tears that she let fall. Izuku hugged her, and soon enough, Kurono joined as well. A couple of minutes later, the genome sequencer dinged, indicating it had finished. Izuku slowly exited the hug and made his way to the screen attached to the genome sequencer, which displayed Eri's DNA sequence. Izuku recognized the first part, as it was the strain that all emitter quirks shared, a fact he had discovered after comparing the DNA of Irinaka, Nemoto, Kurono, and himself. While Irinaka, Nemoto, and he had the same strain, Kurono had a different one as his quirk was a mutant type. However, the truly interesting part was the strain that bore no resemblance to an emitter, mutant, or transformation strain. Izuku raised an eyebrow at this and called over Kurono, who was now free after handing Eri some toys that the boss had apparently asked him to deliver. Eri's DNA results came back, but there's a slight problem, Izuku stated as he let his friend take a look at the screen. The strain for an emitter quirk is there, but there's also a unique quirk strain that I've never seen before. Kurono looked at this and hummed. This is quite strange. Are you sure it's related to quirks and not other things? Quirk strains are the only DNA strains that have a gold color, Izuku reminded Kurono, who slapped his forehead. Right, I forgot that. Perhaps we should research? That seems like a good option for now, Izuku replied as he made his way to the lab PC and booted it up. It opened to a plain home screen, which Izuku quickly exited to reach Google. Differences between quirk strains, Izuku typed. The search results only brought back comparisons between emitters, mutations, and transformations, so they quickly gave up there. Quirk strain different from emitter, transformation, and mutant returned far more results, with the first link showing him exactly what they needed. It looks like Eri may have a stockpile quirk that releases as an emitter, Izuku muttered as he quickly wrote that down in his notebook and sighed. But what is she stockpiling? Kurono shrugged. You're the smart guy, he snarked. Izuku rolled his eyes and continued researching Eri's quirk while Kurono decided to sketch in his book as he always did. Stockpile quirks are pretty rare, so there isn't much data on them. It's likely she isn't stockpiling fat or anything, because most kids her age aren't that way, and quirks generally won't activate unless it hurts the user. Except for a certain quirk belonging to a certain ginger girl. Shock stockpiling is unlikely, as she doesn't seem to get hit often, or at all. The most likely answer currently is Izuku was startled when his computer showed a notification for an email, which he quickly checked. The address was nezu-san.jp, which caught Izuku's eye. At first, he thought it might be a joke, but then he remembered only official UA staff have emails ending in .jp, and his eyes widened at the implication that Nezu had messaged him. Was it to tell him that they wouldn't accept a Yakuza, even though he wasn't one? Was it to inform him in advance that he had failed and should try another dream? Either way, he wouldn't find out by just hypothesizing, so he decided to rip the band-aid off and open the email. Dear Mr. Midoriya, greetings. My name is Nezu, the principal of UA, but I'm sure you already knew that. I want to discuss something I noticed you had written on the working out paper from the written exam, which I found very interesting. When I was reading through it, I was amazed at two things. 1, you know about possibly the most guarded secret in the modern world, and 2, your hypotheses about how other quirks could be affected by it were very impressive. What I'm trying to say is that you've impressed me, Midoriya, and that I'd like to personally chat with you sometime. Perhaps you would like to meet soon? If so, please reply to this email with a time and date. If not, I will simply have to find another way to talk to you. I hope to see your reply soon. Best regards, Nezu. Izuku hadn't realized he was hyperventilating until he felt the telltale sign of Kurono using his quirk on him. Take a minute to calm down and then tell me what's got you so excited, Kurono said. Izuku didn't really have a choice, so he waited for a minute to pass, and as soon as it had, he immediately began talking. I just received an email from Principal Nezu, and he said he wanted to chat with me, Izuku blurted out. The room was silent for a minute. What? Kurono finally uttered. Principal Nezu, no, I heard you the first time. Why does Nezu want to chat with you? Oh, I may have accidentally written about one for all on the working out sheet for the written exam? You're an idiot. I'm aware. It took multiple attempts for Izuku to write a coherent email, but after 30 minutes, he finally had a reply written out. Dear Principal Nezu, thank you for the email. Personally, I am surprised that you want to chat with me, but I accept your offer. Perhaps we could meet this Saturday at around 1 p.m. at a venue of your choosing? I eagerly await your response. Izuku Midoriya. Satisfied, Izuku stepped away from the computer and turned to see that Eri had apparently fallen asleep, and he couldn't help but think how adorable she looked. He walked over and carefully scooped her up before walking to his room and placing her in his bed. He knew that between emails with Nezu and hypothesizing about her quirk, he wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight anyway. He exited his bedroom, only to run into a familiar face outside. Oh, hello Irinaka. Izuku greeted as the older man looked at him. Izuku still remembered how he used to be scared of Irinaka when he was younger, but now he just viewed him as a cranky old friend who occasionally offered valuable advice. How'd the exam go? Irinaka asked. He'd been surprisingly supportive of Izuku going to UA, a fact that greatly annoyed Nemoto, making Izuku wonder if Irinaka had done it because he believed it was best for Izuku or simply to irritate Nemoto. Either way, support was support, and he appreciated it. It went well. I think I got a lot of points, and I met this really nice girl as well. Irinaka laughed at this. You're so grown up now. Next thing we'll know is that you've had kids with this mystery girl and you're Japan's #1 hero. Izuku blushed at this statement and waved his hands around. What? It's nothing like that, he stammered, which made Irinaka laugh even more. I'm just messing with you, kid. Anyway, I gotta go talk to the boss. See ya later. With that, Irinaka walked towards the boss office. Izuku walked back down to the laboratory to continue researching Eri's quirk. Okay, so let's summarize. It's an emitter stockpiler quirk that stockpiles an unknown variable, and this stockpiled variable can seemingly erase a person from existence. However, according to Eri, It did not erase her father's clothes, implying that it may not work on non-living objects. It's clearly linked to her horn as well, as Aries stated it began sparkling. Perhaps the stockpiled variable is stored in her horn and released via the horn. Izuku quickly started writing this down on a whiteboard, and soon enough he had a couple of theories about Aries' quirk. 1. Aries absorbs light and stores it in her horn. When her quirk is activated, the light energy stored can be used to vaporize living objects. 2. Aries stockpiles kinetic energy gained over time from moving, and this kinetic energy can be released to teleport a living object anywhere in the world. If he had to be completely honest, Izuku was stumped as to how her quirk worked. He'd most likely need to see it in action to determine what it does, but since it's a stockpile quirk with no identifiable source, that could take a while to happen. Suddenly, a notification from his computer alerted him that Nezu had replied to his email. He swiftly opened it to read its contents. Dear Mr. Midoriya Izuku, thank you for the swift reply. I agree with your suggested time and date, and as for the location for our meeting, I would like you to join me at UA so we may talk in the privacy of my office. The gates will allow your entry unimpeded from between 12:30 p.m. to 1 p.m. this coming Saturday. I will await our meeting eagerly. Best regards, Nezu. Izuku let out a sigh of relief that Nezu had agreed with the date he had suggested. He looked at his calendar and saw that he still had 3 days until Saturday, so he could panic later. For now, he could continue researching and hypothesizing about Aries' quirk. And so, he continued that until 5 a.m., at which time he fell asleep at his desk. It was now Saturday, and Izuku walked nervously through the gates of UA in a personal favorite outfit of his, a sea green bomber jacket over a charcoal dress shirt and white tie, with black slacks and red sneakers to top it off. He was relieved when the gates did not automatically shut in his face, but surprised to see the same scruffy man from the entrance exams approach him. The man looked like he was in need of sleep and seemed to prefer being anywhere else. I'll assume you're Izuku Midoriya, right? He asked. Yeah. Izuku replied. The man turned around and began to walk away. Follow me, I'll escort you to Nezu's office. Izuku followed him into the school, analyzing the man to figure out which hero he was. He thought he had heard of him before, but wasn't sure. Why are you looking at me like that? The man asked. Izuku, realizing he had been caught, looked away, flustered. I was just wondering why you seemed so familiar, that's all. The man sighed as they walked up a flight of stairs. It's illogical to care about the name of somebody you may never meet again, he replied. Suddenly, a door in front of them opened to reveal. Izuku covered his mouth as the skeletal man stepped out. To his surprise, All Might laughed. Don't worry, young Midoriya. Aizawa and the rest of the UA staff are well aware of my time limit. Izuku noted how All Might only mentioned a time limit, indicating that discussing one for all with the UA staff was a bad idea. The man, apparently named Aizawa, sighed again. All Might, if you have nothing important to say, then I suggest you return to your paperwork, as you have plenty to work through, Aizawa said coldly. All Might spluttered a bit before returning to the office. Izuku noted that All Might was doing paperwork at UA. Was he perhaps becoming a teacher? It made sense, considering it would allow him to keep an eye on Itsuka while transitioning into retirement. However, Izuku would have to consider this later, as they had arrived outside Nezu's office. Here we are. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take a nap, Aizawa said, turning away and leaving Izuku alone in front of the door. He knocked, and when he heard a cheerful voice reply, "Come in," he entered. Nezu's office was cozy. The back wall was completely glass, showcasing the UA grounds. The other 3 walls were white with dark oak wood accents, complementing the black carpeted floor. The desk in front of the back wall was also dark oak, with a black office chair behind it and a high-end looking PC. In front of Izuku were 2 black leather couches, one occupied by the resident principal and cryptid Nezu, who was pouring himself a cup of tea. Welcome, Midoriya-kun. Would you like some tea? Feel free to take off your jacket. Nezu added. Izuku obliged, hanging his jacket on a nearby coat rack. Tea would be lovely, thanks, he replied, taking a seat on the couch opposite Nezu, which was the perfect mix of soft and firm. Nezu poured a cup of tea for Izuku, who gladly accepted it and found it was Gold Tips Imperial, a brand he enjoyed. So, Midoriya, I'd like to talk to you about quirks, if you were wondering. Nezu started. Izuku looked into the animal's beady little eyes, trying to gauge any emotion, but found it difficult. What kind of quirks? He asked. Perhaps we could start with the quirks of the Irinaka and Nemoto you mentioned in your paper? I am interested to hear what their quirks could be. Izuku spent the next 15 minutes explaining the two Yakuza's quirks in extensive detail, highlighting their strengths, weaknesses, and potential. By the time he finished, Nezu looked impressed. Well, you're an expert at quirks, I'll say that at least. Nezu stated, making Izuku smile. Yeah, but this quirk has been driving me up the wall. I just can't figure out how it works, Izuku replied. Nezu gestured for him to continue. This girl, the granddaughter of the boss, was sent to him by her mother after her quirk somehow made her father, but not his clothes, vanish. So far, all I know is that it's an emitter stockpiler, a mutation of her parents' quirks, and that her horn sparkles when she uses it. I can only assume that it only works on living objects. Nezu sipped his tea and hummed. That does sound like a troubling quirk to figure out. Have you considered taking her to a quirk doctor? Izuku sighed. Well, boss wanted me to do it because I'm good at this stuff, and at this point, I feel like I'd be giving up if I took her to a professional, you know? Nezu hummed thoughtfully. It is not wrong to admit that you need professional help sometimes. Even I often seek out my colleagues for second opinions on decisions. Admitting defeat is often the first step to improving, and if you can never admit your faults, you will never grow as a person. Izuku sipped his tea, letting that nugget of wisdom sink in. Now that he thought about it, he realized he was being selfish by trying to handle everything himself, and it was time to get a qualified person involved. All right, I'll ask the boss to take Eri to a quirk doctor tomorrow, Izuku replied. Nezu nodded, and the room fell silent for a moment. If you don't mind me asking, why do you want to be a hero? Izuku was taken aback by the question and needed a moment to reflect. Initially, he thought it was because he wanted to be a beacon of hope like All Might, but as he pondered further, he uncovered a deeper motivation. I want to prove that a true hero can come from anywhere in society. I want to show those living in the shadows that they can be heroes, no matter their background. That's what I want to prove, Izuku said after a few minutes of contemplation. Nezu smiled at this. Well, that was quite inspiring. If Yagi had not already chosen his successor, I would have recommended you. Izuku felt flattered and smiled back. Unfortunately, I believe we are out of time for now. 2 hours have passed, and I need to get some work done. It was nice chatting with you, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku checked his watch. It was already 3 p.m. He quickly got up from the couch and thanked Nezu for his time before being scooted out of the school by Aizawa. As he exited the school gate and waved goodbye to his apathetic SE, Izuku smiled to himself as he walked to the train station. Today had been a good day. Izuku sat in his room casually reading a biology book, a subject that helped him with his quirk, while the boss and Eri were at the quirk doctor for a professional opinion on her quirk. Kurono was somewhere. Izuku often didn't know where Kurono was, and today was no exception. Suddenly, the door opened to reveal Nemoto, who was holding an envelope. Your letter arrived from Yue, he stated before tossing it onto Izuku's bed and leaving. Nemoto had gone from outrage to silently disapproving of Izuku attending Yue, which Izuku considered a massive improvement. Now, his focus was on the envelope from Yue. Izuku hesitated for a moment before eagerly opening it with his quirk. Out fell a couple of pieces of paper and a strange disc. He recognized it as a newer model of a hologram disc. After a few seconds, it activated, and Izuku jumped at the sudden voice of the man in the hologram. I am here. As a hologram. All Might exclaimed, wearing a bright mustard yellow suit. Young Midoriya, to say your results in the entrance exam were good is an understatement. Not only did you come first in the written exam, but you also topped the practical exam with 78 villain points and 60 rescue points. What are rescue points, you may ask? A true hero is someone who risks their life to help others, And you demonstrated that. All Might pointed at a screen behind him, showing a replay of Izuku taking out the zero-pointer and healing the ghost girl. That right there captures the essence of being a hero. You will be accepted to UA Hero course in Class 1A. Now, come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. Izuku couldn't hold back the tears as he absorbed the news. He continued to cry until Kurono burst through the door, startling him. "Yeah," Izuku said. "Oi Izuku, did you also get into UA?" Kurono asked. Izuku nodded shakily, and Kurono pumped his fist. "Oh heck yeah. It'd be boring there without you. We should call it Suka to see if she made it in." Izuku pointed at the hologram. "No need. She came in second place," he replied. Kurono came over to look at the top 10 results. Izuku Midoriya, 138 points, 78 villain and 60 rescue. Itsuka Kendo, 120 points, 60 villain and 60 rescue. Katsuki Bakugo, 77 points, 77 villain and 0 rescue. Ijiro Kirishima, 74, 39 villain and 35 rescue. Reiko Yanagi, 73, 28 villain and 45 rescue. Ibara Shiozaki, 68, 36 villain and 32 rescue. Ochako Uraraka, 65, 25 villain and 40 rescue. Tenya Ida, 61, 52 villain and 9 rescue. Tetsu, 59, 49 villain and 10 rescue. Fumikage Tokoyami, 57, 47 villain and 10 rescue. "Okay, so you did pretty well," Kurono teased, and Izuku rolled his eyes. "I hope Bakugo isn't upset about the results." "He wasn't exactly welcoming to those who outperformed him," Izuku said. Katsuki Bakugo was indeed upset. Not only had he not come in first, but he had also placed third. He couldn't even remember the last time he finished in second or third place. In a fit of rage, he smashed the hologram disc. How dare someone think they were better than him? He hoped they were in Class 1A too, just so he could prove he was the best. If he wasn't the best, then what was he? Bakugo decided not to answer that question. It would only lead to doubt, which could ruin everything. He couldn't afford to doubt himself, especially not with a class full of potential rivals. He had laughed when he heard about the quirks of others that had been rejected from every hero school, but now he felt the pressure of competition. He needed to stay mentally and physically confident to maintain his top position. But then there were those names he recognized: Itsuka Kendo and Izuku Midoriya. He wasn't sure about Kendo, but he was certain he had encountered Izuku before. Where had he met him? The entrance exam? No, he hadn't seen anyone outshining him there. Middle school? He couldn't recall anyone's names, but he was sure he was the only one heading to UA. Bakugo groaned and flopped onto his bed. He wouldn't get anywhere with these questions, so he decided to sleep instead. As he drifted off, he dreamt of a strange green-haired boy he felt he had seen before. Meanwhile, Izuku, Kendo, and Kurono stood outside the school in their new uniforms. Izuku wasn't fond of uniforms. They made him feel less individual. He left his jacket open and rolled up the sleeves, opting for his red high tops and white gloves. "Are we going inside or just staring?" Kurono asked. Izuku and Kendo snapped out of their stupor and began walking forward, leaving Kurono to catch up. "Nerves?" Kurono asked sympathetically. Kendo nodded, and Izuku managed a grunt of confirmation. "Listen, you two are the best in the year based on the entrance exam. You have S+ ranked quirks that will easily place you in the top 10 after UA. Just go in and show what you can do." This encouragement helped replace their nerves with confidence as they walked through the front door, bidding farewell to Kurono, who was in a different tower. As Izuku and Kendo approached the massive Class 1A door, they hesitated before opening it, only to be met with a heated argument. "That is no way to act. We are UA students and should show more care for equipment," a tall, loud student yelled. Izuku recognized him as the blue-haired guy. "From the exams." Bakugo shot back. "What kind of stick did your old school shove up your butt?" "I'm Tenya Ida from Somei Junior High School," the tall student replied, frustration evident in his voice. "Somei? Aren't you an elitist? That's just more reason to end your but when we finally get to fight." Bakugo retorted. Ida, noticing Izuku and Kendo at the door, quickly approached them. Hello, I'm Tenya. We heard. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and this is my friend Itsuka Kendo. Nice to meet you, Izuku said, sounding unsure. Ida focused on Izuku. Midoriya-kun, I apologize for my rudeness at the exams. You had every right to respond, and I see now that you were far more perceptive to the true nature of the exam. Izuku laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his head. He appreciated the praise, even if he didn't feel he deserved it. Before Bakugo could respond, a voice from behind Izuku interrupted. I'm glad to see we meet again. Izuku turned to see the ghost girl from the exam. Recognition lit up his face. Oh, you made it in too. That's great. I'm Izuku Midoriya. My name is Reiko Yanagi. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Midori. If you're just here to socialize, do everyone a favor and quit while you're ahead, a tired voice said from the ground behind Reiko. They turned to see a figure that looked like a yellow caterpillar, but it was just Mr. Aizawa in a sleeping bag. This is the Department of Heroics, he stated, pulling out a yogurt pack and slurping it. Izuku sensed the rest of the class wondering who this man was, while he thought about where to find a sleeping bag like that, which looked incredibly comfortable. I bought mine from Nebukuro Camping Supplies, Midoriya. Now shut up, he heard the man say, realizing he had muttered that aloud. Blushing, he watched as Aizawa hobbled into the room, shedding his sleeping bag to reveal his hero costume. He approached the podium and grabbed a box from beneath it. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Grab a uniform and get changed, then head to the training grounds. Lateness will not be excused, Aizawa explained. Before anyone could fully process that he was their teacher, he walked back out the door, leaving a group of confused teenagers. I guess we do what he said, a boy with red hair suggested, and everyone agreed. So, Aizawa-sensei seems kind of strict, huh? A boy with yellow hair and a black streak said. By the way, the name's Denki Kaminari, he added. Yeah, I don't want to risk being late when he's our teacher. He looks meaner than the Pomeranian over there. Hantasiro, by the way, said a boy with unusual elbows, pointing at Bakugo, who was focused on getting dressed. Izuku was doing the same but listened in on the conversation. Speaking of Bakugo, didn't he come in third place? Just call me Sato as well, Sato pointed out. Izuku noticed Bakugo pause at the mention of his name. Yeah, and even then, the point gap between him and that kendo girl was insane. It was around 40 points or something. Siro added. Oh, Midoriya-kun, didn't you get first place? Ida asked. Izuku felt everyone's gaze on him, including Bakugo's intense glare. He laughed nervously as he zipped up his sports jacket. Yeah, I guess I did kind of do that, didn't I? You're surprisingly casual about getting first place, Midoriya. I'm Ajuru, just so you all know, Ajuru stated. Izuku shrugged. I guess it's still kind of setting in that I really did that, he said. However, he had to exit the conversation as he was ready, preferring to be early to Aizawa than late. He left the changing room and jogged over to where Aizawa was. So far, he seemed to be the only one there. Oh, you're early. Good, you'll want to keep that trait if you graduate, Aizawa said. Izuku noted the instead of when, but decided to ask Aizawa something that had been on his mind. Aizawa-sensei, you said it's illogical to learn the name of someone you might not meet again, but now that you'll probably have me as a student for a while, could you tell me your hero name? I swear I've seen you before, but I can't remember where, Izuku asked. Aizawa looked at him before sighing. It's Eraserhead. I won't be surprised if you haven't. Oh my god, you're the erasure hero Eraserhead. Now I remember. Your quirk can erase people's quirks, which makes it. Izuku was cut off by a menacing red glow from Aizawa's eyes. I wasn't aware I had fans, but whatever. Just don't do whatever that was about me again, Aizawa growled. Izuku sheepishly nodded, and Aizawa dropped the glare. A bit later, Bakugo stomped into view along with Kendo, a girl with a black ponytail, and Ida not far behind. After a few minutes, everyone was out, with a boy who was literally sparkling taking the longest. That was far too long for most of you. You'll need to be faster if you want to be a good pro. Anyway, on to today's topic. We will be doing a quirk apprehension test, Aizawa announced. There was a lot of muttering at that statement, but only one person spoke out. But what about the opening ceremony? Or orientation? A girl who was literally invisible asked. I'm going to be honest, I'm doing you a favor. Unless you want to hear Nezu talk about fur metaphors for an hour, you wouldn't have any fun. Anyway, Midoriya, Aizawa said, and Izuku perked up at the mention of his name. Aizawa threw a ball to him, which he dropped and then picked back up. You were the highest scorer on the entrance exam. How far could you throw a ball in middle school? Aizawa asked. I'd know. I was homeschooled, Izuku replied. Aizawa sighed. Whatever. Step inside this white circle and throw it as far as you can. You're allowed to use your quirk to make it go further, as long as you don't exit the circle. Izuku nodded and stepped inside the circle, contemplating how to use his quirk. The most obvious solution was to throw it and then use a spike to hit it again, but that might backfire due to the shape of the ball. After thinking for a few more seconds, he nodded. He lowered an ungloved hand to the ground, causing cracks to form in a circle around him. In a moment he was lifted high above the ground. Theoretically, he should be able to throw it further from that height. Once he reached the height of the UA towers, he paused to catch his breath. Then he placed the ball on the ground and touched it again, causing 4 spikes to pop out and hold the ball. Once it was secure, Izuku sent the spikes as far as he could, and when they reached their limit, he made them aim and throw the ball as hard as they could. I hope that was what Aizawa-sensei wanted, Izuku muttered as he made his way back down, transforming his descent into a spiral slide. Once he reached the bottom, he quickly disassembled the tower and reassembled it, ensuring the ground looked untouched. Turning to Aizawa and the rest of his class, he noticed Aizawa focused on his phone while the others appeared impressed by his abilities. For 78.3 m, not bad for someone with a quirk that doesn't enhance strength, Aizawa remarked, showing the phone that recorded the distance he threw the ball. Izuku smiled, pleased with his result, and returned to his classmates. So we can use our quirks however we want? Awesome! Kaminari exclaimed. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be totally fun, added a girl with pink skin. Looks like fun, you say? Aizawa's tone shifted the atmosphere from excitement to apprehension. Were you planning to spend the next 3 years of your life just having fun? In that case, I guess I'll just expel whoever comes last, seeing as they have absolutely zero potential. Got it? Panic spread among the students, but Izuku remained calm. He suspected it was a tactic to motivate them, similar to what Nemoto would do to encourage him to finish his work on time. Still, he decided it was best to give his all. He scanned the crowd and noticed that only a girl with a wild ponytail seemed unbothered. Guess she figured it out too. Us teachers at UA have more freedom with our classes than most other schools, which includes the ability to expel students at will, Aizawa continued, surprisingly smiling as he pushed his hair out of his face. Welcome to the Department of Heroics. Everyone lined up in front of Aizawa, who yawned as he looked over them. Most students appeared tired, except for a few, including Izuku, Bakugo, Kendo, the girl with the ponytail, and Shoto Todoroki. Right, time to face the music. It's illogical to show you all your scores one at a time, so I'll show them all at once, he stated, clicking a button to project the results. Momo Yaoyorozu had come in first, Shoto Todoroki second, Kendo third, Bakugo fourth, and Izuku fifth. Yanagi, who had used her telekinesis effectively, placed eighth, while Toru Hagakure, the invisible girl, was at the bottom and visibly trembling. Oh, I was lying about expulsion, Aizawa added. A chorus of what? Erupted from around Izuku. Aizawa smiled again, this time less menacingly, as if he rarely smiled and had forgotten part of how to do it. That was a logical ruse to motivate you. You all have potential for now, so you won't be leaving. Your quirk apprehension test has concluded. Head back to the classroom once you've changed and grab a curriculum sheet to review. Present Mike will arrive shortly to start your English lesson. With that, Aizawa walked away. It was just a logical ruse? Kendo asked, more as a rhetorical question. I mean, it was kind of obvious, Momo and Izuku said in unison. Kendo looked between them, then sighed. No, you guys are just smart, she said. Thank you. I know, Momo and Izuku replied together again. Why do we keep talking at the same time? Izuku wondered. Momo shrugged. Perhaps you are both of the same lineage, separated long ago, and now brought together by fate, Yanagi suggested. Izuku looked at Yanagi, trying to understand, but failed. He glanced at Momo and saw confusion mirrored in her eyes, then looked back at Yanagi. She means maybe your long-lost relatives, Tokoyami, a boy with a bird head, clarified. Izuku nodded in appreciation. Who knows? Let's just head back to the classroom. After receiving nods and sounds of agreement, the group of 5 returned to class. Unbeknownst to Izuku, a certain blonde-haired boy with an explosive personality was watching him. One thought consumed Katsuki Bakugo as he observed Izuku Midoriya walk away. Where do I know you from, Midoriya-Izuku? Izuku entered the Shy Hasaikai compound as usual, nodding at the various thugs scattered around. It had been a relatively easy day at UA, which made sense since it was the first day. It felt strange to see pro heroes like Present Mike discussing English, and Eraserhead was unique to say the least. So, when's your first heroics class? Kurono asked as they walked through the front door. With Midnight as his homeroom teacher, Kurono seemed to be doing well. Tomorrow, I think, Izuku replied. Suddenly, a small figure emerged from a doorway. Izuku, Kurono, I got my quirk. Eri called out with a tiny smile. The boss followed her with a concerned expression. Izuku noticed this and raised an eyebrow. The boss sighed. Izuku, come with me. Kurono, stay with Eri, he said before walking back into the room he had just exited. Izuku followed him, closing the door behind them. So, I'm guessing her quirk is destructive? Izuku asked. The boss nodded. It's called rewind. From what we know, she can rewind any living being or object back to a previous state. When I mentioned that you studied her quirk strains, they basically shrugged and said, figure it out yourself, the boss explained. Izuku's eyes widened. A quirk like that was practically unheard of and could support the quirk singularity theory published years ago. So are you saying she rewinded her father out of existence? Yes, the boss confirmed. Izuku was taken aback. He wondered if her father truly disappeared or if he simply reverted to an earlier state. He needed to look further into this quirk. Anyways, you can tell Kurono if he gets curious and asks. Right now, I've got to sign Eri up for some quirk counseling. I think your counselor is still working, actually. The boss trailed off. Izuku nodded and left the room, deciding to let the boss have his thoughts. He opened the door to see Kurono and Eri chatting happily, and Izuku smiled. Hey Eri, wanna hear what UA is like? He asked. The entire class was waiting in anticipation for their first class with All Might, the #1 hero. Spending 10 months near him had desensitized Kendo and Izuku a bit, but it was still exciting. However, the class was confused when Aizawa walked in instead of All Might. Before anyone could ask, Aizawa explained, All Might was supposed to teach you today, but his lesson plan made us realize he needs a crash course in education. Nezu will be personally teaching him how to teach for the next 2 weeks. Until then, you'll be stuck with me. Disappointment swept through the class, but Aizawa's quick use of his quirk silenced them. Grab your costumes and get ready. I'll be waiting for you in Gym Gamma. Don't be late, he said, clicking a button that caused cases to appear from the wall. Excitement replaced disappointment as everyone rushed to grab their cases, which were branded with their seat numbers. Izuku opted to wait until the others finished, along with Reiko and Tokoyami. Kendo and Ida attempted to calm the crowd but soon gave up once they got their cases. Finally, they grabbed their own. I really hope Kurono was right when he said this would suit me. Izuku muttered. May I ask who this Kurono is? Reiko inquired. Remember that guy who came out of the vents yesterday? Izuku! Kurono yelled as he burst out of the vents, startling Izuku, Kendo, Reiko, Momo, and Tokoyami, who were on their way to the cafeteria for lunch. Help me! The pink demon is after me. The what? Izuku asked, confused. Where are you going, designer-kun? I need you to help me make babies. A voice from deeper within the vents called out. Suddenly, Kurono was being pulled back into the vent. Izuku! Kurono cried as he was dragged away until he could no longer be heard. The group fell silent for a moment before Tokoyami broke the quiet. "What a mad banquet of darkness," he remarked. "Ah, was Designer-kun this Kurono you speak of?" "Yep. Still don't know who the pink demon is or what she did, but he seemed traumatized." "Should we have done something about it?" Tokoyami asked. If Kurono was truly in trouble, he would have used his quirk," Izuku replied. "Well, it is time for me to depart from the conversation. I shall meet you both at Gym Gamma," Reiko said as she turned toward her changing room. Izuku and Tokoyami entered the male changing rooms shortly after, and Izuku opened his case to see his new outfit. He had to admit, Kurono knew how to design a costume. It was a black jumpsuit made of thick, insulated material, with sea green accents. The gloves extended to his elbows and had cuffs that retracted, allowing him to use his quirk. The respirator was breathable and made him feel like every other breath he had taken in his life had been low quality. His favorite part was the sea green fur collar, reminiscent of his favorite jacket. Overall, it was far better than the original design he had intended to submit. "Hey Izuku, what's that?" Kurono asked as he walked past Izuku into the lab, where Izuku was sitting at the bench scribbling on a piece of paper. "Costume design request. I gotta send it in by next week," Izuku replied quickly. Kurono narrowed his eyes and walked over to take a closer look. When he saw what Izuku had drawn, he sighed and snatched it from the bench, surprising his friend. "What hey?" Izuku exclaimed as he turned to face Kurono, who looked disappointed and a little miffed. "Izuku." "No," Kurono simply stated. "What do you mean no?" Izuku asked. "You can't just have your hero costume be your casual clothes." Kurono yelled, pointing at what Izuku had drawn. It was just a sketch of his favorite outfit, fur collar and all. "Actually, you know what? Wait here for an hour, I'll be right back." Then Kurono used his quirk, leaving Izuku momentarily frozen in place. "Welp, guess I'll be here for a while," he thought. An hour later, Kurono returned, and the effects of his quirk faded, allowing Izuku to stand back up. Kurono shoved the request form back into Izuku's hands, looking both tired and proud. "Submit that. And I swear, if you change it back, there's no force on this planet that will stop me from getting you," Kurono said before walking away. Izuku was left dumbstruck, holding just the request sheet. Well, if Kurono designed it, it'd probably be fine. Looking around the changing room, Izuku noticed that everyone else had pretty good outfits as well. Except for maybe Sato and Koda, whose banana yellow spandex was questionable, and shorts that just looked ridiculous. Todoroki's outfit was also less than appealing. Izuku's favorites were probably Aoyama and Ida, with Bakugo being pretty high up as well. Now that he had seen the boys' costumes, he was excited to see the girls' outfits too. Izuku was the first guy out, and as he stepped out, he noticed a couple of girls approaching. "Oh, hey Izuku," Kendo called out. As soon as he saw her costume, it immediately climbed to the top of his favorites list. She wore a turquoise blue cheapao paired with a black corset and a loose brown belt, with black shorts underneath. The black domino mask completed the look. "Nice costume, Mitsuka," Izuku said, turning to look at Reiko, who stood next to her. Now, Izuku Midoriya had never considered himself to have a FTSH, but that day he discovered a newfound appreciation for girls in knee-length kimonos. Or maybe it was girls with masks. Wait, no, was it the fluffy collars? "Midoriya," Reiko said, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Huh," Izuku replied, realizing he had been spacing out. Reiko looked slightly concerned. "Are you quite all right?" "You weren't responding," she explained. Izuku, blushing, looked away. "Sorry, I was, thinking about something," he muttered. Just then, Kendo chimed in, "Let's just get to Gym Gamma. We don't want to keep Aizawa waiting." Reiko and Izuku nodded in agreement, and the trio headed towards the gym. When they opened the door, they saw Aizawa talking to a trio of students they didn't recognize. One was a tall, skinny guy with long hair and electric yellow eyes, wearing a midnight blue leather jacket adorned with gold studs. Underneath, he wore a lighter blue vest and a black shirt, with black leather breathes and midnight blue boots that seemed to have amps on them. He also had an electric guitar slung across his back. The second student was shorter, with messy white hair and gray eyes. He wore a sleeveless ice blue puffer jacket with a white fur collar over a white turtleneck, complemented by ice blue gauntlets and baggy white briefs. His outfit suggested he might have an ice quirk. The final member of the group was a girl with long black hair highlighted in yellow, pulled into a high ponytail. She wore a black sports bra with a golden spiderweb pattern and matching briefs that connected to her shoes. "Ah, you three are early. I'll wait for the rest of the class to arrive before explaining. It's pointless to explain something twice," Aizawa said. The guy with purple hair smiled at them. "Sup, kois? I'm your friendly neighborhood second year. I'm Korya Denryu. The guy over there is Kyosuke Himura, and the girl is Futiki Joshi." Kyosuke nodded while Futiki simply grunted. Just then, the door opened and most of the class entered, chatting among themselves. When the last person, Ida, walked in, Aizawa began explaining. "Today you will be doing a simple sparring exercise, where your goal is to force your opponent to surrender or be immobilized. However, I have decided to have some help, so your senpais will be assisting. These three are considered the big three of the second year. Not as experienced as the big three of the third year, but they'll likely be just as good, if not better, by the time they reach their third year. I'm tired, so I'll be taking a nap. Listen to them or you'll be expelled," Aizawa explained before walking off and climbing into his sleeping bag. "Alright, here's how it's gonna work." Koryu yelled, making everyone jump. Kyosuke, he's the short guy, and Futiki, she's the girl, will watch you guys fight to make sure you're not going too far, got it? Everyone affirmed, and Koryu grinned. "Great. Pick a partner, preferably someone you don't know, and pick a spot in the gym. Once I say go, you can start sparring. And remember, don't do any more than what's necessary, got it?" "Great." With that, the class dispersed to find a partner. Izuku was going to pick Kendo or Reiko, but since he was advised not to, he decided to find someone else. "Good luck," he said as he left Reiko and Kendo to find their own partners. He looked around to see who was available. There were a couple of candidates, but Izuku wasn't sure who he should choose. Suddenly, he heard Bakugo yell, "Earthbender, fight me." Izuku spun around, feeling that wasn't the best nickname. He sighed and shrugged. "If you really want to," he said as he went to find a place to fight. Bakugo soon positioned himself on the opposite side and began stretching. "Where the hell do I know you from?" Izuku heard Bakugo murmur. Izuku hummed, unsure of what he meant. "Where do I know you from, Diamenet? I know we know each other from somewhere, so tell me." Bakugo yelled. Izuku thought about this for a moment. Revealing he was Deku might not end well, but not telling Bakugo could backfire. He needed to find a compromise. Suddenly, he remembered the Sludge incident. "We met when you were attacked by the Sludge villain, remember? Same with Itsuka," Izuku said, hoping Bakugo would accept that. However, mentioning the Sludge villain seemed to anger him even more. "God damn it goes even further back than." "Start!" Koryu yelled. Not a moment later, Bakugo was blasting towards Izuku, propelled by his explosions. Izuku barely managed to retract the gloves into his cuffs before dodging Bakugo's attack, feeling the heat of the explosions on his cheek. "Die, you," Bakugo screeched as Izuku slammed a hand onto the ground, tensing it. The sound of the ground being disassembled echoed as the destruction headed towards Bakugo. He flew upwards to dodge it but was caught off guard by spikes that emerged moments later. While he didn't get impaled, he did sustain a cut on his thigh and cheek, making him grimace. "OF with that stupid gimmick," he yelled as he charged at Izuku again. Izuku tried to dodge, but Bakugo anticipated it and redirected himself to launch an explosion at Izuku's back. Thankfully, Kurono had specified a material that could withstand explosives, but Izuku's neck still felt burnt despite the fur collar. Wincing in pain, Izuku decided to erect a wall between him and Bakugo to think. Bakugo has an incredibly versatile quirk that can do almost anything if he puts his mind to it. The only way to fight a versatile quirk is to limit its options and force it to stick to only a couple of moves instead of multiple. The easiest way to do that is to have the environment against them. Izuku thought. Now that he had a plan, he felt empowered. He slammed his hand back on the ground and disassembled the foundations, creating walls around them while also taking down the one between them. I've limited your movements, Bakugo. If you surrender now, it'll be easier in the long run, Izuku said, which made Bakugo snarl. Shut your mouth, you DMN nerd. Just because you can make a wall doesn't mean anything, Bakugo growled before charging forward again. This is getting quite repetitive, Izuku thought as he placed his hand on the ground once more and created a series of spikes, this time more calculated to limit Bakugo's movements rather than hit him directly. That's it, I don't care, I'm using it, Bakugo yelled, catching Izuku off guard. Just what was it? As Izuku made all the spikes, he realized how much they impaired his vision, making it impossible to see what Bakugo was doing. You know, my gauntlets aren't just for style, that they also store my sweat, Bakugo began, and as he said it, Izuku realized what was happening. So when I pull the trigger, it all comes out as one massive explosion. Izuku slammed his hand onto the ground and made a wall, but it wasn't enough. A massive explosion, easily bigger than any of Bakugo's natural explosions, blasted through the wall, knocking Izuku back with debris. Even the wall behind him shattered, sending him crashing against the gym's back wall. It was at that point that Izuku gained a greater respect for fur collars, as his was so thick that it cushioned his head. He looked ahead to see Bakugo approaching him. Alright, you shitstain, now that I've beaten you, tell me where I know you from. Bakugo demanded. However, before he could take another step, a blur of midnight blue, purple and electric blue smacked into Bakugo, knocking him out. The blur grabbed Bakugo and tossed him over to Futiki, whose arms turned into string and wrapped him up. Then, the blur stopped, revealing Koryu, who had sparks of electricity arcing all over his body. Jesus, what the hell happened? I could see his explosions a bit before you put up a wall, and they weren't that big, Koryu asked, the sparks fading after a second. Izuku got up to stand before answering. He said it was because he stored sweat in his gauntlets so he could make bigger explosions, Izuku explained. Koryu sighed. That shouldn't even be legal, really. And considering what he did with them, I'll ask Aizawa to remove them from him until he cools off. Anyway, now that he's out cold, you don't have anyone to fight. Koryu said. He thought for a moment before grinning and snapping his fingers. Oh, I got an idea. He exclaimed, Hey, everyone. Can I get your attention? Everyone stopped fighting to look at their senpai, who now looked extremely excited. Due to your classmate being a dumbass, we're a person short. So, how about this, all of you fight all of me? That statement sent the entire class into excited shouting. Koryu smiled and walked to the center of the gym. Don't be too rough, Koryu. Last time you did this to Karaguchi and Akabara, they walked funny for a week, Kyosuke said. Mina, Kaminari, and Siro chuckled a bit at that, and Futiki slapped him across the back of the head. Dude, wording, she stated, to which Kyosuke mumbled an apology. After that, the entire class, sans Bakugo, prepared in front of Koryu, who currently had his guitar out and was lightly strumming it. You know, I got a lot of pent-up stress to release. What with work studies starting up again, homework, and just helping out around the place, I've barely had any time to just let loose. Koryu said, Kyosuke, will you do the honors? Kyosuke sighed and began counting down in a monotone voice. 3, 2, 1, start. The class pushed forward at that, being led by Kendo and Ida, the fastest in the class. However, none of them were prepared for Koryu's first attack. The entire class felt their ears being tortured as Koryu began to absolutely slay the guitar, playing perhaps the most amazing guitar solo Izuku had heard in his entire life. However, he'd find it easier to enjoy if the amps didn't amplify the sound so loud that the entire building was vibrating. Izuku knew that if this went on, he wouldn't be able to continue, so he quickly thought and overhauled his ears to block them off. With his sense of hearing removed, he could now actively focus on moving forward. When Koryu saw this, he smirked and began moving toward Kaminari after a final strum from his guitar. Kaminari saw this and smirked back. Izuku saw Kaminari moving his mouth, but he realized he still couldn't hear it because he hadn't undone his ears. He quickly did so to hear what Kaminari was saying. 1.3 million volts, he exclaimed, sending a torrent of electricity at Koryu as everyone else jumped away from the uncontrollable mass of electricity. However, Kaminari's smirk was replaced with shock as Koryu absorbed the electricity. "Your quirk," Koryu said as the electricity began arcing around him again, "actively benefits my own," he yelled as he sped forward and kicked Kaminari, knocking him back into Jairu and Kirishima, taking all three of them out. An iceberg erupted from where Todoroki slammed his foot down, but Koryu dodged it with ease, appearing in front of the boy. "Kaspa cuff," Koryu yelled as the electricity increased around his right arm and he punched Todoroki in the gut, sending him flying back into the wall. Izuku suddenly realized something as he watched his senior fight. Koryu seemed to emit electricity and had super strength and speed, similar to Kendo. However, he also absorbed the electricity that Kaminari flung at him. By this logic, Izuku concluded that Koryu's quirk let him absorb electricity and turn it into raw power, which must mean he had a limit to how much electricity he could store. The challenge was knowing how much electricity was put into each attack, or how much he even had stored up. Izuku threw all caution to the wind and decided to try something. He put his hand on the ground and focused all his attention on what he was attempting to do. Suddenly, the ground beneath Koryu shattered and reassembled, creating a box around him. Izuku made sure to leave a couple of holes so that Koryu could breathe. However, Izuku was not expecting a mass of electricity to stream through these holes, which formed into the shape of Koryu. "You thought I could only turn electricity into power, didn't you?" he asked with a sly grin. "However, you didn't expect me to also be able to turn my body into pure electricity for a moment, did you?" It was now dawning on Izuku exactly how Koryu was considered one of the best that UA had to offer. And he wasn't even at the top. He was just near the top. A blur of turquoise smacked into Koryu, sending the gloating teen into a wall. "This guy is no joke," Kendo said as she was revealed to be the one that hit Koryu. Izuku decided that this would be his last chance to get Koryu and went to make a dome around where the dust was still settling around him. However, before he could respond, he felt a light tapping on his shoulder. "Hey, at least you tried," Koryu said. Izuku stood up and turned to face him, surprised. But nothing could prepare him for Koryu's sudden move. "Ball breaker," he exclaimed as his foot connected with Izuku. The world seemed to go silent as everyone felt what had happened. Hari Kurono cringed and let out a single tear as a girl with pink hair dragged him towards the support studio. Toshinori Yagi felt a pain reminiscent of his battles as he recalled lessons from Nezu. Kasoku Karaguchi turned pale for no apparent reason while helping Akabara Nimuri with science. Shin Nemoto felt a wave of pride as he collected the protection fee from the flower shop owner. Almost everyone was saddened by the trauma inflicted on Izuku, hoping for his quick recovery as consciousness slipped away from him. Izuku groggily opened his eyes to find himself in a clinic. A moment later, he recognized it as Recovery Girl's clinic and tried to remember why he was there. Sparring. Bakugo. Koryu. Ballbreaker. Oh, now he remembered. He had been kicked hard enough to lose consciousness. Reflecting on the session, he realized he hadn't performed well. His quirk was powerful, yet Bakugo had come close to defeating him. Was Bakugo simply more experienced? Maybe Izuku hadn't taken him seriously enough? He sighed, unsure if it was from exhaustion or frustration. "Hey, you're finally awake," a familiar voice said. Izuku turned to see Koryu sitting in a chair next to the bed. "What do you want?" Izuku asked, ready to get it over with. I guess I wanted to apologize," Koryu replied. Izuku raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. "I mean, it was kinda rude to kick you during a sparring match. A Kaspa cuff or a rainbow rising would have sufficed. Do you have the time to listen to me vent?" Izuku hummed and sat up. "Knock yourself out." "Yeah, well, I've been kind of stressed recently. I like helping people by volunteering, but doing that every day for the last 2 weeks really wore me out without me realizing it. And during the holidays, Tensei had me working a lot at the agency. It doesn't take a genius to see that leaves little room for free time," Koryu vented, picking at his slacks. Izuku noted he was still in his school uniform. He contemplated Koryu's hard work and realized he admired his dedication to helping others, even without material gain. "You're a pretty cool guy, Koryu," Izuku said, unsure if Koryu wanted advice. Koryu snickered, crossing his arms. "If you say so." He stretched and added, "While I'm here, why don't you tell me about your quirk? It looks like simple earth manipulation, but quirks are never that straightforward. There's always a catch or secret part to it." Izuku raised an eyebrow, curious about Koryu's interest in his quirk. Koryu seemed to sense his hesitation and held his hands up. "Hey, I'm just curious. Anyway, I might be able to help you find a different way to use it," he explained. Izuku considered what Koryu said and shrugged. "Alright, my quirk's called Overhaul. To put it simply, I can disassemble and reassemble any matter I touch with my hands," Izuku explained. Koryu put his hand to his chin and hummed. "So, if you disassembled my arms, could you reassemble them differently? Like, shift all my fingers onto one hand or just have both arms attached at the same shoulder?" Koryu asked. Izuku shuddered at the thought. "I don't really use my quirk on living people like that except for healing, but I'd assume I could?" Izuku replied. Koryu considered this. "Any reason why you don't like using it on people?" Koryu asked. "Personal reasons," Izuku answered quickly, perhaps too quickly. Koryu's eyebrows raised in realization, but he quickly corrected it. "Hey Midoriya, do you live with your parents by any chance?" Koryu asked. Izuku's lack of a reply told Koryu all he needed to know. He sighed and looked into his lap. "Sorry for prodding," he apologized. That can't be easy to deal with. I'd recommend maybe going to Hound Dog sometime. He's kind of scary, but he's good at helping people." Izuku looked at Koryu, feeling tears welling up in his eyes. Thank you, Denryu-senpai," Izuku said. Koryu simply waved it away. "Koryu's fine. And don't thank me, I was just doing what anyone should," he replied before standing up. "Anyways, the school day ended a minute or so before you woke up, so you better get ready to go. See ya." With that, Koryu left, grabbing his bag and a guitar case from beside the chair he was sitting on. After he closed the door behind him, Recovery Girl came out of her office. "You should be fine to go now, Midoriya. Hopefully, we'll never need to meet anytime soon," she stated. Izuku nodded and quickly left to grab his things. Today had been eventful, and he had some things to think about, including the possibility of visiting Hound Dog, who was apparently some kind of counselor. Izuku figured there wasn't any reason not to go. Maybe he'd organize a visit for after school the day after tomorrow? He probably wouldn't be too tired after their heroics class that day. 2 days later, Izuku would learn he should be careful not to jinx himself. 3 figures sat in a bar in Yokohama. "Have you memorized your role tomorrow, Tamura?" A man wearing a lab coat over a dress shirt asked, his voice slightly muffled by the beak-like mask he was wearing. The other man, with light blue hair and disembodied hands over his body, scoffed. "What kind of noob do you take me for?" "Of course, I remember my quest for tomorrow," he rasped back, not even looking up from his handheld game console. The man with the bird beak mask narrowed his eyes in contempt. He'd never admit it in front of the man-child, but he despised Tamura Shigaraki. He had no experience in making deals or convincing people to join his cause. He whined when things went wrong, and perhaps most annoyingly, his goals and motivations were shallow at best. "Sure, even if you kill All Might, what then? Are you simply creating chaos because you can?" It just didn't make sense. Perhaps even more annoying was how All for One vouched for the man-child and encouraged him. Honestly, he had no idea why All for One would pick a whiny and impatient child over him. He was everything that Shigaraki wasn't and a far better choice to succeed All for One. Sure, he didn't even like quirks, but if it was about quirks, then his quirk was literally better than Shigaraki's. He could control it, he instantly blew up anything he touched when he activated his quirk, and he only needed 1 finger, not 5. Truly, his quirk was superior to decay. At least the doctor recognized his talents. At least the doctor trusted him to design his own Nomu. At least he was creating the Nomu that would destroy All Might. At the end of this era, people would not talk of All Might, Tamura Shigaraki, or even All for One. They would talk only of Kai Chisaki, the man who would cure this society of quirks. "Alright class, today you'll be deciding your class presidents," Aizawa stated as he entered the classroom, shedding his sleeping bag. The entire class broke out in excited chatter, which was quickly silenced by one of Aizawa's trademark glares. When the class was silent, he continued, "You can choose by yourself. I don't care how you do it, just have it done by the end of the PRD." He then returned to his sleeping bag to rest. Once the sleeping bag was zipped up, the voices returned at twice the volume. Izuku wondered if this was what it was like in Class 1B. "Oh, pick me. I can breakdance," Mina shouted from her seat. "If you pick me, I'll..." What can class presidents do?" Kaminari trailed off. "I'm the strongest, so I should be the leader." Bakugo snarled. Shiro raised an eyebrow. "What? Kendo would beat your butt in a fight. She sure beat Yaoyorozu's yesterday," Shiro commented. Bakugo's face contorted in rage, but thankfully Ida spoke before Bakugo could react. "Everyone, we will never reach a conclusion at this rate. I say we hold a vote to see who people want as their class president," Ida suggested. "People will just vote for themselves, won't they?" Jairu pointed out. In response, Ida gestures emphatically. "Then whoever gets the most votes is clearly the most deserving of the role," he declares. Nobody can find any other flaws, so once Yaoyorozu uses her quirk to create some paper, everyone begins writing names. As she collects the votes and counts them at the front, Izuku writes in his notebook, not expecting to get the role. Imagine his surprise when he and Kendo are announced as president and vice president, respectively. Izuku whispers to himself as he stands at the front of the class with Kendo beside him. "I got the role?" he asks. "It would seem so," Aizawa replies, waking from his hibernation. "So, what are my duties?" Izuku questions. "Meetings every Friday afternoon and I resign," Izuku states calmly. The room goes dead quiet. You're resigning?" Aizawa asks, genuinely surprised. Izuku nods. "Itsuka can be the president, and Yaoyorozu can be her vice. I have things to do, and I don't have the time for meetings," he explains. Aizawa sighs and looks at Momo, who seems touched by the offer. "Yaoyorozu? Do you accept?" Aizawa asks. Yaoyorozu nods. Then it's official. Kendo is the new president, and Yaoyorozu is her vice. Also, you'll have a meeting today in the cafeteria after school. Don't be late. With that, Izuku gracefully returns to his seat. "I cannot believe you gave up your position. You do know the benefits of being class president at UA, right?" Yanagi says from behind Izuku. He turns to face her. "As I said, I'd rather be doing other things than attending meetings. Besides, I'm not a good leader," he replies. Yanagi raises an eyebrow. "Things like what?" she asks. Izuku blushes slightly. "It's quirk science," he replies quietly. Yanagi smiles kindly. "I understand. And for the record, I think you'd be quite an incredible leader," she says. Izuku blushes even harder and stammers out a thanks while looking at his shoes, missing the slight pink tinge on Yanagi's cheeks. Izuku had been quiet for most of the day, only getting to talk with Itsuka, Yanagi, Yaoyorozu, and Tokoyami at lunchtime. Kurono was absent again, so it was just the 5 of them. "Are you all right after yesterday, Midoriya?" Tokoyami asks as they sit down at a table. Izuku chuckles and scratches the back of his head. "Yeah, I'm fine now. Koryu came and apologized later, so it's all good," he says, neglecting to mention their conversation after the apology. Yanagi hums and slurps some ramen before speaking. "If I may ask, how does it feel to be kicked in your nether regions?" she inquires. Izuku immediately chokes on his katsudon, and Kendo has to thump his back. Tokoyami seems indifferent, but closer analysis shows he's also surprised by the question. "Yanagi-san, it's improper to ask things like that." Momo scolds as Izuku stops choking. "Oh, and I apologize, my knowledge of proper social norms is quite limited. I was fairly antisocial during my early life," Yanagi explains. Izuku waves his hands frantically. It's okay. I just wasn't expecting that question. To answer your question, it's Thankfully, Izuku is spared from answering by an alarm blaring throughout the school. There's an alarm? What's going on? Izuku stands up and sees the cafeteria in chaos, with many senior students rushing into the hallway. He spots Futiki and runs over to her. Joshi-senpai. What's going on? Izuku asks. Futiki looks at him with intensity. Level 3 alarm. It means someone got onto school grounds, and the entire school has to evacuate outside, she explains before pushing through the crowd, using her quirk to weave past people. Izuku rushes back to his friends and relays the information. Should we leave? Kendo asks. Izuku looks at the stampeding crowd and shakes his head. It's safer to wait, we'll be crushed if we go through there, he replies. Kendo stands up. I'm going to make sure nobody gets hurt, she explains before walking away. I'll go with her to make sure she stays safe, Momo says as she follows Kendo, leaving Tokoyami, Izuku, and Yanagi behind. Ah, lovebirds, Yanagi murmurs dreamily. Izuku chooses to ignore it and returns to his food with Yanagi and Tokoyami. However, they are interrupted moments later by a new voice. Aren't you guys going? A voice from above asks. The trio looks up to see a floating disembodied head with long green hair and sharp teeth. Well, I'd rather not be trampled to death today. I just got kicked yesterday, Izuku explains. The head hums, and soon multiple body parts float over and form into a single person where Yaoyorozu was sitting. In that case, I guess I'll sit here and wait it out as well. Yui, come over here, she adds, and soon after, a girl with a black bob cut joins them in Kendo's chair. So, you're from Class 1A, I'm guessing? The sharp-toothed girl asks. That would be us, yes, Yanagi replies. The other girl grins. Cool. I'm Setsuna Tokage from Class 1B, and this cutie here is Yui Kodai from the same class, but she doesn't like talking much, Setsuna says. Yui replies with a simple, If you don't mind me asking, what are your quirks? Izuku asks, pulling a notebook out of nowhere. Thankfully, Tokage obliges. It's called Lizard Tail Splitter. Basically, I can separate my body into pieces and fly them around, and if they get destroyed while disconnected, I can just regenerate them. It also gives me a minor healing factor, but really only enough to heal minor cuts and stuff, Setsuna explains. Izuku writes this down at top speed before asking another question. Can you regenerate an arm even if it's still alive? Like, if you disconnected it right now, could it regenerate? Izuku asks. Sure, but I'd be pretty tired after doing it too much, she replies. Izuku writes this down and then turns to Yui, apparently satisfied with Setsuna's quirk. And your quirk is? He asks. After a moment, Yui replies, size. I can shrink or grow objects, she explains in a monotone voice. Izuku writes this down before he pauses and looks back up at Yui. So, theoretically, you could just shrink yourself down, climb into someone's nose or mouth, and then make yourself grow back to normal size? Izuku asks. The entire table goes silent, and Setsuna and Yui's faces show a mix of horror and shock, while Tokoyami looks slightly shaken and Yanagi seems mildly interested. Okay, first of all, she can only use it on non-living objects. Second of all, what? Setsuna explains. Izuku nods and writes this down. So, it would work with just a rock or something, right? Izuku asks. At this point, Setsuna and Yui slump their heads on the table in frustration. I have seen and heard many strange and horrifying happenings, and yet this might just top them all, Tokoyami states. Thankfully, before Izuku can continue asking strange questions, the alarms stop blaring, and an announcement from Nezu explains that the people on campus were only the press. So that entire time people were being trampled over the press? That's kind of dumb, Setsuna says. She then stretches and stands up with Yui. Well, guess we'll head back to our old table. See you later, hopefully minus the extremely strange theories. With that, the two Class 1B students leave. Izuku looks down at his notebook and frowns. My theories aren't weird, right? He mutters, more to himself than anyone else. Your theories are entirely valid, Midoriya. It's just that you do not excel at knowing what others consider socially acceptable to say, a skill that we both lack, Yanagi replies. Kendo and Momo return, and after explaining what happened, they all finish their lunches before going to math. Kai quickly goes through the filing cabinet. He's aware that the distraction Shigaraki made won't last long and that he has a minute, maybe two, to find the schedule for tomorrow. Finally, he finds the file that should contain the schedules for the month and grabs it. A quick look through it confirms that it contains the schedule for the entire month, and he closes it. Kurogiri, go to the doctor and get the duplication Nomu, Mocha I think it was called, Kai orders. A few moments later, Kurogiri returns with the creature and puts it next to him. Kurogiri is well aware of his disdain for touching anything filthy. Mocha, duplicate the file here, Kai says. Mocha obeys, and soon it emits a gray sludge, which takes the shape of a file containing the schedule for the next month. It's a perfect copy, and as long as he's careful, or more accurately, as long as he doesn't let Tamura hold it, it'll be fine. Kai puts the original file back and stands up. We're done here. Kurogiri, warp us to the doctor, Kai orders, and once again Kurogiri obliges, opening a swirling purple vortex. Kai walks through and finds himself in the doctor's inner sanctum, located underneath Jaku Hospital. Dr. Garaki, I'm back. Thank you for letting me borrow Mocha, Kai calls out. A moment later, the short man walks out with a grin. Oh, it was no problem. Mocha needed some time out of the lab anyways. Out of everyone he associated with, Kai liked the doctor the most. They understood each other. They were both intellectuals. Really, their only disagreements were on quirks. Kai would be quite sad when the time came to dispose of the man. But that would come later. Now they had a mission to plan. Name, Futiki Joshi. Quirk, unravel. Futiki can unravel her body into a kind of string that is as tough as steel wire with the same flexibility as cotton string. She can completely control this string, using it to set traps, swing, climb, and restrain. Super moves. Best, Genus style. Futiki wraps the string from her arms around an enemy's body, effectively immobilizing them. Slingshot. Futiki wraps some string from her arms around two solid objects and slings herself at an enemy, feet first. Jailhouse lock. Futiki lets an enemy get a hit in on her torso, however, at the last second, she unravels the part that is getting hit and traps their hand in her body, allowing her to get in plenty of good hits while her enemy is still confused. 2. Favorite hero, Miruko. Favorite food, anything Italian. Likes punk rock music, exercising. Chapter 9. The USJ Incident. For some reason, Aizawa gathered everyone outside of the school building, along with Kyosuke. Nevertheless, everyone is happy to be back in their hero costumes, except maybe Bakugo, who had his gauntlets taken away until further notice due to the stunt he pulled during sparring. Today's class will be taking place off campus at the USJ. All Might was supposed to be here as a trial run to see how his teaching skills are so far, but unfortunately, Nezu decided to postpone it, and I have elected to replace him with Kyosuke, Aizawa explains. Kyosuke stands silently with a slight nod. As Izuku observes him, he realizes Kyosuke reminds him of Todoroki, with their similar facial structures and social demeanor. The class grumbles about not having All Might again, but they board the bus. Izuku finds a seat with Yanagi on his right, Tokoyami on his left, and Momo and Itsuka across from them, joining the conversation with the rest of their class. Hey, Himura-senpai, what's your quirk? Tsuyu asks the older student, who is sitting a couple of seats away, slightly hunched over. Kyosuke looks up with his usual indifferent expression. Oh, I create a mist that I can freeze and turn into ice within a 10-meter radius. I can go further, but it puts a bit of strain on me, Kyosuke explains. Hearing him speak, Izuku notices he sounds similar to Todoroki, even if he hadn't heard his classmate talk much before. Himura-senpai, are you related to Todoroki-kun by any chance? You have a lot of similarities, Izuku asks. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Mina adds. Perhaps they are long-lost family members meeting again by fate, Yanagi suggests. Why am I feeling déjà vu right now? Momo mutters to herself. Oh, well, we are cousins through his mother, Kyosuke explains casually. However, this revelation causes everyone to react with surprise. Wait, so you're related to Endeavor? Kaminari exclaims. That's so cool. Shiro adds. As everyone discusses how impressive it is that Kyosuke is supposedly related to Endeavor, Izuku notices Todoroki looking uncomfortable with the praise for his father. He shifts in his seat, avoiding eye contact with Kyosuke. Wanting to change the subject, Izuku asks, Hey, Kyosuke, since Koryu does a work study, I'm assuming you do one as well? The others show confusion, likely not having read the UA website where it's mentioned. HM? Oh yeah, I do one as well. I learn a lot, and the hero I work with is super experienced. Even if our quirks are polar opposites, he still has a lot of helpful advice, Kyosuke explains. And who is the hero in charge of you? Izuku asks. Kyosuke seems to swell with pride before replying, Endeavor. The entire bus erupts in excitement, only quieting when Aizawa uses his quirk to regain control. Izuku feels both annoyed and impressed. He had hoped to steer the conversation away from Endeavor, not back to it. However, it is impressive that Kyosuke, with an ice quirk, is thriving under Endeavor's mentorship. Discussion is cut short when the bus suddenly stops. Alright, we're here at the USJ. Shut up and don't embarrass me, Aizawa instructs as he exits the bus, leaving Kendo and Momo to help organize the students. USJ, like University Studios Japan, perhaps? Yanagi questions. I don't think it stands for that, Yanagi, Izuku replies, noticing her pout behind her mask. As they enter the USJ, Izuku is distracted by the appearance of the space hero. He struggles to contain his excitement about her career and impressive quirk, vibrating with hero facts. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, otherwise known as the USJ. I designed this place so that students could learn how to perform rescue operations in a safe and controlled environment, 13 explains. Izuku finds it hard to focus on the speech, his attention drawn to the impressive surroundings. He sees 6 domed buildings, each with unique themes, including a water park, a city in ruins, and a mountain area. However, he notices something unusual, a strange swirling purple fog in the plaza. 13-sensei? Izuku calls out, raising his hand. Aizawa sighs, ready to scold him. Don't interrupt, Midori, he begins, but Kyosuke suddenly looks alert and serious. Eraserhead, plaza, he says, drawing Aizawa's attention. Izuku watches as Aizawa's expression shifts, and he quickly puts on his iconic yellow goggles. The fog suddenly thickened, and a hand emerged from it, appearing to rest on someone's face. The portal expanded further, revealing an army of villains entering the USJ. Among them were a man covered in hands. Izuku hoped they were fake, a man with short brown hair wearing a red and gold mask, a massive bird-like creature with an exposed brain, and a figure made of mist with 2 golden eyes that resembled streaks forming a more human-like shape. 13. There are villains in the USJ. Evacuate the kids while Everest and I clear them out. Aizawa yelled. Izuku was puzzled about who Everest was, but when Kyosuke started running toward the plaza with Eraserhead, he realized that must be Kyosuke's hero name. Wait, Aizawa-sensei. Fighting in large crowds isn't suited to your combat style. Izuku called out, but Aizawa turned back with a smirk. You can't be a hero if you're a one-trick pony. You would do well to learn that, especially Midoriya. With that, Aizawa and Kyosuke were off. Izuku watched as white mist began to emit from Kyosuke. Once he was in range of the villains, they froze as they entered the mist. When a heat villain approached, Kyosuke ducked down, and Aizawa erased the villain's quirk, allowing Kyosuke to freeze the villain's arms together. Aizawa then knocked him out with his capture weapon. They were an incredibly organized team, and Izuku wondered if they had worked together often or if this was a skill learned to adapt to any team combo. Students, follow me out of the USJ, 13 announced. Everyone began to follow her, but she was interrupted by a gathering of mist that teleported in front of her and the students. Greetings, young heroes. I am Kurogiri of the League of Villains, and we have invaded this sanctuary of peace and heroics to kill All Might, although he is seemingly not here today, Kurogiri declared. Izuku thought the name League of Villains was rather silly. His second thought was that these villains were planning to kill All Might with just low-level crooks. Hadn't they seen the time 200 villains tried to take him out and he'd beaten them in seconds? Either they were foolish, or perhaps they really did have a plan to kill All Might. Izuku didn't want to consider that option. Kids, stand back. 13 ordered. You villains really think you can beat All Might, let alone kill him? Think again, because first you have to get through my colleague, one of the top students in the hero course, and myself. With that, she uncapped all of the caps on her right hand, pointing them directly at Kurogiri. Almost instantly, the mist that made up Kurogiri began to be SE into the black holes that 13 hernst, and he let out a pained groan. However, he soon adopted a look of understanding. At least, Izuku thought it looked like understanding. It was hard to tell when Kurogiri's entire face was mist. 13, you excel at rescue heroics, but you are not a battle hero, and that is your fatal flaw, Kurogiri said coolly. Behind 13, a swirl of purple appeared, and before anyone could realize what was happening, 13 screamed in pain as she was harmed by her own quirk. She replaced the caps as soon as she realized what had happened, but the damage was done, and she fell to the ground, seemingly unconscious. 13. Kendo cried. Izuku watched as she powered up One for All, but before she could finish activating it, Bakugo and Kirishima jumped at Kurogiri. Don't underestimate me just because I'm young, mist face. Bakugo yelled. Stop. His quirk will just, Izuku shouted, but before he could finish, the two had already disappeared, likely teleported away. We need 13 here if we want to get through this. She might not be a combat hero, but she can help in other ways. Izuku thought as he dashed over to the collapsed hero's body. However, Kurogiri began expanding in size before he could reach her. My apologies, but I'm afraid I must separate you all to reduce the chances of you alerting anyone via escaping, Kurogiri explained. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from beneath Izuku's feet. Kyosuke was holding his own so far. He was used to fighting in a team with Mitsudo, and since he and Aizawa both had sight-based quirks, the tactics used with Mitsudo generally translated well to fighting with Aizawa. It also helped that these villains were significantly less skilled compared to his classmates, and even compared to the villains he had faced under Endeavor's supervision, these ones were lacking. Zero coordination, zero planning, minimal teamwork. Were they planning to win by sheer numbers? Whatever the case, he wasn't complaining. He was slightly worried about the three villains hanging back. The guy with light blue hair and hands all over his body, the guy with the bird mask and a lab coat, and the hulking creature with an exposed brain. Kyosuke wasn't sure if that massive bird-like being was even human. It had pure black skin and was unresponsive to everything happening around it. Some kind of experiment, perhaps? Either way, the first two were clearly the leaders, and if he had to guess, the creature was a bodyguard. On the bright side, that probably meant they weren't sure of their ability to fight. On the other hand, it meant they were quite confident in their bodyguard's ability to handle any threat that came their way. What would Endeavor do? Kyosuke muttered to himself as he bound an opponent in ice before knocking them out. In the back of his mind, he recalled a lesson from Endeavor about a similar situation. If you don't know an enemy's quirk, the best way to find out what it does is to trick them into using it while ensuring you won't be hurt, Kyosuke thought, formulating a plan. He quickly aimed his gauntlet at the person wearing a plague mask. Parry this. Kyosuke muttered as he readied his shot, Glacial Grenade. As he shouted the words, a torrent of liquid nitrogen was expelled from his gauntlet, created by a unique technology that converted his nitrogen-based mist into liquid nitrogen. Once it was all out, Kyosuke froze it. There were three possible outcomes. Either the villain would get hit, demonstrating Kyosuke's capability, the bodyguard would block the shot, or Kyosuke would be overwhelmed by either the bodyguard or the villain. As the icicle approached, the villain made no effort to move. Before Kyosuke realized it, the monster had jumped in front of the ice and taken the blow. Then it punched him. The impact was so intense that it made previous encounters feel trivial. Pain exploded through his torso as he felt what must have been every rib breaking. He flew back into a bush, unable to stand or even move due to the pain. To make matters worse, he hit his head hard upon landing and suspected he had a concussion. Sorry, Eraserhead, you're on your own, was Kyosuke's last thought before losing consciousness. Izuku landed on solid ground with a grunt and quickly rolled to face the sky. At that moment, Momo landed on top of him. It said a lot about the situation that Izuku didn't even register the fact that he could feel Momo pressing into his chest. Instead, he helped her up. "Are you alright, Yaoyorozu?" Izuku asked. Momo groaned. "Just fine, I suppose." "Oh, is that Kaminari-kun over there?" she added, and Izuku looked behind him to see Kaminari was indeed nearby. He began to think about their little group. They had a girl with nearly godlike powers, a guy who could manipulate matter, and a guy who was a living taser. When put that way, their group was actually quite formidable. "Hey guys. I'm good." Kaminari yelled over to them, but flinched when he heard what sounded like many voices nearby. That sounded like it came from over there. Izuku barely heard from behind a hill, likely one of the domes he had seen from the front of the Uhi. Kaminari shot them an apologetic look. "Well, Aizawa-sensei never said we couldn't fight." Kaminari joked. "He also never said we could fight," Momo countered. "But he never said we couldn't either." "Checkmate," Kaminari retorted, causing confusion to flash over Momo's face. "Yaoyorozu, I agree with Kaminari, minus the checkmate part," Izuku commented. Momo sighed, realizing she had been outmaneuvered. "Alright, fine. But first, Midoriya, I believe you're quite good at immobilizing enemies with your quirk, yes?" Momo said, making Izuku blush slightly from the praise. "Oh, yeah, I guess I am," he replied. Momo nodded and looked at Kaminari. "Alright, I have an idea. First, Kaminari-kun will use his quirk to stun the enemies if they come in a group, then Midoriya can trap them. Any stragglers can be dealt with by us. Is that good with you too?" Momo asked. Kaminari and Izuku both gave a thumbs up. "Alright then. I suppose we just wait for them to come." Reiko Yanagi was not enjoying their visit to the USJ so far. First, she embarrassed herself in front of Izuku, then an army of villains had been teleported in via a massive portal. The same villain who teleported the army also scattered her classmates around the USJ, and now Reiko found herself on a boat in the shipwreck zone with Kendo and Azui, surrounded by multiple aquatic villains. "I don't suppose any of you have an idea we could put into action?" Reiko asked, looking over the railing of the ship at the circling villains. "My quirk is suited for these environments, but the villains outnumber me," Azui said. Kendo put a hand to her chin in thought. "Yanagi, how much can you lift with your quirk?" Kendo asked. "Approximately 40 kilograms at my current strength. I can go up to 50 kilograms, but extended use at that level can be tiring," Reiko replied. Kendo then looked at Azui. "And how much do you weigh, Tsu?" Kendo asked. "Around 46 kilograms, last time I checked," Azui replied. Kendo seemed to come to a conclusion. "Alright, I have an idea. First, I'll create a vortex in the water to send all the villains into the center of the pool. Then, Yanagi can lift up Tsu, who can use her tongue to bind the villains. Sound like a plan?" Kendo asked, receiving 2 nods in response. She smiled. "Alright, let's do this." Turning to face the water, she enlarged her hands, and a strange aura of electricity began to grow around her as her veins glowed red. With a mighty swing, she sent the water spinning, causing many villains to struggle to stay afloat. Kendo swung again, and as the villains reached the eye of the vortex, she turned to Reiko and Azui. "Now!" she shouted. Reiko wasted no time lifting Azui into the air. Although Azui was slightly heavier than Reiko's usual limit, she managed it, watching as a pink appendage extended from Azui's mouth, wrapping tightly around the villains. Once that was done, Reiko set Azui down, and Kendo took them to shore, with Azui still holding onto the villains. However, they soon realized they had no way to restrain them permanently without Azui remaining in place. "It would be incredibly helpful if we had Izuku here to help us," Reiko commented. "Because he's strong or because you're totally whipped for him?" Kendo teased. Reiko blushed heavily, her face turning a deep crimson. "There's absolutely nothing between Izuku Midoriya and I," she defended. "Did someone say Midoriya?" Izuku asked, surprising them. "Yeah, actually, Reiko was just... Wait, Izuku?" Kendo exclaimed as she turned to find Izuku, Momo, and Kaminari standing together. When did you get here? Izuku shrugged. Well, it turns out taking out villains is easy when your team consists of a literal god, a guy who can manipulate any matter he touches, and a taser, he explained. We just figured we'd come here to see if anyone else was teleported. Kendo, Reiko, and Azui nodded, reminding them of why they had mentioned Izuku earlier. Could you perhaps make something to contain these villains for the time being? Reiko asked. Izuku smiled and placed his hand on the ground. Oh, that's easy, he replied. Within seconds, the villains were contained in a solid concrete dome that only exposed their heads, allowing Azui to move freely. Reiko felt a sense of relief. This trip became much more bearable with Izuku's presence, even with the events about to unfold. The group made their way out of the shipwreck zone and found themselves in a small pool just outside the plaza, where they observed several events. First, Eraserhead was dominating the thugs. Second, Kyosuke was missing from the battle. Third, the hand villain, the bird mask villain, and the strange bird monster hadn't moved from their spot, seemingly just observing the situation. Aizawa-sensei's incredible, Azui noted, and Izuku agreed. Yeah, I guess he isn't a pro for nothing. Kaminari added. While the commentary is nice, shouldn't we focus on returning to our classmates? Momo suggested. Izuku pondered. There are still many villains on our side, and even if we took them out, we could distract or hinder Aizawa-sensei. Plus, if we get back to our classmates, what would we do about Kurojiri, assuming he's still there? So, you're suggesting we stay here until it's safe to leave? Kendo asked. Izuku shrugged. I guess so. The group hid while watching over the edge of the pool. As Aizawa moved across the plaza, the hand villains suddenly charged at him. They all winced as they saw Aizawa's skin flake away, revealing the muscle underneath. Even Yanagi, who had seen her fair share of gore, was shaken. Such a horrific ability, Yanagi whispered. Thankfully, Aizawa activated his quirk and kicked away the hand villain, but now he was fighting the others with just one working arm. He was still holding his own, but it was clear he was wearing out from his injury and the continuous fighting. Nomu, attack the hero, but don't kill him, the bird mask villain ordered, and the bird monster obeyed, suddenly appearing in front of Aizawa. Kaminari finally lost his composure. Izuku, Reiko, Itsuka, Momo, and Azui could only watch in horror as their teacher was overwhelmed by the Nomu, his face being smashed into the ground. When Aizawa tried to use his quirk again, the Nomu broke his arm at a horrific angle. Make it stop, good lord, make it stop. Momo prayed. Sighing, the hand villain looked over at the group that had been watching. Well, I guess I can take out these beginners. Maybe that'll upset the symbol of peace. With frightening speed, he was in front of them, reaching for Reiko. Izuku remembered what had happened when the hand villain touched Aizawa. What would happen if he did the same to Reiko? Visions of his friend crumbling away filled Izuku's mind, slowly and painfully. Then he saw Reiko's face, filled with fear. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, anger, pain, and something primal that overtook his sense of ethics. He reached out to intercept the hand villain's arm, the one poised to touch Reiko. With a single touch, a familiar crimson mist erupted from where the villain's arm had been, and his screams echoed in the air. For the first time in 9 years, Izuku Midoriya used his quirk offensively on another person. Detective Tsukachi started the recorder, the person he was interviewing sitting across from him, looking stoic but tense. This interview is being recorded. I am Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, based at Mizudafu Police Station, currently working on the USJ incident. Will you state your full legal name? Itsuka Kendo, 15 years old, Kendo replied. May you also tell me your date of birth, Kendo-san? Tsukachi continued. September 9, 2136, Kendo answered. Wonderful. Now, how exactly were you involved in the USJ incident? I was part of the group of students that were attacked by the villains, sir. And can you tell me what happened to the best of your ability? As much detail as you can, please. Well, we entered the USJ, and everything was normal, but after maybe 30 seconds, my friend Izuku Midoriya pointed out a purple mist in the plaza. After he mentioned it, the mist expanded, and a bunch of villains started coming out from it. Aizawa-sensei and Himura-senpai rushed down to the plaza to take on the villains, leaving 13 to help us escape. But the mist teleported to us and introduced himself as Kurojiri, saying the group of villains were the League of Villains. When 13 attacked him, Kurojiri used his quirk against her. Once she was down, Katsuki Bakugo and Ijiro Kirishima tried to attack him, but he teleported them away, shortly after teleporting most of the class. "And where were you teleported?" Tsukachi asked. "The shipwreck zone, along with Tsuyu Azui and Reiko Yanagi. A group of villains was waiting in the water, but Azui saved me and Reiko, bringing us to the boat. Once we were there, we planned and were able to safely detain the villains. After that, Izuku, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Denki Kaminari appeared, having beaten their villains, and Izuku used his quirk to trap ours. Then we left that zone and ended up in a pool just outside the plaza, where we could see Aizawa-sensei still fighting the villains." "I thought Himura was also fighting them?" Tsukachi prodded. Kendo shrugged. "He wasn't there for some reason and I don't know why. But anyways, this villain, I think Kurojiri called him Tamura Shigaraki, attacked Aizawa-sensei, and his quirk decayed the skin covering Aizawa-sensei's elbow, exposing his muscle. Aizawa-sensei kicked him away, but after some fighting, a villain with a bird beak mask ordered a massive black creature he called Nomu to attack Aizawa-sensei. It was horrifying." Kendo held back a sob. What had happened to Aizawa was something that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Tsukachi gave her a sympathetic look. "Do you need a moment? We can continue the interview later if you'd like." Kendo shook her head. "No, it's fine." After the Nomu broke Aizawa-sensei's arm, Shigaraki mentioned that All Might wasn't making an appearance. Kurojiri had said they were going to kill All Might when he first blocked us at the entrance. After Shigaraki said that, he dashed at us to use his quirk on Reiko. But then Izuku used his quirk on Shigaraki, and Shigaraki's arm kind of exploded into a crimson mist, leaving just a stump on his shoulder. As you'd expect, Shigaraki started screaming for Kurojiri and fell to the ground. And then he yelled at the Nomu to attack Izuku, but then All Might appeared and fought the Nomu until it was sent flying out of the... During the fight, Kendo noticed the villain with the bird beak mask touch Shigaraki, and his injury seemed to heal, with skin covering the exposed flesh. After the Nomu was defeated, the villain retreated with Kurojiri and Shigaraki, leaving the other villains behind. Kendo concluded her account, and Tsukachi nodded, looking at his notepad. "Did anything of note happen after that?" he asked. "Well, the teachers arrived and helped detain the villains, ensuring everyone was okay. Izuku had a panic attack after he attacked Tamura. He was trembling and hyperventilating, and no matter what we did, he wouldn't snap out of it. Eventually, our teachers decided to send him to Recovery Girls Clinic for a checkup," Kendo explained, feeling ashamed that she hadn't been able to help her friend. She hadn't seen him since the incident. Reiko, clearly feeling worse, paced around while they waited for their parents, worry and anxiety etched on her face. "I see. If that's all, then I think we can conclude this interview. Thank you for your time," Tsukachi said, turning off the recorder. Kendo nodded and stood up, looking out the single-barred window at the sunset over Mizudafu. Tsukachi also looked out and sighed. "You can leave through the same way you came. Feel free to grab a coffee from one of the machines on your way out," he said. Kendo nodded and made her way to the door. "Oh, do you know when I'll be able to see Izuku?" she asked before leaving. Tsukachi shook his head. "I'm sorry, no. You'll have to ask either Midoriya over the phone or Recovery Girl herself," he offered. Kendo gave a disheartened, "Thank you," and left. Once Tsukachi was sure she was gone, he groaned and grabbed the recorder. That had been the 10th interview over 10 days, with barely any new details since the 3rd. He had interviewed Kyosuke, Ida, Yanagi, Bakugo, which had been anything but enjoyable, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Ajuru, Kirishima, Siro, and now Kendo. He was frankly quite tired from both the interviewing and the personalities he had dealt with. He then left the room and made his way to the office he had claimed while in town. He was usually based in Tokyo, but for the USJ incident, he had moved to the Mizudafu Police Department to be closer to UA. He entered his office to find Nezu sitting down, doing research on his laptop. Nezu had personally offered to help Tsukachi with the case, and he was extremely grateful for it. "How's the research going, Nezu? Got anything on those names?" Tsukachi asked. "According to every file I could find, there are no records of Akira Jiraiya or Tamura Shigaraki that fit the descriptions we've been given. It is likely that these names are aliases," Nezu replied, taking a sip of his tea. "And what of Chisaki?" Tsukachi asked. Nezu smiled. "I found a very likely candidate for the villain that Shigaraki called Chisaki. His name is Kai Chisaki, and his file is very interesting," Nezu replied, tapping a few keys. "Kai Chisaki, age 28, Nezu read aloud as Tsukachi listened. "No recorded family, and his quirk is listed as fat cell manipulation, which allows him to manipulate the fat cells of anything he touches. This could explain how he healed Shigaraki. He simply shifted fat cells from elsewhere on Shigaraki's body to cover his wounds. But that's not the most interesting part. Parts of his file were accidentally deleted and/or changed 10 years ago, when he was 18. Tsukachi's eyes widened at that. "So, this might not even be all that his quirk could do, or even his real name?" he asked. Nezu nodded sadly. "There are two possible solutions here. 1. Chisaki did this himself to cover his tracks, or 2. Someone else did this to hide some kind of relation to Chisaki," Nezu suggested. Tsukachi sighed and turned to the window in his office. "So, that's it? Two people who don't exist and a guy who could be completely lying about who he is? We can't really work off of that, especially if one of them has a warping quirk. They could be anywhere for all we know," Tsukachi said. "Well, it's a start," Nezu offered. The room was silent for a moment. "How's that Midoriya kid?" Tsukachi asked. Nezu frowned. Yes, Midoriya. That's a very interesting case." Izuku woke up with a start, breathing as he looked around. He realized he was in Recovery Girl's clinic and calmed down, remembering the nightmare he had experienced. It was a memory from when his quirk had activated and he had unintentionally harmed his mother. He doubted any amount of time would let him forget the look on her face as she approached him, even as he continued to lose control. Even as she turned to mist, there was only concern for her son, for Izuku, for the small boy who was causing her pain in that moment. Even when she was about to die, all she cared about was helping her son. "Young Midoriya, are you all right?" The voice of Yagi Tashinori startled Izuku, as he thought he was alone. All Might must have been taken to Recovery Girl shortly after Izuku, and he just hadn't been awake to notice it because Midnight used her quirk on him so he could rest. Izuku looked over to see All Might in his small Might form, bandages covering his body, which was soaked in the evening sun. There was concern on his face for the friend of his successor, and Izuku hated that he'd made Yagi feel concern for him. "I'm fine," Izuku replied. All Might sighed. No, you most certainly are not, young man. I would not call waking up and hyperventilating fine under any circumstances, and frankly, nobody else should either," All Might said. Izuku grimaced and looked away from the symbol of peace, hoping he wouldn't waste any more time on him. Silence filled the room as neither person spoke. "Is this about how you used your quirk on that villain today?" All Might asked. Izuku was silent for a moment. "That it's probably linked," Izuku opted to reply. All Might hummed. "I'm smart enough to know that I'm too dumb to help you with something like this, so I really recommend that you go visit Hound Dog sometime soon. But I do know that I can act as a confidant. So, if you have anything to get off your chest, you can tell me, and I'll listen, okay?" All Might offered. Izuku sighed and looked at All Might. "It all started when I was 6 years old, I guess, when my quirk manifested." Izuku was 6 and having the time of his life drawing in his room. Sure, he might not have a quirk, but there was still time. The doctor had even said that he would get one because he only had one joint in his pinky toe. Maybe when he got his quirk, Kaken would finally play with him again instead of just using him to practice his quirk. But until then, he supposed he could just keep drawing pictures of All Might. This time, he was drawing a picture where All Might was putting the first-place medal over Izuku's neck after he won the sports festival. Admittedly, the chances of All Might ever doing something like that when he was the #1 hero were slim, but hey, he could at least dream. "Izuku, dinner's ready," his mother called out, which startled Izuku and caused his fingers to tense on the crayon and table. Instantly, both the blue crayon and table disintegrated, leaving Izuku in a state of shock as his left hand fell to the ground, no longer supported by the table. What? Izuku said. However, the shock wasn't over yet, as he hadn't untensed his fingers. He didn't know it at that moment, but this would bring grave consequences. As soon as his tensed fingertips brushed against the wooden floorboards, they too disintegrated into small particles. Izuku, now panicking, began waving his hands around, causing chaos as everything he touched was destroyed. Once he started screaming, his mother rushed into the room, her green apron still on and a ladle in her hand. Izuku, what's? She stopped before she could finish the question, seeing what Izuku had caused. The table, crayons, floor, and some of the books he had scattered around the room were noticeably gone, and everything Izuku touched continued the seal. Out of shock, Inko dropped her ladle to the ground, trying to think of what to do. Izuku, you have to stop. She cried out as she took a step forward. Izuku looked up at her, vision blurred from crying. I can't stop. He cried back, moving towards his mother. She'd be able to help him, right? His mother had never let him down before, so surely, she had some kind of solution to this problem. Inko stumbled as the ground became uneven due to Izuku's destruction, but she continued regardless. The walls were starting to be affected as well, with cracks appearing along them, and the very back wall had been completely destroyed, opening the house to the outside elements. Izuku, stop. It's your quirk, it's manifested. If you calm down, it'll stop. Inko continued, saying whatever she thought could get her beloved son to stop. But alas, it wasn't working. If anything, the intensity of the destruction continued, with the roof breaking apart, and the remaining walls being practically gone at this point. Izuku crawled his way to his mother now on his knees, trying to reach the person who could surely fix what was happening. He tried to talk but found himself incapable. He could only let out a strangled cry when his mouth opened. Inko then decided to try one last idea. If this didn't work, then she wasn't sure if anything else would. She rushed the last few steps forward and reached out for her son. Izuku, you need to dash. But she never finished that sentence. Izuku finally reached her, and his hand brushed across her leg. Almost instantly, she vanished, leaving barely a trace behind. It was this that caused Izuku to freeze, his hands not touching anything. He fell to his knees in the ruins of his room, the remnants of what had happened surrounding him. It took a moment, but once he truly realized what he had done, he cried. He cried for who knows how long, but he cried. He only got up and began walking away once he realized how cold he was, and he went looking for shelter, keeping his hands firmly in a position where he could never touch anything accidentally, held as high as his elbows and draped down. Covered in blood and tears, Izuku made his journey into the city, with only the clothes on his back and the fresh memories in his head. And after that, I met the boss in Irinaka. The boss ended up taking me in, and he treated me like a son, I guess. And now, here I am talking to you, Izuku finished, staring up at the roof. All Might had listened carefully without interrupting. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I suppose I can understand why attacking that villain sent you into a panic attack. It reminded you of what had happened all those years ago, he said. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I guess, he replied in a monotone voice. As I said, I'm not really good at giving advice, but I'll give it a go, at least until you go to Hound Dog. Your mother clearly cared about you. Instead of running away when she saw what you were doing, she approached you, hoping to help you directly. A person like that wouldn't want you to completely avoid training an entire part of your quirk because of them, especially now that you have so much control with it, All Might said. Izuku perked up at that and looked over at All Might. But to use my quirk like that to attack someone, isn't that villainous? No, not at all. Imagine the possibilities you could achieve by using your quirk in that way. You could incapacitate them or prevent them from escaping. Young Midoriya, there is no such thing as a villainous quirk or ability, only villainous people. And you, young Midoriya, are not a villainous person, All Might interrupted. Izuku felt tears stinging his eyes as he listened to All Might's praise. But I am a villainous person. Just look at what I did to the hand villain. To my mother. Izuku cried. All Might shook his head. Shigaraki, otherwise known as the hand villain, was about to harm your friend, and you acted on instinct, not on purpose. As for your mother, can you really be blamed for something out of your control? So no, you are not a villainous person, so stop acting like you are, All Might said. Finally, Izuku broke down, tears spilling from his eyes. It's okay, young Midoriya. Why? All Might said, causing Izuku to look at him. Because we are here, Izuku raised an eyebrow. W.E. Izuku asked. All Might smiled. It would be selfish to say that only I am here when you have young Kendo and young Kurono to support you as well. And from what I've heard from young Kendo, you may even have more than a friend in young Yanagi. All Might laughed, which made Izuku blush. Hey, Yanagi and I are just friends. She doesn't see me like that anyways. Izuku replied, which only made All Might laugh even more. Well, at least until he spat blood out. Sorry. Just an old man having a good laugh. Anyway, let's talk to Recovery Girl about getting us out of here. All Might said with a smile. Kai tried to ignore Shigaraki's complaints, but he was starting to get on his nerves. He had already healed him, so why was he still lamenting about losing an arm? It couldn't be that bad, right? If he was going to complain, could he at least do it in his room so Kai could focus on his research? And that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was that Shigaraki was making a mess, which mixed with his tears to create a disgusting combination. Sure, Kai could admit that the blood was only because he hadn't perfectly healed the wound, but the tears were not his fault at all. I hate that green brat. He cheated. There's no other way he could have wrecked my plan and destroyed my arm. Shigaraki cried for the umpteenth time. Honestly, Kai should be commended for the self-restraint he was demonstrating by not losing his temper. It was Shigaraki's fault his arm was destroyed anyway. Kai had told him to gather information on the students' quirks, but according to Shigaraki, why should we waste any more time when we have the minimum requirements? They're just noobs anyway. Kai hoped he felt foolish now for underestimating them. Speaking of the students, that brought Kai back to his research. He was essentially writing the spiritual successor to Dr. Garaki's Quirk Singularity Theory paper from over a century ago. With the quirks he had observed today, he had more than enough proof that if humanity continued on this path, it would face dire consequences. Ever since quirks first appeared, they had become increasingly destructive. Sure, a glowing baby or simple telekinesis was manageable, but now kids could create anything as long as they knew its chemical makeup or could incapacitate anyone they touched. People needed to start considering that soon enough, quirks might become more of a curse than a blessing. Of course, the problem was how they would even destroy quirks. Sure, All for One could take quirks, but that was impractical in the long run, and people could just have more children with quirks. Killing everyone with a quirk would yield similar results and be even more difficult. Personally, Kai believed that the best way to eliminate quirks would be to use a quirk. It was quite ironic, really. The best part was that he'd found the perfect quirk for the job. His eyes flicked to the paper he had printed earlier, which contained all the currently known information on the quirk he had in mind and its user. Yes, Ares Rewind would be the quirk that could save this troubled society from itself. Once Izuku was discharged by Recovery Girl, he decided to check his phone, finding a flood of missed texts and calls from Kendo, Kurono, 3 unknown numbers, the boss, and Iranaka. Curious about the 3 unknown numbers, he clicked on the most recent message and scrolled up. They had sent him numerous texts asking if he was all right in various ways, but he finally reached the top message. Izuku, this is Reiko. He hadn't realized how worried Reiko could get. She must have gotten his number from Kendo, which probably meant the other 2 unknown numbers were Tokoyami and Momo. Izuku continued reading Reiko's text. I hope this message finds you in a better state than when I last saw you. We were all worried when you just completely shut off, but I am sure there was a good reason for it. You do not need to tell me or anyone else the specifics of what caused it. Also, Nezu sent an email to all the students saying we had the rest of the week off, just so you know. Also, nobody died in case you were wondering. Most of the texts after that followed a similar pattern, So Izuku decided to send a quick reply. Sorry for making you worry, Yanagi. I'm fine now, and Recovery Girl discharged me. Thanks for all the messages, but you had nothing to worry about. Again, sorry for making you worry. Recovery Girl, he corrected himself as he made his way toward the exit. Not even 20 seconds after sending the message, he received a reply. Izuku, no offense, but I think everyone had every right to worry when you just stopped responding and entered a panic attack. You don't need to apologize, the message read. Izuku felt flustered, realizing how he must have looked during that moment. He quickly began typing a reply, but before he could finish, Reiko sent another text. I swear if you're typing out another apology, I will strangle you. That escalated quickly. Sorry, Izuku replied. Wait, he typed hastily, realizing his mistake. You're lucky you're cool. Cool. I meant cool. Not cute. Cool. Izuku couldn't help but smile as he read that message chain, feeling something nice and warm in his chest. He couldn't quite put a finger on the feeling, but he liked it. He continued walking, now exiting UA, keeping his eyes on his phone. Autocorrect. Izuku asked. Yes, Reiko texted back. Oh, he replied. That reminds me, I should add you to the group chat. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Since when had there been a group chat? He dismissed it, and when Yanagi sent a link to the group chat, he clicked on it. Izuku Midoriya has joined Midoriya Worry Group. Ghosty changed the group name to the Izuku. Ghosty, you saw nothing. Izuku Midoriya, I'm guessing this is Reiko? My Chemical Chromance, Midoriya. You haven't answered my messages. Are you well? Yaoi hands. You okay, Izuku? You didn't seem well when we last saw you. Chronostasis. Didn't seem well is a weird way to describe what sounded like a full-on panic attack, but sure. Yamamo, Midoriya, has Recovery Girl discharged you? Izuku Midoriya, yeah, I literally just left UA. Izuku Midoriya, also, sorry Tokoyami, I was going to get around to it, but I ended up chatting with Yanagi. Izuku Midoriya has changed his name to Overhaul. Overhaul, better. Chronostasis, real creative there, Izu. Overhaul, pot calling the kettle black. Ghosty, I have literally never seen a black pot. That quote makes no sense. Yaoi hands. Are we not going to talk about how Izuku got distracted because he was texting Yanagi? Ghosty, oh no, I don't think we will. Yamamo, anyway, Nezu did give us the week off. Maybe we should all hang out sometime? Yaoi hands, sounds good to me. Chronostasis, sure. My Chemical Chromance, I see no reason to decline. Overhaul, I'm down. Izuku smiled as he pocketed his phone and continued walking toward the train station. He was looking forward to hanging out with his friends. It was still kind of strange to think about how he could now say friends instead of friend, but he liked it. With all bad memories pushed aside by the prospect of upcoming good ones, Izuku marched onward with a smile on his face. Itsuka Kendo created the chat, Operation Izureiko. Itsuka Kendo changed their name to Kendo. Kendo added Reiko Yanagi to the chat. Reiko Yanagi, no. Reiko Yanagi left the chat. Kendo added Reiko Yanagi to the chat. Reiko Yanagi, fine. Reiko Yanagi changed her name to Ghosty. Kendo, wonderful. Kendo, let's state the obvious, you're down bad for Izuku. Ghosty, no I'm not. Kendo, you were the most worried for him, you voted for him to be class president, you only agreed to hang out after Izuku did, and you got flustered when I said you were whipped for him. Kendo, must I go on? Ghosty, these are baseless accusations. Anyone would be worried, he was a clear choice for the role, and anyone would get flustered if someone said that to them. If anyone here is whipped, it's you. Kendo, me? Ghosty, don't think I didn't see you looking at Momo. Kendo, that's completely normal for a girl. Ghosty, you clearly had eyes that said you wanted to be closer to her. You're literally the biggest lesbian in the world and you don't even see it. Kendo. Ghosty, forget it, I'll see you when we all hang out. Ghosty is offline. Kendo is offline. Izuku and Kurono walked into the mall, where they had all agreed to hang out. They seemed to be the first ones there, so they decided to sit on a bench next to the fountain until the others arrived. So, how's the Pink Devil going? Izuku asked, making Kurono perk up. Pretty good, actually. We're planning on meeting up this weekend to hang out, Kurono replied. Izuku raised an eyebrow. I thought you guys didn't get along? Kurono laughed. It took a while, but we're fine now. Support lab, same day as the USJ incident. Hey, Klakuen. Mei called out. I need your help with something. I swear, if this thing has at least a 70% chance to explode, I will send you to the beyond at Bed Bath & Beyond, Kurono replied, not even looking up from his sketchpad. That I don't need your help with anything, Mei said. Well, good for you, I guess. Izuku replied. Kurono smiled and looked over at the door. Oh hey, Yaoyorozu and Yanagi are here. Izuku wasn't sure how Kurono knew what they looked like, but he remembered that he probably had access to student information for costumes. He focused on what Momo and Reiko were wearing. Momo was in a burgundy turtleneck sweater and a midnight blue skirt with black tights and knee-high boots, giving off an expensive vibe. Reiko, on the other hand, wore a light gray hoodie and jeans, which Izuku found more appealing. Hey, how'd you two arrive at the same time? Izuku asked as they approached. Well, it turns out we're both from Aichi and took the same train to Mizudafu, just from different stations. Momo explained. Reiko nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tokoyami entered, shortly followed by Kendo. Apologies for being late, I ran into a situation while trying to leave, Tokoyami explained, causing Dark Shadow to appear. The situation was that he got stuck in a tree, Dark Shadow added, hiding a snicker. Silence, Dark Shadow. Tokoyami grumbled, which made Dark Shadow laugh before retreating. Izuku, Kurono, Kendo, and Momo laughed, with Reiko seeming amused as well. It's fine, Tokoyami. Besides, you're just on time. Izuku replied. He noted what the new arrivals were wearing. Tokoyami had a simple button-down shirt with a vest and clean black briefs. Kendo wore a light blue knee-length dress with a black jacket, which was the most Kendo outfit Izuku could imagine. So, we're all here then? Kendo asked. They all affirmed, and Kendo smiled. Great. So, how are we going to do this? Are we going to stick together, or split up? We should split up. Yaoyorozu and Itsuka can be in one group, Izuku and Yanagi in another, and Tokoyami and I in the last group, Kurono suggested. Momo raised an eyebrow. That was very quick, Kurono-kun. Why those groups in particular? Kurono laughed sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. I wanted to go with Tokoyami because I barely know anything about him, and Izuku and Itsuka already know each other well. This way, we all get to hang out with someone we don't know as well. Suddenly, Izuku realized what Kurono was trying to do, and he looked over to Kendo in concern. Surprisingly, she seemed slightly apprehensive about being paired with their respective friends. Momo sighed, unable to think of anything better. Alright, sounds fine. We'll meet back here at 12:30. Izuku checked his watch and realized that gave them nearly 2 hours of wandering. Oh no, he'd be alone with Reiko for an entire 2 hours. He looked to Kurono for support, but all he got was a fast smirk before Kurono left with Tokoyami. Let's go, Yamamo. Kendo exclaimed, turning and walking away with Momo following. Where shall we go, Midoriya? Reiko asked, startling Izuku. Oh, I'm fine with going anywhere you want to go, really, Izuku replied. Reiko hummed and turned. Very well, there is a shop I have wanted to visit for quite a while now. This is an excellent opportunity to peruse it, she stated. And so, they continued in silence through the busy mall. Izuku searched for something to talk about, finally landing on, like your outfit, he mumbled. Gah, now she's going to think I'm a weirdo. God damn it, Izuku, you dumbass. HM? It's not that impressive, I just grabbed them from my wardrobe without thinking, Reiko replied, looking slightly flustered from the compliment. I like your coat, the fluffy collar is quite appealing. Now it was Izuku's turn to be flustered, and he instinctively turned his head away. Thanks, but I still think your outfit is cool, he replied. Are they in a CYCL of complimenting each other, getting embarrassed, and then complimenting again? Kurono asked as he peeked around the corner at the two. Meanwhile, The actual bird beside him looked confused. I was under the impression we were going shopping? Tokoyami asked as Kurono snapped a picture of Reiko and Izuku both looking flustered. Yes, I'm shopping for blackmail. It's something I'm very good at. Kurono replied. Tokoyami sighed. What a mad banquet of darkness, he muttered. Finally, Izuku and Reiko reached their destination, and Izuku was surprised to see that it was a video game store. Do you like games? He asked as they walked inside. Reiko shrugged. I won't deny that I am partial to them, she replied. Izuku hummed. When had he last played a video game? He couldn't even remember. Usually, he was either studying, researching quirks, or hanging out with Kurono. He didn't think there was even a console in the entire compound. So, what games are popular nowadays? Izuku asked. Reiko shrugged again. I don't know, I prefer to play older games. Thankfully, you can find many at this establishment, from what I've heard. Izuku tried to find something relevant to that. So, you play, Minesweeper? He ventured. The look of exasperation on Reiko's face suggested she did not play Minesweeper. When was the last time you played a video game, Midoriya? Reiko asked. Izuku laughed sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. Good question? Disbelief washed over Reiko's face, and she face-bombed. Good lord, you must have had a depressing childhood. First, you say you're used to getting yelled at, then you can't remember the last time you played a video game. Just what environment were you raised in, Midoriya? Sorry? Izuku replied. Reiko sighed. It's that fine. Perhaps I should pick out a video game you could try if we ever have the chance to hang out at my place, she suggested. Izuku spluttered at her words. As she would be all right with having me over at her house? Reiko seemed to notice what she said as well and blushed. Let's just get some games and then leave, before things become any more awkward, Reiko suggested. Izuku was thankful for the idea, and they quickly got some games and left without any further incident, although Izuku did accidentally bump into a guy with black and gold hair who looked surprisingly similar to Aizawa, minus the stubble and about half his age. Izuku and Reiko sat on a bench in comfortable silence. After a moment, Izuku came up with an idea. Hey, wanna get some ice cream? Itsuka was not a lesbian. That was just silly. Sure, she had never had any crushes on guys, but that was because she was too young, or the guys just weren't interesting. Reiko was being ridiculous, calling her a lesbian. She was probably just trying to get back at her for teasing her about Izuku, although she couldn't deny that Momo was pleasant to look at. But she was not attracted to her, or anyone. Itsuka Kendo was a straight girl who liked guys. Okay, maybe she was a little attracted to Momo, but that was only a small part of her. What was she doing again? Yes, she was sharing a milkshake with Momo after pretending they were a couple to get a discount. She was never going to tell Reiko about that, otherwise, it would just add more fuel to the fire of her shipping her with Momo. And if she somehow found out? Well, she was also getting Kurono to take cute photos of her and Izuku, so she had a backup plan just in case. Are you alright, Kendo? You look like you're thinking about something, Momo pointed out. If Itsuka felt her heart squeeze from Momo showing genuine concern, then she was just having a heart attack. Because Itsuka Kendo. I'm fine. Itsuka replied, smiling. Momo hummed and drank some more of the milkshake. It was coffee-flavored, something they both apparently liked. If that made her happy, it was just because she was excited to have a friend to drink coffee with, because Itsuka Kendo is not a lesbian. I wonder how Izuku and Yanagi are doing? Kendo said, trying to keep her mind off her own feelings. Momo sighed. Well, anyone can tell they're in love with each other and don't know it yet. I feel a bit envious, honestly, Momo replied. Kendo raised an eyebrow. Why are you envious? A nervous look came over Momo's face, and she looked down, avoiding eye contact with Itsuka. Can you keep a secret? Momo asked. Of course, Itsuka replied almost instantly. Momo took a deep breath and looked up at Itsuka, and she couldn't help but feel her cheeks heat up when she looked into her appealing eyes. I'm, attracted to girls. That is to say, I'm a lesbian, Momo stated. But I've never met another lesbian, and the chances that anyone I like is a lesbian are I am also a lesbian. Itsuka blurted out. Wait, what? She wasn't a lesbian. She was, oh, forget it, she was a lesbian, and a hopeless one at that. She couldn't deny she was probably just as smitten with Momo as Reiko was with Izuku, and the flutter in her chest as excitement lit up Momo's face proved it. Oh, how wonderful! I've never had anyone else to talk to it about. We must meet again sometime, just the two of us. We can have tea or cake, and we could talk about cute girls we saw, and Itsuka was perfectly fine with being a lesbian. Yep, that's going in my collection, Kurono said as he put away his camera. Tokoyami was now even more confused. I thought we were gathering material on Yanagi and Midoriya? Didn't Kendo pay you to get something on them? Tokoyami asked. He was grateful they had at least stopped at Hot Topic to do some shopping, and Kurono was more than happy to pay for Tokoyami's things as an apology for dragging him along. Kurono turned to Tokoyami and smiled. Well, yes, but Yanagi also asked me to get material on Itsuka and Yaoyorozu. I'm playing both sides, so I always come out on top. Kurono explained. Tokoyami sighed. Honestly, he didn't think he had many more what a mad banquet of darkness moments left in him. They had all been soaked up by Kurono's antics. Yar days, Tokoyami muttered. Why am I unsurprised that you bought Boo Berry? Izuku said as he and Reiko sat where they first met at the entrance of the mall. And why do I find myself completely unsurprised that your favorite flavor happens to be chalk mint? Reiko retorted. Touché, Izuku replied, noting how Reiko smiled slightly from the interaction. It wasn't a big smile, but to Izuku, it was brighter than the sun. Reiko glanced over at him just in time to catch him staring. He blushed and looked away. Anyways, how did you and Kurono end up becoming friends? Reiko asked. Izuku was thankful for the subject change but nervous about treading on eggshells. He really didn't want to reveal his connection to the Yakuza, worried that if Reiko found out, she'd stop hanging out with him. We were raised together. Yeah. Izuku technically wasn't lying, as they'd been raised by the boss for years. Reiko hummed. So, he's like your adopted brother or something? She asked. Izuku smiled nervously. No, it's kind of complicated. Reiko was silent for a moment. Midoriya, you're clearly nervous about this, so I'm going to stop. You don't need to tell me whatever events occurred to bring you two together, so do not feel as if you must force yourself to, Reiko stated. Izuku was surprised she had backed off. You're just going to stop? Izuku asked. Reiko replied. But I thought you wanted to know? Oh, believe me, I am incredibly interested as to why you two became friends, she said. But you're not going to keep questioning me? If I were you, I wouldn't want to either. Izuku held back tears as he looked at his friend incredulously. Just what had he done to deserve someone so kind and gentle? Thank you, Izuku said. Reiko was once again silent, but she seemed to be contemplating something. Would you perhaps like to? Reiko started, but was interrupted by someone else. Huh? What are you doing here? The angry voice of Katsuki Bakugo growled. Izuku had to hold in a groan as he looked around to see Bakugo. Shopping, Izuku stated simply. Somehow, this seemed to irritate Bakugo. Are you sure? Listen, I don't know who you are or where I know you from, but I swear I'll find out, Bakugo snarled. Could you please leave us alone, Bakugo-kun? We are simply hanging out and are not looking for trouble, Reiko asked. Bakugo sized her up for a moment before walking away while grumbling. What on earth is his problem? Reiko asked. We used to know each other when we were younger, but then I, moved away, so to speak, and now he doesn't remember me. He'd probably remember if I accidentally called him Kaken though, Izuku explained. Reiko seemed confused. Why would you not inform him of your past relation? She asked. Because he was a bully, and I really don't want to find out how he's going to react if he finds out how we know each other, Izuku blurted out. Fair enough. He. Izuku was slightly startled when he heard Reiko chuckle. His confusion grew when she started to giggle as well. I'm sorry, but did you truly used to call that beast Kaken? She asked between giggles. At that moment, Izuku realized that Reiko's laughter was one of his favorite sounds on earth, and he would do anything to hear it for the rest of his life. Unconsciously, he found himself smiling brightly, his mood already better than before Bakugo arrived. "We're like 6. Izuku replied. "Hey-oh, Daddy Kurono in the house." Izuku jumped when he heard Kurono from behind him and spun around to see him and Tokoyami. Tokoyami seemed a mixture of confused, worried, and guilty. It was probably nothing. Kurono, Tokoyami, you're back?" Izuku cried. Kurono laughed. "Oh, right, Yanagi, here's what you ordered," Kurono said, pulling out a manila folder and handing it to Reiko. She looked in it, nodded, and took it, paying Kurono with what looked like 10,000 yen. "What the?" Izuku muttered. Tokoyami caught his eye. "Don't question it." "Just don't," Tokoyami stated, and Izuku decided to take his word for it because that sounded easier. Not long after, Momo and Itsuka appeared, and the 6 of them began making their way to their separate train stations. Once Izuku and Kurono were alone, Kurono's aura shifted to one of smugness. "So, Izuku and Reiko sitting on a bench, he teased, but Izuku quickly slapped him in the face. Izuku was slightly confused as to why he'd been called to the teacher's lounge, and his confusion only grew when he saw Aizawa waiting there. His teacher looked exhausted, resembling a mummy in Eraserhead's clothes, with only his tired eyes visible. "Midoriya, I need you to do something for me," Aizawa started as soon as Izuku closed the door. "Your quirk can be used to heal, right?" Izuku felt he could see where this was going. "Yeah. Let me guess, you want me to heal you?" he guessed. Aizawa sighed and peeled off his bandages, revealing a face that Izuku would rather not describe. "Just do it," he said. Izuku placed his hand on his teacher's face. "You are aware this is going to hurt, right?" Izuku mentioned. "Kid, I've been a pro hero for nearly half my life. I can handle a little pain." Izuku shrugged and proceeded with healing his teacher's face. It only took a second, and by the time Izuku was finished, Aizawa looked much better. Izuku had even given him a shave and removed his eye bags. When Aizawa opened his eyes, he almost looked like a grumpy teenager instead of someone exhausted. Instantly, Aizawa grabbed his phone and looked at it before his brows furrowed. "Why do I look like my teenage self but with longer hair?" he asked, sounding exasperated. "Well, I thought you'd want to get rid of your eye bags and get a shave," Izuku explained. Aizawa sighed and put his phone away. "Whatever. I don't feel tired for once, so that's something. Don't be late to class," he said before leaving Izuku in the teacher's lounge. Izuku stood there for a moment before remembering he had class that morning, and he quickly rushed to class 1A. However, on his way, he accidentally bumped into a solid wall of muscle. "Oomph!" Izuku grunted as he fell to the ground. "Ha, whoops. I should have been watching where I was going," a cheerful voice said. Izuku looked up to see Mirio Togata, a third-year hero student, smiling down at him. "No, that was my fault. Are you a senior?" Izuku asked. Mirio laughed again. "I'm Mirio Togata. I'm a third-year hero student," he greeted. Izuku got up, and when Mirio offered his hand for a handshake, Izuku reached for it, only for his hand to pass right through Mirio's. "Wadash!" Izuku yelped as he pulled his hand back. "Ah, yeah, that's my quirk. Pretty cool, huh? Anyway, you better get to class and so should I." Once again, Izuku was left standing awkwardly as Mirio walked away. He continued to the classroom and opened the door to find most of the class already there. He made his way to the back, where his friends were gathered. Reiko was the first to notice him. "Ah, good morning, Midoriya," she greeted. Izuku smiled instinctively and waved. "Morning, guys," he replied, taking his seat in front of Reiko and joining their conversation. "So, as I was saying, what are you more partial towards, melons or butt?" Reiko asked. This unexpected question caused everyone except Reiko to splutter and blush slightly, even Tokoyami. "Why would you ask such a question?" Momo asked. Reiko shrugged. "I was feeling curious, so I asked," she explained simply. She looked at Kendo. "Perhaps you would like to start, Kendo?" Kendo grumbled and blushed but eventually answered, "Be melons, I suppose." Surprisingly, Reiko smirked, and Izuku felt like he was missing an integral piece of their conversation. He'd ask them about it later. Reiko then turned to Momo. "And you, Vice Rep?" Momo also blushed before whispering, thighs. Then it was Tokoyami's turn. Personality, he said before Reiko could even ask the question. Now it was Izuku's turn. She stared at him, her pale blue eyes intense. And you, Midoriya? Izuku blushed and picked at his collar, trying to find a way out. He kept thinking but eventually short-circuited himself trying to find an appropriate answer and blurted out, H-hugs. Everyone looked at him in confusion. I don't believe that's a physical or mental quality of a person, Reiko stated, but I understand, so I will allow it. Thankfully, before the conversation could continue, the bell rang, and Izuku suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, you might want to prepare yourself for when Aizawa-sensei arrives, he mentioned. They all raised their eyebrows. Isn't he still in the hospital or something? Tokoyami asked. However, the door opened, and they had to scatter back to their seats. In walked Aizawa, which greatly surprised the class because he was here instead of a hospital, and he looked much better. Aizawa-sensei, what happened to you? Mina asked. Not important. Speaking of important things, I have something to tell you all, Aizawa stated as he stood at the front of the room. He took his time to look at every single person, which felt slightly more intimidating now that he looked clean. Finally, after what felt like ages, he started talking again. In 2 weeks, the UA Sports Festival will be taking place. Immediately, the sense of unease in the room was replaced with excitement as the entire class erupted in cheers. Aizawa flashed his quirk at everyone, quickly getting them to settle down. We have decided to go ahead with the sports festival as a way of showing that those villains have not affected us. Personally, I think we should wait, but the event produces a large amount of funds for the school, so the earlier we have it, the better, Aizawa explained. You have 2 weeks to prepare for this, and most of your regular classes will be replaced with training sessions. You'll only have 3 times while you're at UA to make an impression, so make it count. With that, Aizawa concluded his speech and started climbing into his sleeping bag before pausing. Wait a minute, I'm not tired anymore. What am I meant to do if I don't need to sleep? He wondered aloud. Then he shrugged and climbed into his sleeping bag anyway. Izuku guessed that his answer to that was to still sleep. Or at least pretend to sleep. Suddenly, Jairu started giggling uncontrollably. Is everything good, Jairu? Kaminari asked. It took a while before she stopped giggling enough to reply. Why yeah, it's just that Aizawa-sensei is watching cat videos, she explained. Apparently, Aizawa decided to pretend to sleep while actually watching cat videos. Smart choice, really. Izuku would probably do it too if he were Aizawa. Seeing as they had some free time, he returned to talking with his friends. So, big or small? Reiko asked. He immediately regretted rejoining the conversation. It was the end of their 4th PRD, Modern Literature. The only interesting parts were when Cementos used his quirk to enter and exit the room through the wall, and after a minute of loitering, Izuku and his friends went to leave, only to find a massive crowd surrounding the door. Can you please move? Izuku asked. The crowd showed no intention of moving, so Bakugo pushed past Izuku and worked his magic. Move out of the way, extras, he snarled. Bakugo! That is no way to talk to your peers. Or anyone, really. Ida scolded. Izuku groaned and turned around to face his friends. Alright, guess we gotta find another way out of here, Izuku said. Kendo and Momo raised an eyebrow. And how would we do that? The only ways out are the doors, Momo and Kendo said simultaneously. Izuku smirked and walked up to the wall. It's a new way of leaving a room. I call it, I control matter, Izuku replied. With a touch to the wall and an application of overhaul, he created a ladder that took them into the vents. Couldn't you just make an entrance into the next room over? Tokoyami inquired. We don't know what's next door. And anyway, it's guaranteed that there'll be nobody up there, Izuku explained. Tokoyami was the first to give in and enter the vent, followed by Kendo, Momo, and then Reiko, leaving Izuku to climb up and remove the ladder on the way in. Once the vent cover was replaced, Izuku turned back and he had not considered he would be staring at Reiko in this formation. Immediately, he looked straight down at the cold metal of the vent, a massive blush crossing his face. Are we all ready to go? Kendo asked. Why yep. Izuku replied, his voice cracking. They began moving through the surprisingly spacious vents, which were large enough for them to crawl on their knees instead of shuffling through on their stomachs. However, a problem soon arose when they realized they all had different speeds, and Izuku was slightly faster than Reiko. The next thing he knew, his face bumped into her, making her yelp in surprise. Sorry. Izuku apologized. It's fine. Perhaps we should have done it so that there was a significant gap between the boys and the girls. Reiko suggested. However, it was too late to change it, so they continued until they finally found an exit point and dropped down into the cafeteria. Once they were all safely down, Izuku and Reiko silently agreed not to mention what had happened up there. In the support labs, Kurono suddenly said as he looked up from his sketchpad, "Man, I feel like I've just missed a massive opportunity." Izuku nervously put on his gym uniform in the changing rooms. He could hear the crowd from there, and he wasn't even close to an exit. It seemed most of his male classmates shared the same sentiment, as he could see Kaminari, Shiro, and Kirishima talking about it, and Koda was practically shaking at the very idea of having that many people watching him. Chapter 13. Izuku could hear the approaching sounds of ice and explosions, and he was starting to panic. Even while riding spikes, he still had to get off when there were unexpected turns or hills. Todoroki and Bakugo had the luxury of increased mobility, while all Izuku's spikes could do was go forward and up. At least they were significantly faster than Todoroki's ice and Bakugo's explosions. Any plans, or did you overhaul your brain to remove the wrinkles? Kurono asked. Izuku grit his teeth, feeling the pressure of the situation. How about I chuck you at Todoroki or Bakugo? Then not only will one of them be slowed down, but I won't have to deal with your annoying self. Izuku snapped. He could hear Kurono gulp. Have I ever told you how much I appreciate you as a friend? Kurono asked, trying to lighten the mood. Izuku groaned, rolling off his newest spike with Kurono and immediately preparing another one. At that moment, Kendo managed to catch up with them. Thanks for leaving me with that Clash guy and the weather girl, she yelled. Izuku grimaced. In my defense, we neutralized Mitsudo, he replied. I'm sorry That was me. Kurono yelled. Technically, the devil gave you the bomb, so really it was the pink devil who did it. Izuku shot back. Touché, Kurono replied. Suddenly, Izuku became acutely aware that they were approaching a cliff. He stopped and began assessing the situation. Oh, and Kendo, Midoriya, and Kurono have now reached the pit of despair. They have to get their way across, and if they fall in, that'll be an instant disqualification. Present Mike announced. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. This was something his quirk excelled at. Even better, it was a straight jump, so he wouldn't have to get off at those little islands. Hee, now's my time to show off all of my magnificent babies, a familiar voice exclaimed. Izuku looked beside him to see a girl with pink dreadlocks wearing various support gear. Oh, hey Mei, Kurono casually said. Izuku was confused as to how they knew each other, but then he realized her hair was pink and she was clearly in the support department. She's the pink devil? Izuku asked. Kurono nodded. Yep, that's her. How have my babies been treating you, Clock-kun? Mei asked as she fiddled with something on her hips. It's surprisingly fun throwing a bomb at someone, Kurono commented. That's fantastic. Watch my fantastic wire arrow and hover saws in action. With that, Mei began gliding past them, being pulled by a wire hooked into the wall from her hips. Suddenly, Bakugo and Todoroki came out of nowhere, either blasting over them or sliding past them, and Izuku became aware of the crowd that had now caught up. We got distracted. Let's go, Kurono Kendo. Izuku yelled. Kendo immediately jumped off, and Izuku made a bridge over to the other side and began running across with Kurono. You know, people can just run across this, right? Kurono stated. As if to prove his point, Ida sped past them. Well, that's why I'm going to destroy it once we're across. Izuku replied. However, this plan was quickly thrown out the window when the bridge suddenly started to melt underneath them. Sorry, but we can't have a guy like you in the next round, a competitor said, and before they could react, Izuku and Kurono began to fall. They screamed, but their cries turned to surprise when they landed on something hard. My apologies, I could not find another way to make that landing any softer. Are you quite all right? Reiko's cool voice asked. Izuku looked up to see she was floating, using her quirk on a piece of rock beneath them. It's fine. Thanks for saving us. Izuku replied. You have rescued me from mortal peril at least twice. This is possibly the very least I can do for you, she stated, making Izuku blush as he realized the truth in her words. That's sweet and all, but can we get a move on? Kurono said, causing both Izuku and Reiko to blush. They began floating across the chasm at a relatively high speed, soon reaching the edge where they descended onto the ground. Thanks, Izuku grunted. That's twice you've said thanks in the last 30 seconds, Kurono pointed out. Izuku got up and pulled Kurono up by the collar of his jacket. Shut up. Let's go, Reiko, Izuku said, and the trio began running together towards the next obstacle. So, do we find ourselves on a first-name basis now, Izuku? Reiko asked, making Izuku raise an eyebrow. Were you unaware? You referred to me by my first name just a moment ago, Reiko said. Izuku blushed. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight and… It is fine, Izuku. To be honest, I had been hoping we would be at this point earlier, but I was too afraid to ask if we could begin using first names, she admitted. You don't have to worry about that. Worst case scenario, I would have just been embarrassed. No, that's the best case scenario. Worst case scenario is she breaks you and you just shut down, Kurono interjected. Izuku rolled his eyes. I've never done that before, he replied. Kurono smirked. Not yet, he stated ominously. Oh, it seems Bakugo and Todoroki have reached the final obstacle, the minefield. That's right, folks. This field is filled with mines, meaning they'll want to be very cautious if they want to make it across. Don't worry though, the mines are only filled with glitter. Present Mike yelled. They also cause an explosion, but it's not a hot one, Aizawa added. Oh, and for the love of God, stop flirting with Yanagi, Midoriya. Izuku immediately blushed upon hearing that, as did Reiko. I'm not. We're just talking. I don't even know how to… Wait, how can you even hear what we're talking about? Izuku asked, but he got no response. He decided to push forward, bringing Reiko and Kurono with him. You know, we don't need to come in first place, just avoid placing too low. It's like that saying, you don't need to be the fastest when running away in a group, you just need to be faster than the slowest person, Kurono said. Izuku shrugged. It would be nice to be first though, he replied. Personally, I do not believe that coming first would provide many benefits. It would most probably paint a target on your back, Reiko commented. Izuku hummed. Well, if you say so, he replied. Izuku, remember what Aizawa said? Kurono teased. I'm not flirting. Izuku yelled back. Why do I have to watch the brat as well? Nemoto whined as he sat next to the boss, Irinaka, and Eri, who were all watching the TV while cheering for Kurono and Izuku. Because, Nemoto, it's fun watching you suffer, Irinaka replied. Nemoto gave him a glare and went back to lazily watching the screen. If he had a choice, he wouldn't be here, but the boss asked him to join, and Nemoto wouldn't ever say no to his boss, even if it meant watching Izuku on TV. Meanwhile, a little further away from Todoroki and Bakugo is the dream team of Midoriya, Kurono, and Yanagi. Let's see what they're talking about. Present Mike exclaimed on the TV. The next thing they knew, the trio's conversation was being broadcasted for them to hear. Do we find ourselves on a first-name basis now, Izuku? The girl who must be Yanagi asked. Izuku responded. Were you unaware? You referred to me by my first name just a moment ago. Nemoto saw that Izuku was blushing. That must be that girl he saved from the entrance exam. Irinaka said. They are so oblivious to how in love they are, the boss chuckled. Who is she? Eri asked, pointing at Yanagi. She's the girl Izuku's gonna marry one day, Eri-chan. Irinaka replied. Nemoto sighed. You don't know that for sure, he stated. Just look at them. I'll eat my shoe if they don't get together sometime this year. Irinaka bet. Shut up so we can listen, the boss ordered. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight, Anne. It is fine, Izuku. To be honest, I had been hoping we would be at this point earlier, but I was too afraid to ask if we could begin using first names, Yanagi said. Izuku chuckled. You don't have to worry about that. Worst case scenario, I would have just been embarrassed. In love, the boss said. In love, Irinaka echoed. In love. Eri cheered. Probably in love, Nemoto grumbled. No, that's the best case scenario. Worst case scenario is she breaks you and you just shut down, Kurono added. Nemoto was inclined to agree with Kurono. So, the boss said, clapping his hands together, what should the cake look like for the wedding? Oh my god, they aren't even close to graduating. Nemoto yelled, finally snapping. So, Mr. Genius, how do you propose we get past this? Kurono mockingly asked as they stood on the edge of the minefield. Bakugo was blasting his way across. Either the mines weren't sensitive enough to be detonated by his explosions, or they recognized him as a long-lost relative. Todoroki, on the other hand, was taking it slow and steady. Izuku hummed. Well, I reckon that I could use Overhaul to make a wall ahead of them, which should either slow them down or stop them completely. Then, I'll just make a spike over it so we can beat them. You have a serious infatuation for spikes. Izuku, are you aware of that? Reiko asked. Izuku chuckled. Well, I always say, if in doubt, just use spikes. And with that, Izuku put his hand on the ground and used his quirk. That was where everything went wrong. Or, more accurately in Izuku, Kurono, and Reiko's case, where everything went right. You see, in order for Overhaul to reach the ground in front of Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida, Kendo, and Shiozaki, it had to affect all the ground. And considering these mines were sensitive enough to be detonated from a footstep, it's not hard to imagine what may have happened when the entire field was suddenly shaken thanks to Izuku's quirk. Boom. In an instant, all 4 contestants were launched into the air, screaming as they were not expecting that to happen. Even Bakugo and Todoroki, who prided themselves on their ability to remain calm, were caught off guard. Holy moly! It looks like Midoriya used his quirk to detonate all the mines and has flung every contestant in the top 5 into the air. Talk about a play of the game. Present Mike yelled. I'm fairly certain that it wasn't his intention. He was lucky that this even happened at all, Aizawa added, being as critical as always. Oh, Izuku said lamely as Reiko and Kurono watched in awe as glitter flew about the entire stadium. He quickly shook himself out of it and spiked himself and his 2 friends to the other end of the field. On the way, Kurono managed to hit Bakugo with his hair, but when he went to hit Shiozaki, he exclaimed, "Oops!" Suddenly, Shiozaki was dragged to them, her hair tangled in Kurono's arrow. What on earth? Shiozaki yelped as she held on for dear life to Kurono's jacket. What happened? Izuku asked. Kurono laughed nervously. It appears my hair got tangled in Shiozaki's hair when I shot it at her, and because of that, she got dragged here? Izuku sighed in resignation. Oh well, no harm done, I guess. Sorry about that, Shiozaki-san. It's understandable. I'm unfortunately going to have to stick with you 3, as it appears my hair has been tangled in this mess. Oh, what have I done to deserve this? Shiozaki asked as a spotlight shone down on her. Izuku thought to himself, oh great, she's religious. He got off the spike after a bit, and they were now at the final stretch, the finish line in view. Oh joy, a 4-legged race. I'm having the time of my life, Kurono said, his voice devoid of enthusiasm. I'm trying to untangle it. It's your fault for attempting such a scheme. Shiozaki scolded. It's called attacking, cutie. Kurono retorted, making Shiozaki blush. See cutie? She parroted. Oh, so when Kurono flirts with a girl, that's fine. But when I even talk with a girl, everyone loses their minds, Izuku grumbled. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of the sound of ice approaching them. He glanced back to see Todoroki skating towards him. I'm still going to beat you, Midoriya, he stated coldly. Oh, for the love of, what is your problem? Izuku yelled. Todoroki didn't respond. I'm sorry, but what is the current situation between you 2? Reiko asked. He said he's going to beat me today, Izuku explained. Reiko's eyes widened. He is going to beat you? I believe that's not okay, she replied. Izuku could have laughed at her misinterpretation, but he was more focused on the fact that Todoroki was hot on his heels. Izuku was about 10 meters away from the finish line when Todoroki caught up to him, and by the looks of it, he would probably beat Izuku by a bit as well. In annoyance, Izuku swung a hand toward Todoroki, who immediately stopped, knowing the potential damage that could cause. With a decent lead, Izuku crossed the finish line, with Reiko just behind him. And the winner of the preliminary round is Izuku Midoriya. And, coming in second place just a moment later is Reiko Yanagi. Present Mike announced, prompting cheers from the crowd. Izuku looked around with excitement, the adrenaline from earlier washing away any anxiety. He'd done it. He raised his arms in celebration and high-fived Reiko, soon followed by Kurono, who had come in seventh. Holy cow, we won! Izuku exclaimed to Reiko. No, you won, Izuku. I simply came in second, which I'm fine with, Reiko replied. Kurono and Kendo approached them, looking happy as well. Ooh, I got fifth. Kendo cheered, and Izuku and Reiko beamed with pride. Oh, sorry for the explosion thing. I was just trying to make a wall. Izuku defended, and Kendo rolled her eyes. Meh, I would have only gotten fourth or third if it didn't happen, and your placement really only matters in the second and third rounds, since hero students rarely lose the first round, Kendo replied. Izuku then turned to Kurono. I see you got your hair untangled. Yes, and I also got a date. Kurono replied smugly, shocking everyone. What? How? Izuku demanded, which made Kurono laugh. Just my charm, he explained. We both have hair-related quirks. Want to go out for coffee sometime? Okay, Shizaki replied. I'll give you my number later, Kurono said, clearly pleased with himself. Izuku looked over at Bakugo, which was a mistake, as he was glaring at Izuku with an intensity that was intimidating. He quickly looked away and turned to Todoroki, who appeared slightly annoyed. Turning to see the other contestants, he watched as a mix of Class 1A and 1B students entered. One boy from 1B with unusual purple hair had stuck himself to Momo's back, saying something about 2 birds with 1 stone. While Izuku was used to Kurono's occasional jokes, he was glad that boy wasn't in his class. Alright, congratulations to the top 42. To everyone else, nice try. We'll have plenty of activities for you to partake in later after the second round. Speaking of which, Midnight, would you do the honors of announcing it? Present Mike said, and Midnight flicked her WHP. With pleasure. I already know what the second event is going to be, but the suspense is killing me. The second event is, Midnight said, pointing at the screen behind her, which spun through a number of events before landing on Cavalry Battle. Izuku was confused, as he had no idea what a cavalry battle was. Were they going to be riding horses? Why would an event involve students riding horses to fight each other? Izuku, I consider you one of my greatest friends, and I truly find your intellect remarkable, but you can be a bit oblivious sometimes, Reiko said. He'd been mumbling. Oops. Sorry, Reiko, Izuku replied, deciding to focus on what Midnight was saying. You can form teams of 2 to 4 people and create a horseback configuration. Essentially, it's the same as any old cavalry battle. Swipe headbands from enemy teams and guard your own, Midnight explained, with helpful diagrams being shown on the screen. Everyone will receive points based on their performance in the last round, so 42nd will have 5 points, 41st will have 10, and so on until first place, who gets a significant amount of 10 million points. Midnight continued. Izuku felt bad for whoever was in first place. Wait a minute, that's me. Izuku exclaimed as he suddenly felt every competitor's eyes on him. He heard Midnight mention targeting the person at the top, but he was too preoccupied with the realization that he had a target on his back. You have 15 minutes to get into teams. I'd recommend you be quick at finding teammates. And with that, everyone scrambled to find partners. Izuku took a moment to clear his head. Okay, so the goal is to collect headbands, got it. So, who would be best at? Izuku looked over at Reiko and already had a plan forming in his mind. Reiko! Let's team up! Izuku yelled. Reiko looked over to him, a rare smile crossing her lips. Even if the odds are stacked against you and whoever joins your cause, I have complete faith in your ability to win, Izuku, Reiko replied. That was one person, just 2 more to go. Luckily, Izuku didn't have to worry about points, so he could focus on quirks and potential instead. Izuku set his sights on a specific person from his friend group. Hey, Yaoyorozu! Izuku called out to his friend, who looked hesitant. Oh, Midoriya. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sure if joining your team is the safest, she stated. Izuku sighed. I have a plan, Yamamo, and you are a big part of it. We'll make it to the 3rd round, no problem, but it all hinges on you joining my team. So can you find it in your heart to help me? Izuku pleaded. Was he being slightly manipulative? Was it working? Absolutely. Well, that if you really are that in need of me, I suppose I can trust you, she replied. Izuku smiled and started looking for a 4th member. Are you forgetting about me, old pal? Izuku jumped when he heard Kurono and turned to see him wearing something completely different. It was a white coat with a hood pulled over a mask with a bird beak, and his eyes covered by built-in eyeglasses. Kurono? Why are you wearing that? Izuku asked. Well, I didn't want to wear it in the obstacle race because barely anyone would notice me due to the hundreds of other students, and I didn't want it to get too dirty. There's only 42 people here this time, and if I join your team, I'm bound to get noticed. Kurono explained. Izuku remembered that Kurono was allowed to wear his costumes for the festival. Well, I was going to grab you anyway, so you going to join? Izuku asked. Kurono nodded, and they now had their completed team. They got everything sorted, and once they were given a headband with their combined values, 10,515,000, they got into their formation. They decided to put Kurono on top, as Izuku, Reiko, and Momo were more athletic. Izuku was at the front, with Reiko to the left and Momo to the right. Well, Eraser, we've got some pretty interesting teams out here, don't we? Present Mike stated, and Aizawa sighed. Most of them probably had to improvise, as there were likely multiple people that were highly sought after. We'll prove how well they'll work with a mixture of familiar and completely new quirks and people, Aizawa commented. Present Mike made an exaggerated snoring sound. Man, what a bore. I feel sorry for your class. Anyway, would Miss Midnight open the game? Present Mike requested. Midnight gave a confident smile and flicked her WHP. Let the cavalry battle begin, she announced. And it was pandemonium. Almost every single team went right at Izuku's team, and it dawned on Izuku how reckless these students were. Even if they got the band, what would they do about the 30+ other students chasing them down? It was illogical. Reiko, start phase 1 of the plan. Izuku ordered, trying to focus. Affirmative. Reiko replied. The headband around Kurono's neck began to glow an ethereal pink and was flung towards a student who looked like he was Chinese, Hiryu Rin, if Izuku remembered correctly, who was currently riding a beast-like student like a demented horsebear-wolf. Rin fumbled with the band for a moment before he looked up and realized that everyone was targeting him. Oh, was all he could say before chaos broke out. Izuku couldn't even see Rin, and he felt a twinge of guilt. But they had to win by any means necessary, even if it was cruel. And Team Kurono starts by giving away their headband? Present Mike trailed off, feeling confused. Wow, it's almost like they realized that having 10 million points to protect isn't a good idea and it'd be better to get rid of them, Aizawa remarked sarcastically. Izuku looked over at Momo. Momo, make me a microwave and a bunch of glitter glue. Like an industrial barrel of glitter glue. And make it super sticky, he ordered. Momo raised an eyebrow. A microwave and glitter glue? I know you said there'd be some weird things I'd need to make, but just do it. We don't have long. Izuku yelled. Momo yelped and quickly made the odd items. Wait, is this going where I think it's going? Kurono asked, getting excited. Izuku smirked as Momo handed him the objects. He quickly tensed his fingers on both of them, disassembling them. Then, with expertise gained from months of overhauling junk on the beach, he reassembled the items into one completely different object. Is that a bomb? Momo asked incredulously. Now, Yaoyorozu, we aren't entirely sure if it is or isn't a bomb. For all intents and purposes, it could very possibly be something else, Reiko defended. Izuku handed the object to Kurono. And what else could it be? Momo questioned. Reiko shrugged. It has the possibility of being a nuke, Reiko suggested. Is it really okay for me to do this? To wield this much power in my hands? Kurono asked, looking at the item as if it were something extraordinary. I trust nobody but you to do this, Izuku replied. With that, Kurono threw the object at the crowd of students, who were all too busy trying to get the band from Bakugo to notice what was happening. You might want to close your eyes for a moment, Izuku suggested. Oh, and what is this unidentified object that Team Kurono has thrown into the fight? Mike asked. Finally, the other teams realized something was up, but it was too late. The object touched the ground, and a flash of blinding light exploded from it, along with an enormous amount of glitter glue. It covered the competitors, who found themselves stuck to each other. Was that a bomb? Did Midoriya from Team Kurono turn a microwave and glitter glue into a bomb? Present Mike questioned. Aizawa sighed. I would have stayed in the primordial soup if I knew there were going to be days like this, his long-suffering teacher groaned. Izuku smirked and glanced at Reiko. Reiko, would you be kind enough to grab us some points? Izuku asked. Reiko obliged, and they soon moved to second place with 890 points. Yui's team currently had the 10 million points, and moved to greener pastures. Izuku then looked over to the only two teams who seemed to have a plan. Minoma's team looked unsure of what to do, and the kid named Shinso from Gen Ed was eyeing them warily. Izuku knew they could be a problem, and it would be better to have them on their side. I have a proposition, Izuku announced to the two teams. We give you both a headband each, and we don't target each other. If we work this out together, we all win. Team Minoma had a group huddle, and Shinso shrugged. Whatever, I suppose that would work, he said. Izuku smiled. Reiko, give him a band please, he asked. To Izuku's interest, Shinso looked slightly annoyed after Izuku chose to speak to Reiko. He noted that, perhaps Shinso had a voice-based quirk? Either way, Reiko flew a headband over to Shinso, who took it begrudgingly. My team and I have come to a conclusion, Minoma announced, getting their attention. Us in Class 1B will gladly form a temporary alliance with Class 1A. Izuku shrugged off the comment, and Reiko gave him a headband as well. They were now all in the top 4, Team Setsuna now had the coveted band. Team Minoma then approached Izuku and his team. So, why are you giving the orders if you aren't the rider? Minoma asked. My quirk requires me to be still to be used. That, and my loyal teammates are more athletic than me, meaning we can have better speed, Kurono answered. Minoma hummed before lightly tapping Kurono. Instantly, Minoma's hair grew into arrow shapes while keeping its blonde color. Wow, do you have a copy quirk? That's amazing, Izuku said. Minoma smiled. Yes, I do suppose it's fantastic. It's a shame that if nobody else is around I'm essentially quirkless, he replied, a twinge of sadness in his voice. Even so, it's super cool. Do you mind if I ask a couple of questions? Izuku asked. Minoma hummed. On the condition you tell me about your quirk, he replied. Izuku smiled. Deal. And so, the two boys began conversing rapidly, both interested in each other's quirks. This left their teammates to watch in confusion. Did they just become best friends? Kuwaro asked. It would seem that way, Kurono replied, exasperated. To nobody's surprise, teams Shinso, Minoma, and Kurono all ended up passing into the third round. Nobody escaped Izuku's trap, but by the end of it, one team had come out on top. And in first place, with over 10 million points, it's Team Todoroki. Present Mike announced. Izuku was glad that Itsuka had made it in, and Ida and Kaminari seemed pleased with their results too. Todoroki, however, seemed off. Izuku realized that this wasn't normal levels of Todoroki's coldness. Something must be troubling him. Was it all the attention? No, he was the son of Endeavor, surely he was used to that. So what was it? Izuku noted that Todoroki was looking up into the crowd, and he followed his line of sight to see Endeavor himself watching from the stadium. Izuku remembered how awkward Todoroki had been when his father was mentioned during the conversation with Kyosuke. Is something going on at home with Todoroki? Izuku wondered. He had to get to the bottom of this, one way or another. But for now, he'd just enjoy the moment. Congratulations to our top 16. You'll be moving on to the third round, where you'll engage in a tournament of 1v1 fights against each other. We'll announce the fights later, so for now, why don't you all go get lunch? Midnight suggested. It was at this point Izuku realized he was hungry. He stretched his arms and turned to his team. You reckon they have burgers here? Kai Chisaki watched as the cavalry battle concluded, taking joy in seeing Shigaraki get annoyed at Midoriya's double victory. A shiny metal arm now replaced the one that was once there, although it wouldn't let him use his quirk with that hand ever again. Truly, Kai was impressed with Izuku Midoriya. From what he could gather from old records, their quirks were alike in the way that they could both turn people into nothing more than a fine mist, and their intellect was likely at a similar level from when Kai was 15 as well. Yet, somehow, they had gone down completely different paths. Kai got up and stretched. No point wasting time here if they were going to take a lunch break, so he decided to head to his study instead. He made his way up the stairs to the second story of the bar, avoiding the handrails. He had Kurogiri wash them twice a day, but there was no telling how dirty they might have gotten since the last cleaning. He walked over to his door, letting it scan his face. After all, why risk touching the doorknob when he could just use a face scanner? The scanner recognized him and let him into his dark room, which was illuminated by auto lights that turned on upon detecting his presence. On a corkboard to the side was a collection of papers detailing everything from theories to quirks. The newest edition was the file on Rewind. It frustrated him how little the quirk doctors had discovered about Aries' quirk. They hadn't even found out what powered it. It almost made Kai want to grab Eri right now to run tests on her. He could easily do it, but he knew that as soon as he did, heroes would be looking for her. And no matter how hard he tried to find her, he knew a hero would eventually catch up to him. That would be the end of it all. No, if Kai was going to relocate her for research, he'd need to create a double of her or something that could act like her while he had the real Eri. But that could wait. Right now, he figured he should start planning his newest idea for a Nomu. There had been one fatal flaw with the Nomu used at the USJ, and it wasn't that it wasn't strong enough. No, it was plenty strong, though it would be wiser to SW's shock absorption, for shock nullification, if he made it again, to defeat All Might. What it lacked was the ability to think. If a Nomu like that had the capability of sentient thought, then there would be no hero alive that could stop it. Yes, his newest idea, the high-end Nomu, would be one of his greatest creations to date. It turned out that there actually was a burger stall, and the merry group of 6, Tokoyami and Kendo had joined them, had all begun eating. Kurono was scrolling on his phone as he ate, and one particular thing on his phone got him very excited. "I'm a meme!" Kurono exclaimed, which made everyone but Tokoyami jump. "Huh?" Izuku said. Kurono flipped his phone around to show them the screen. It was a picture of when Izuku and Kurono had been saved by Reiko, with a caption that read, "That's sweet and all, and you guys should really get married and stuff, but can we get a move on?" Above it was another caption that read, "When the romance keeps interrupting the action in the story." Izuku wasn't sure what was funny, but to his surprise, a ghost of a smile appeared on Reiko's face. And that's not all. He then swiped to another meme, this one being far simpler. It was a picture of an old pre-quirk rapper, but with Kurono's hair photoshopped on, made to look like he was throwing a flashbang. For some reason, that made Izuku laugh, though he wasn't quite sure why. "Oh, and people are already shipping the competitors," Kurono added, which made Izuku abruptly stop laughing. "Wait, what?" Izuku asked. Kurono smirked. "It truly is amazing what social media can do. I mean, there's only been maybe an hour of content to pick through, and they're already shipping. Oh lordy. They're shipping Shiozaki and me, Mei and me, you and Reiko, you, Reiko and me, Itsuka and Momo, Bakugo and that guy from your class called Kirishima, and there's a particularly nasty drawing of Monoma's entire team having a fursum. For the love of God, please stop. Momo and Kendo both pleaded at the same time. Kurono happily obliged. Alright, just remember that by the end of today, there are going to be fanfics written about all these ships, Kurono warned. Izuku shrugged it off. After all, how many people would even care enough to write fanfics shipping him and Reiko together? Izuku went to take another bite of his burger when he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Todoroki was slipping away from the cafeteria into the hallways of the stadium. Curiosity quickly got the better of him, and he stood up. I'm gonna go do something. If I'm not back before we have to go back out, then Momo can have my burger. Or Reiko. Anyone really. And before he could hear any questions, he had already left to go after Todoroki. After Izuku left, Kurono and Kendo turned to Reiko. So, Kurono started. Do not even dare to think of it, Reiko warned. So, Kendo began. If you are plotting to say whatever I believe you are about to say, Reiko warned. When are you going to ask Izuku out? Kurono asked. Reiko scowled, taking a massive bite of her burger. You know, you're only prolonging your suffering by stuffing your mouth, Momo stated, getting into her second burger now. Reiko groaned and swallowed her burger. Even if I were to ask Izuku out, what are the chances he would agree to go out with someone like me? Reiko asked. Kurono, Kendo, Momo, and Tokoyami all looked between each other. Are you not serious, Yanagi? Tokoyami asked. Of course. Why would someone as wonderful as Izuku want to date me? I am nothing but a creepy weirdo with permanent eye bags, and my quirk is nothing special, Reiko argued. Plus, there are many other people he would be better off with. Tokoyami raised an eyebrow. Like whom? He questioned. Tokage-san from 1B, Reiko replied. She was clearly weirded out by Izuku. Kodai-san from 1B, Reiko continued. Same as Tokage. And maybe he's gay? This response prompted Kurono to laugh loudly, and it took a good 30 seconds for him to calm down. Izuku? Gay? That guy is as straight as me. Kurono said. See, Reiko? You're literally a perfect fit for Izuku, Kendo said. Reiko hummed. Even so am I worthy of, oh, for goodness sake, yes. Izuku would be thrilled to be with someone like you. I've known the guy for years, and I know for a fact that you're the kind of person he's attracted to. How do I know that? Because he spent 10 months with Itsuka, and not once did he show any sign of having a crush. Meanwhile, with you, it was clear he had a crush from the start. So shut up and ask him out. The table fell silent at Kurono's outburst, only broken when Momo gulped down a large bite from her burger. Reiko sighed. All right, you win. I will consider what you have said, and I shall try to create a scenario where I may tell him comfortably, Reiko replied. Kurono sighed. I suppose that's the best we are going to get. Anyway, where do you think Izuku went? Izuku could hardly believe what he was hearing from the number 2 hero as he eavesdropped on his and Shoto's conversation. Was this how he always treated Shoto? How long had this been happening? Izuku needed answers. That I'll win, and I'll do it without your quirk. I'll win with only my ice, just you watch, Shoto bit back. There was silence between the two, and Izuku was worried that Endeavor might be about to burst with rage. Thankfully, the man just gave a and walked off. If you think you can make it in this world with an attitude like that, you will be bound to fail, was all Endeavor said before he left. Izuku waited a moment, then stepped out from behind the wall to see Shoto standing in the hallway, looking more upset than Izuku could have imagined. Alright, let's cut to the chase. What the hell is going on between you and your dad? I've known people who were nicer than him, Izuku stated. Shoto hummed. Say, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Izuku felt the blood drain from his face as he realized the implications of what Shoto was saying. Surely Endeavor hadn't purposely looked for a woman with an ice quirk just to make Shoto right? But deep down, Izuku knew there was no other logical explanation. Yeah, I have, Izuku replied. Shoto continued, well, I'm the product of one. Endeavor created me specifically to surpass all might. He views me as less of a human and more like some kind of twisted invention. Izuku clenched his fists, rage overcoming his shock. How could a man who had done something like this deserve to be a hero? I'm sorry, was all Izuku could manage. In all my memories I can't recall a single one where my mother wasn't crying. In my last memory of her, she said my left side was ugly and poured boiling water over my face. That's how I got the scar, if you were wondering. And the funny thing is that I don't blame her for it. It was my father's fault for driving her to her breaking point. I'm not aiming to beat you because I'm after personal glory or trying to prove I'm the strongest. I'm doing it to show him that I don't need his quirk to become number one, Todoroki finished. Izuku was boiling with anger at this point, but once he realized Todoroki was leaving, he had an idea. Hey, Izuku called out, making Todoroki turn around. The two of them stared at each other before Izuku continued. If you left Endeavor's house right now, do you think you'd miss anything? The boss was busy displaying his superior GG reflex to Irinaka and Nemoto when he suddenly heard his ringtone. He finished his food before answering the call. Boss here, he answered. Hey, do we have any spare rooms? The boss was surprised to hear Izuku on the other end but nevertheless answered the question. Yeah? Why did you need to know that? I may or may not be starting a permanent sleepover with my classmate due to their abusive father, Izuku explained. The boss sighed. Of course, that was what Izuku would do if someone he knew had an abusive parent. Very well. We'll work out the details later, the boss replied before a devilish smirk came across his face. Also, when are you going to bring that Yanagi girl over for dinner? The boss laughed when he heard Izuku splutter some nonsense about it, not being like that. He said his goodbye after that and wished him good luck before ending the call. What was that about? Nemoto asked. The boss sighed. Izuku's getting some kid away from their abusive father by bringing them here, he explained, causing Nemoto to react by standing up, walking to the nearest wall, and slamming his head into it. I am going to deal with that brat. Nemoto groaned. What does that mean? The room went dead silent as the three adults turned to see Eri there, who had seen the entire thing. A word you shouldn't be saying, Irinaka started. That word. Eri parroted, sounding far too joyful. The boss glared at Nemoto. The only one who's going to get in trouble will be you, Shin Nemoto. The boss growled dangerously low, and Nemoto knew then and there that he was in trouble. Welcome back to the UA Sports Festival, ladies, gentlemen, and those who identify as in between or none at all. Right now, our lovely Midnight will be announcing the 1v1 battles via, you guessed it, a lottery. Midnight, would you take us away? Present Mike announced as everyone gathered on the field. Midnight smiled and held up a box. All right, everyone, all 16 of your names have been placed in this box. Once we decide the matchups, we'll move on to some recreational activities before we continue. If you're competing in the 1v1s, it's up to you if you want to participate in the recreational activities, as I'd assume most of you would want to rest before the fights. Midnight explained before someone put their hand up. Excuse me, Midnight? I'd like to withdraw from the 1v1s, Ajuru stated, causing everyone in 1A to begin shouting in surprise. I know it's stupid, but I can't even remember what happened last round, probably because of that guy's quirk, and it just wouldn't feel right to take this from someone. I just can't participate without knowing how I ended up here. I'd like to withdraw for the same reasons. Sorry, guys, a short, chubby guy from 1B said, who was also on the same team as Ajuru. Interestingly enough, Mei, who was also on the same team, simply didn't care. Midnight hummed, glaring at the two boys that had dared to withdraw. How noble, to throw away your chance at showing yourself off to the pro heroes. I love it. Your withdrawal is accepted. Midnight exclaimed, her attitude shifting dramatically, and the slight blush she was wearing made Izuku question how she was allowed to teach at a high school. So, considering 2 people have dropped out, we need 2 more to fill that gap. That means that 2 people from our 5th placers, Team Bakugo, will need to take their places. Bakugo, if your team could figure that out, that would be me and shitty hair. The rest can figure it out, Bakugo growled, pulling Kirishima with him. Mina and Siro yelled at Bakugo for making the decision without him, but soon gave up when they realized no amount of shouting would change his mind. Well, I guess that's that. Bakugo and Kirishima will replace Shota and Ajuru. Midnight announced, to Izuku's immense displeasure. As far as he was aware, Bakugo was the only one who could cause a bit of trouble for him. Although, the conditions were more favorable this time, with Bakugo not having his gauntlets and Izuku not having to worry about other people. Now, let's announce the matchups. And with that, Midnight began pulling names out of the box. Eventually, she had all the matches done. Izuku vs. Shinso. Todoroki vs. Kaibara. Reiko vs. Tsuburaba. Momo vs. Kaminari. Bakugo vs. Kurono. Minoma vs. Kendo. Kuwaro vs. Kirishima. Ida vs. Mei. So, you're Izuku Midoriya, right? Thanks for the help last round. Izuku nearly jumped when he heard the voice behind him, which was revealed to be Shinso when he turned around. Oh, Izuku replied before Ajuru's tail suddenly covered his mouth. Don't reply to what he says, Ajuru stated. Izuku was confused but listened to what his classmate said. Shinso just gave a smile and walked off. Once he was gone, Ajuru removed his tail. Okay, Doc, could you maybe tell me what that was all about? Izuku asked. Ajuru sighed. Come with me, I'll explain it in a more private spot, Ajuru replied. Izuku waited patiently to be called out, a plan for the round forming in his head. Honestly, Shinso's quirk sounded incredibly intimidating, and it would be impossible to avoid if you didn't know it. It was also ridiculously easy to avoid if you knew about it, which must have made Shinso's life difficult. Who would willingly talk with the boy who could control your mind? According to Izuku's knowledge, very few, if any at all. And our first competitor is someone you're all familiar with. He's a maniacal mastermind, a manipulator of matter. It's 1A's Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, hearing his signal to enter the ring, stepped into the deafening roars of the crowd, realizing they were all cheering for him. He wondered how much people would make from betting on him today if he won. And his opponent, sorry, you haven't been really notable today. It's Hitoshi Shinso of the General Education course. Shinso stepped out to significantly less excited cheering. Izuku felt a twinge of guilt for stealing Shinso's spotlight. But hey, it's a tournament. Not everybody can win. So, you think you're gonna win with your flashy quirk? Shinso asked once they were in position. Izuku nodded, making Shinso grimace. Now boys, I want a nice and fair fight. If you go too far, both I and Cementos will stop the fight. Are you ready? Midnight asked. Yes. Izuku replied. Sure, Shinso replied, less enthusiastically than Izuku. Midnight flicked her WHP. Begin, she announced. Honestly, you Hero Corps students are all the same. You only care about yourselves, Shinso said. Izuku wanted to deny that, but instead put his hand to his mouth, and a quick overhaul later, even if he wanted to talk, he wouldn't be able to. Has Midoriya used his quirk on himself to stop himself from talking? Has he figured out his adversary's quirk? Present Mike questioned as Izuku began approaching Shinso, who now had a look of concern on his face. Judging by Shinso's demeanor, Izuku deduced that he believed nobody would figure out his quirk and was planning on just using it to win. Hey, that's not fair. Shinso yelled. Izuku picked up the pace and soon reached him, throwing a punch to his gut. While he wasn't the best at quirkless combat, he felt like he should at least give Shinso the chance to win. Shinso buckled from the punch, and Izuku began to push him out. A moment later, Shinso was trying to push back, but he wasn't having any luck. You Hero Corps students, do you have any idea how lucky you are? Just because you were born with the perfect quirks means that everyone treats you like a saint. You would never understand how I feel about this. Shinso was practically shouting. He swung a fist at Izuku's jaw, but it didn't hurt much. They reached the edge of the arena, and with one clean throw, Shinso was out. And with that, Hitoshi Shinso is out. While it was a kind of anticlimactic round, it just means that the next rounds can only get more exciting. Present Mike announced. Izuku undid his overhauled face and extended a hand to Shinso, which he slapped away. Sorry, Izuku couldn't help but apologize. For what? Not being good enough. Shinso sneered. No, I'm sorry for how you. No, that sounds like I'm pitying you. I guess what I'm trying to say is that you don't deserve to be judged because of your quirk. Brainwashing sounds like a fantastic ability, and you'll be a fantastic hero, Izuku said. Shinso looked at him in disbelief before shaking his head. Whatever. My chance to get into the hero course is over now. Come next year, everyone is probably gonna know how to avoid my quirk, Shinso replied bitterly. He stood up, dusting himself off. Izuku just smiled. Nah, I think someone is gonna see your potential. You were the only person from general education to make it to the second round and the third round. Anyone would be a fool to say you don't have potential, Izuku said. Shinso stood there, looking shocked for a moment before shaking his head and walking away. As Izuku walked back to the exit, he smiled upon hearing Shinso's classmates congratulate him as well. Yeah, everything was gonna turn out great for Shinso. Huh, Midoriya is far better at quirkless combat than I would expect, Tokoyami commented once the round ended. To be fair, Shinso didn't look very athletic. Any average fighter would look great against a terrible fighter, Momo said. I think that he was rather superb. I myself would not be able to flip an opponent over onto their back as he did, Reiko said. Silence, Kurono replied, which annoyed Reiko. I am not a simp, I simply see that Izuku's skills are far better than my own, Reiko defended. Kendo chuckled. Sure, she said. Anyways, should we head down to meet Izuku? The next fight is gonna. At the mention of Meet Izuku, Reiko was already heading into the inner halls of the stadium, leaving everyone else to catch up. You are seriously down bad for Izuku, Kurono said as they walked down a flight of stairs. Well, at least I know what to get you for your birthday, Kendo murmured. And what would that happen to be? Reiko asked, an air of dread around her. However, Kendo was not easily scared, and she was having too much fun teasing Reiko to stop. An Izuku plushie made by Think Fast Chucklenuts. A familiar voice yelled, as suddenly a golden scarf wrapped around Kurono's waist, pulling him towards a guy who looked like Aizawa but younger, with gold highlights in his costume and hair. As soon as Kurono was in front of him, he was punched in the face. Mitsudo, was that quite necessary? The calm voice of Shigeo Funotenki asked the currently fuming Mitsudo Shirioku. Yes. I have glitter everywhere. I have to stream tonight. I can't stream when I'm covered in glitter. Mitsudo yelled, and indeed he was covered in a dusting of pink glitter that coated the front of his black and gold jumpsuit, making his face sparkle as well. Hoopsie, Kurono said, lying on the ground. I'll show you a hoopsie. Mitsudo yelled at him, and with surprising speed and agility, Kurono did a backflip and began running away, leaving Mitsudo to chase after him. Shouldn't we help him? Kendo asked. No, he was being far too annoying. This is simply his punishment for his past transgressions, Reiko replied. I wouldn't recommend stopping Mitsudo either. It wouldn't go well for you, Shigeo added. She was wearing most of her outfit, which looked like it was made of dark gray metal with cloud-shaped shoulder pads and swirl patterns across the entire armor. However, her helmet was off, revealing a girl with pale skin and cloud-like white hair styled in two drills. Her eyes were a simple black, and she wore a neutral expression. Oh, weren't you one of the second years from the first event? Momo asked. Yeah. Mitsudo's been rabid basically ever since the event ended because he got glitter everywhere. Tataki and Chumoku are happy though because they got to fight and had the attention on them respectively, Shigeo explained. So far, the 4 first years liked Shigeo, probably because she wasn't insane or angry or loud. Where's Denryu-senpai or Himura-senpai? They seem like they'd jump at the opportunity to do this, Tokoyami asked. Shigeo hummed. They're both workaholics. Koryu's at his work-study, same with Kyosuke. I wonder what it's like to work with Endeavor, Momo wondered. Shigeo chuckled. Well, from what he said, he gets paired with Endeavor's sidekick a lot. Like, an unhealthy amount. He may as well be doing his internship with her instead of Endeavor, Shigeo replied. Reiko's eyes suddenly widened. Oh no. We were meant to be meeting Izuku, she exclaimed, sounding worried for a rare moment. She immediately ran off, leaving the other 3 to say a hasty goodbye to Shigeo before following her. Shigeo watched them leave and then sighed. She supposed she may as well stop Mitsudo from causing more chaos. "I'm gonna rip your head off," Mitsudo yelled as he searched the room for Kurono, who was hidden in the vent. Lesson learned. Don't throw glitter bombs at people, he whispered to himself before crawling away. Chapter 15. Tournament. "Oh, geez, I wonder how this fight is gonna go," Izuku said monotonously as Kaibara and Todoroki walked into the arena. "I'm sure this Kaibara guy will find a way to defeat Shoto, glacier-making Todoroki," Kurono commented in an equally monotone voice. "Surely, the upcoming battle we are about to witness will be one that will be spoken of for generations to come," Reiko stated, also in a monotone voice. However, one would be forgiven for not noticing a difference between Reiko's regular voice and her monotone voice, as they were essentially the same. "Well, that's a bold statement," Minoma yelled from over his wall. "Be fair, Minoma, what are the chances that Kaibara will win this match?" Tokoyami asked. "Less than 0, Minoma muttered, "but it's not my fault your class got all the overpowered people." "Seriously, you have," unfortunately for Minoma, a vine wrapped around his neck, stopping his rant. "Oh, you poor misguided lamb. I must punish you for being such a sinner," Shiozaki said, dragging Minoma away as he protested. 1A were silent for a moment. "Truly, your taste in girls is undefeated, Kurono. You really know how to pick them," Kendo said sarcastically. Kurono turned pale after realizing the possible mistake he'd made. "Not a sinner outright?" he asked, looking at Izuku. Izuku just smirked. "Let's see, you like flirting with girls, you swear a lot, you once threw a book into a lake and joked about it being holy water, you don't believe in God, you use the Lord's name in vain often, you're definitely some kind of kleptomaniac, and you mstread lying before you were apart from that?" "No, you're not a sinner," Izuku listed off, with Kurono wincing at every statement. He then turned to Momo. "Yaoyorozu, can you make me a new soul, preferably free of everything Izuku just mentioned?" Kurono asked. "I'm afraid that is impossible," she replied coolly. "The match is about to start," Tokoyami commented. Everyone turned their attention to the battle that was about to happen. "And from Class 1A, we have the cold, Antarctic powerhouse Shoto Todoroki." Present Mike exclaimed as Todoroki walked onto stage, the crowd roaring at his appearance. "And from Class 1B, his quirk might not be flashy, and he might not stand out that much, but that's no reason to brush off Sen Kaibara." There were significantly fewer cheers for Kaibara than Todoroki, and Izuku felt a pang of sadness for Kaibara. "This is kind of unfair, isn't it?" Izuku started, attracting some confused looks. "Didn't we just go over this?" Tokoyami asked, prompting Izuku to shake his head. No. As in popularity. Just because 1A got attacked by villains, everyone is watching them, and barely any attention is shown to the other classes, Izuku explained. "I suppose you're right, Midoriya, but what can we do about it?" Momo replied. Izuku sighed. "I don't know," he said. "Let the match begin." Midnight shouted. Kaibara instantly started moving his legs rapidly, giving him a massive speed boost. He was right in front of Todoroki when suddenly an iceberg erupted from his feet, causing stunned silence to fall upon the crowd. "Isn't that a bit much?" Present Mike whispered. Izuku was inclined to agree with him. The entire right side of the stadium was shadowed by the gigantic iceberg, and some people were starting to shiver. "Is Kaibara alive?" Kendo asked. "Hey, Minoma. Is Kaibara alive?" Minoma peeked over the divider between their classes. "Good question." Minoma replied. "Kaibara, can you move?" Midnight asked, her voice amplified thanks to the mic she was wearing. "No," Kaibara grunted. Everyone let out a sigh of relief that Kaibara had not just been seriously hurt on national television. Midnight cracked her WHP, which Izuku was starting to realize was something she did often. Kaibara cannot move and thus forfeits. "Todoroki moves on to the next round," she announced. A chorus of shouts went around the stadium, and it took Izuku a moment to realize they were saying, "Nice try." Being Kaibara right now must be nothing but painful. First, he loses almost immediately against Todoroki, and then the entire crowd starts pitying him. It is kind of funny, though, and it causes Izuku to start laughing. Unfortunately, this means he doesn't hear the sound of footsteps, and he jumps when someone flicks the top of his head. "Oi, you're Midoriya-Izuku, right?" a tired voice asked. Izuku turned around and saw that it belonged to Mitsudo, who was still covered in glitter. Yeah. Izuku replied. "But can you get this glitter off of me? I heard somewhere that your quirk lets you reset whatever you touch, so can you do me a favor and get rid of it?" Mitsudo explained. Izuku hummed. "Sure. I don't see any reason to not do it." Izuku replied. And with a quick overhaul, Mitsudo was good as new. He gave his outfit a look over before nodding and stretching. "I have really bad luck when it comes to getting stuff on me." "This year it was your friend," Mitsudo said, glaring at Kurono. "The British never lose." Psycho Intelli yelled, throwing a cup of tea at Mitsudo. He simply took the blow, trying to ignore the scalding hot liquid and instead just stared at Psycho. "What about during the American Revolution?" he asked painfully. "Doesn't count, Americans aren't real people," Psycho replied, looking to her left. There was a thick silence between the two. "You are quite the character," Mitsudo stated. "Anyways, that's all I wanted." "See you," Mitsudo waved before leaving. He really is kind of similar to Aizawa-sensei, Kendo pointed out. "Anyways, we're going to have a short break to remove all this ice, sorry about that." Present Mike announced. Reiko stretched a bit before standing up. "I must prepare myself for my battle. I shall return here once more when it is over," she stated. With little extra thought, Izuku also stood up. "Oh, I'll come down with you. I might be able to help somehow," Izuku said. To his confusion, Reiko looked away suddenly after he said that. Had he said something wrong? "That would be appreciated, Izuku," she replied. Izuku mentally breathed a sigh of relief before he began following her. They walked in silence, but it was a nice silence, as if just being in each other's company was enough to satisfy them. "So, you're up against Suburaba from 1B, right?" Izuku asked, which somehow startled Reiko. Yes, that is my opponent," she replied hesitantly. Now Izuku was getting worried. Reiko was acting really weird and he had no idea why. Had he done anything to her? Nothing from memory. So what was it? He furrowed his eyebrows in annoyance. "Is everything okay, Reiko? You're kind of acting strange," Izuku asked. He wasn't going to beat around the bush when it was quicker and easier to just ask. Reiko's face paled even more than usual, making her almost ghost-like in appearance. "How so?" she asked, not meeting Izuku's eyes. "Well, you're acting kind of jumpy, and you're not making eye contact," Izuku explained. Reiko blushed slightly and began spluttering out a response. "Well, you see, the reason for that is, the thing that..." Suddenly, Izuku snapped his fingers. "Of course. You're nervous, aren't you?" he exclaimed, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Reiko sighed in relief now that she had a plausible excuse. Yes, that is the exact problem that has been plaguing my mind as of late," Reiko replied. Izuku smiled. "Reiko, you'll do great. Telekinesis is a super powerful ability, even at your current level. And anyway, this fight is clearly in your favor," Izuku said, getting excited from his own words of encouragement. Reiko raised an eyebrow. "If I may ask, how is the upcoming battle looking to be in my favor?" she asked. Izuku practically beamed as he began explaining one of his favorite topics, quirks. "Well, Suburaba has a quirk that lets him breathe out solid air, which I saw acts as a solid object when a student ran right into." Reiko used her quirk to gently close Izuku's mouth, and he blushed. "Could you perhaps explain that in a way I could understand?" Reiko pleaded. Izuku smiled sheepishly. "Why, you're not dumb, Reiko. But my rants can be difficult to follow, so I'll try to condense it," he replied. When Reiko heard what he was thinking, a look of surprise and confidence crossed her face. "So, you're saying I could win this?" she asked. Izuku scoffed. "You could win? No, you will win. So go get that opponent." Izuku cheered. Impulsively, Reiko hugged him. Izuku quickly amended, turning red. Reiko was also blushing. Thank you for the advice and support, Izuku." I don't believe I can ever repay you for how much you've helped me, Reiko muttered, looking away. Izuku laughed. It's fine. You're repaying me by simply sticking around, he replied, making Reiko blush even more. If you say so, she spoke. She then let go of the hug, which Izuku felt a bit sad about, and turned around. I suppose I should head to the exit. I assure you, I will win this round, Izuku, Reiko stated. Izuku smiled. I believe in you, Reiko. With that, the two separated, each with a smile on their faces. Itsuka yawned as she walked down the stadium hallway. She had lost a bet Kurono made, and now she had to get drinks for everyone. If it was just Momo, it would have been fine, but Kurono had to be involved in every situation. Well, at least going for a walk would let her plan for her battle against Monoma. Or, at least, she would have been able to plan if a distraction in the form of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, hadn't appeared. She stumbled backward as the large man rounded the corner. Something felt off about him. He looked like how he did on TV, angry and annoyed, but he radiated an unsettling aura. There you are, Endeavor stated calmly, sending chills down Kendo's spine. He'd been looking for her. Your performance has been impressive so far, and your quirk is powerful. In fact, it reminds me of All Might's quirk a little. Now that really worried Kendo. Had Endeavor somehow connected the dots? No, the odds of that were too low with the evidence presented. So what of it? Kendo prompted, standing her ground even as her instincts screamed at her to leave. Endeavor's eyes narrowed. It is Shoto's destiny to surpass All Might. You better make it to the last round so I can see just how far Shoto has to go. Kendo went pale at that statement. The way Endeavor said it didn't sound like a supportive father at all. If anything, it sounded more like a manager for a child actor. A wave of confidence washed over her, and she hardened her face. Do you even care about your son? Kendo asked, trying not to flinch under Endeavor's heavy glare. Of course as a child, or as some kind of pawn to further your own dreams? Kendo interrupted, taking pride in the shift of Endeavor's expression from angry to slightly shocked. She stepped aside and walked past him. You'll never go far if you disrespect everyone, girl, Endeavor growled. Kendo glanced back. I see no reason why I wouldn't. After all, you're an example of how to rise to the top, she replied, leaving Endeavor shocked and frustrated. Was it a dumb idea to insult the number 2 hero? Probably. Did she regret it? Nope, and she doubted she ever would. When Izuku got back to the stands, he took a seat next to Kurono and was pleased to see that the ice had melted. Considering it had only been 10 minutes, that was impressive. Had Endeavor helped out or something? No, probably not. He's not that kind of hero. Thank you for waiting and give a warm welcome to these competitors. Present Mike exclaimed, causing a resurgence of cheers from the crowd as the two competitors walked into the arena. Izuku smiled when he saw Reiko, and when she looked over, he waved. Whipped, Kurono teased, which Izuku responded to by elbowing him. You Jirake. Izuku smiled a little at that and continued listening to Present Mike. She's got that ghostly look which goes well with her telekinesis, but she's got an unshakable intensity about her. From the hero course, it's Reiko Yanagi. Izuku grimaced at that introduction. That seemed a bit rude, didn't it? Or was it a good thing? Actually, Izuku figured he should stop overthinking it before he started getting too critical. Versus, landing in the 30s during the first round, then placing third in the second round, he's basic and his power isn't that flashy. Also from the hero course, it's Kozai Tsuburaba. Oh, so maybe everyone got a kind of rude introduction. Well, it was good at attracting Izuku's attention, so maybe it was purposely rude to catch the eyes of pro heroes. Okay, and start. Present Mike yelled. The mics turned on, so now people could hear what they were saying. I'm not gonna go easy on you, just so you know. Tsuburaba exclaimed as he ran towards Reiko. Yes, that is generally what I would expect from most competitors, Reiko replied obliviously. Tsuburaba took a deep breath in and once he was in front of Reiko, he exhaled before going in for a low kick. Unfortunately for him, he suddenly smacked right into something, which knocked him back onto the ground. Izuku cheered, as he realized his hypothesis was correct. Oh, has Yanagi used her quirk to use Tsuburaba's solid air against him? Present Mike questioned. Indeed, in the air in front of Reiko, a pink circle outlined the solid air that Tsuburaba had created. Ah, Tsuburaba muttered as Reiko slammed the solid air into the ground to make more fragments and then proceeded to pelt Tsuburaba with them. Yield, you knave! Reiko ordered as Tsuburaba tried to cover himself. Unintelligently, Tsuburaba decided to make a wall of solid air behind him to try and escape. However, his face paled as he realized what he had done, and before he knew it, he was getting pelted by even more items. I command you to yield at once, you loathsome combatant. Reiko demanded once more, which sent laughs across the stadium. Geez, this is kind of depressing for Tsuburaba. At least Kaibara had a quick loss, Present Mike said. Meanwhile, in the stands, Izuku and Kurono were laughing hard, having fallen off a while ago, while everyone else mostly chuckled. Oh, Izuku, is that your idea? Kurono gasped through his laughs, which made Izuku laugh even harder. Yeah, I was, a theory, but it still worked, he replied barely. Alright, I forfeit, just stop hitting me. Tsuburaba cried, which made Izuku and Kurono laugh even more, and Izuku swore he could hear one be laughing as well. True to her word, Reiko stopped pelting Tsuburaba and even extended a hand to him, which he gratefully accepted. Well, there you have it, folks. Tsuburaba forfeits, meaning Yanagi moves on to the next round. Present Mike spluttered. Yanagi sure had a great plan there, didn't she, Eraser? Aizawa groaned as he realized he had to reply to Present Mike. It was a logical choice, and frankly, I would have been disappointed if she didn't do that. Yanagi's quirk relies heavily on her environment, so she should be good at recognizing opportunities, Aizawa commented, which Izuku figured was both in character for Aizawa and a fair assessment. Truth be told, if Reiko had gone against someone like Kaibara, then the fight would have been flipped on its head from the start. Well, that was interesting, Momo stated. Izuku grinned. It was more than interesting, it was awesome, he beamed. Would you shut up about your girlfriend, Broccoli? Bakugo snarled, which caught Izuku off guard. We aren't dating, he defended. Yet, Kurono added. Izuku glared at him, which was enough for him to whisper, I'll be good. At least he was half decent at being intimidating. It wasn't long until Reiko came back to the stands, and Izuku could tell she was just barely keeping a grin off her face. Your hypothesis worked marvelously, Izuku. I only wish I did not have to rely on your intellect, she added bitterly. Izuku suddenly remembered what Nezu had said to him ages ago about how it's all right to rely on others for help. He mentally noted that he should get him some tea as a thank you. There's nothing wrong with being helped by other people, and it's not like you didn't do anything at all. Hell, sometimes I ask Kurono for help, and sometimes I help without asking, Kurono butted in. Izuku smiled. So don't beat yourself up about it. And anyways, you're going up against Yayarosa next, and you'll have a way easier time beating her because you already know her. Oh HDR, no offense, Yayarozu, Izuku added, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Momo just chuckled. It's fine, Midoriya. For what it's worth, I have no intentions of losing to Yanagi either, she replied. Reiko hummed. I guess that makes sense, she muttered, which Izuku took as a win. In any case, I suppose we should prepare to watch Momo decimate Kaminari-kun, shouldn't we? Izuku saw Kaminari do a double take at hearing that. Hey, I'll totally win, he shouted before he realized what he said. Sorry, Yayarosa-san, he added, an apologetic grin on his face. At this point, Momo just sighed. It's fine, Kaminari-kun. Anyways, I'm going to get ready, wish me luck, she said before standing up and walking away. After wishing her luck and a few moments of silence, they were left in quiet. She's gonna win, Kendo stated. Yep, obviously, it has already been foretold. Kaminari-kun's bloodline was cursed far before this sports festival even occurred. Kai watched the screen in boredom. He could practically feel his mind begin to rot away as the next set of commercials started, and Shigaraki seemed to share the same sentiment, which was probably one of the few times they agreed on something. And as much as Kai wanted to go back to planning the Nomu, He hit a creative block and couldn't look at his notes for more than a moment before he wanted to just destroy them all. Perhaps he'd return to the idea of the high-end Nomu sometime in the future. It's not like he didn't have other things to do anyway. Kai. He almost jumped when he heard Sensei over the speaker, a familiar chill running down his spine at the sound of the Demon King of the Underworld's voice. I would like to have a discussion, just the two of us, if you'd mind. Kai felt himself shaking as he looked up at Kurogiri. Kurogiri, Warp Gate, he stated, pushing past his fear of all for one. Kurogiri obliged, and soon Kai found himself standing behind All for One, who was hooked up to various life supports. He made sure to keep his distance, wary of the symbol of evil's mood. You wanted to speak with me, sir? Kai asked, trying to gauge Sensei's mood through the multiple screens reflecting his image. Sensei's expression was unreadable, adding to the tension that hung thick in the air. I was hoping to discuss your progress on the high-end Nomu, Sensei replied. Kai stiffened slightly, praying that Sensei wouldn't be frustrated by the roadblock he had encountered. It was strange. He had never been so afraid of anyone else in his life. Any problem could be eliminated in an instant, but with Sensei, it was different. He was not someone that could simply be wiped out of existence, and that terrified Kai. There was a roadblock of sorts, Kai explained. At Sensei's silence, he continued, the process that creates Nomu essentially destroys their brain and any trace of sentience. It's not optional. To create a Nomu, you have to ruin its brain. Until I find a way to avoid that, I'm stuck. Sensei hummed thoughtfully and began flipping through a notebook. Kai thought he caught a glimpse of a photograph before Sensei closed it. You know, Kai, if it were not for Tamura, you would have been my preferred successor, he said casually, shocking Kai. Is that so? He replied slowly, uncertain of where the conversation was headed. Sensei's reflection grinned, a smile that promised much yet delivered little, convincing many, including Kai. Oh, don't act so surprised. You're an obvious choice. Your quirk is stronger than Tamura's, you have a greater knack for elaborate plans, and your intelligence is remarkable for this generation. When I handed the reins over to you for one of my business fronts, you increased its profits so much that it became more profitable than the business it was supporting. Sensei listed. Hearing his achievements filled Kai with pride and determination to improve further. Thank you, sir. Running a business is something my family was born to do, Kai replied politely, bowing slightly. He hated the feeling of being subordinate, but he reminded himself of the benefits of serving his liege. It truly is sad how they treated you. You would have been the perfect successor to their corporate empire, but they cast you aside for having ideals they considered extreme. But I suppose that's their loss, is it not? Kai narrowed his eyes at the mention of his old family, his hands itching for revenge, but he decided to wait for the right moment. Well, I have nothing else to discuss. Would you like to return to the bar, or perhaps visit the doctor? Sensei asked. Kai was about to say, the bar, but then he remembered the high-end project and found himself saying, the doctor. A warp gate later, he was there, stretching before heading over to the doctor's computer, hoping for a breakthrough. That was depressing. Izuku deadpanned as Kaminari was taken out of the arena by the robots. Most of these matches have been, Tokoyami replied. Kendo chuckled. Well, this next match is either going to be really depressing or insanely funny, she stated. Kurono grimaced at Kendo's words. Don't remind me. I'm facing Bakugo, arguably the worst for advertising my products. Why couldn't I just get Izuku? He hummed, putting his mask back on. Izuku grinned. Look on the bright side. You might end up embarrassing him, he exclaimed. Oh great. Because I definitely need another guy trying to kill me for doing something stupid. I've got one already, and that's one too many. Kurono yelled before walking off. Izuku sighed. He'll be fine, he muttered. For some reason, I find it particularly difficult to believe that statement. The phrase, is fighting boo, would not end well for anyone facing him, except perhaps you or Kendo, Reiko added hastily, which made Izuku laugh. Trust me, Kurono's MSTR of handling tough situations. He'll be fine, Izuku replied. A couple of minutes later, The two walked onto the stage, and present mix commentary started again. For the first time in 5 years, we have someone from the design part of the support course in round 3. He's stylish, he likes bombs, and you guys seem to actually like him more than a decent amount of the hero course. For some reason, it's Class 1F's Hari Kurono. Wait, his last name is Kurono? Momo asked. Well yeah. Izuku replied. I was under the impression his name was Kurono Stasis, Reiko muttered, which made Izuku snort. Nah, that's his quirk name. Or well, kind of. It's technically called Chronostasis, but Kurono and Chrono sound basically the same, so. I'm gonna shut up now, Izuku trailed off. And on the other end, we've got our snarling Pomeranian. He's loud, he's bold, and he's not afraid to get rough. It's Class 1A's Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku was surprised to hear less cheers for Bakugo, which was unexpected because, well, it's Bakugo. He has a flashy quirk and is incredibly skilled. You'd expect people to like him. But it seemed that most judged based on personality. And wasn't that a relief to Izuku? Ready? Start. Present mic announced. Even though Kurono's face was blocked, Izuku could tell he was smirking. Support companies. I hope you're watching because an explosion cut Kurono off, and he barely rolled out of Bakugo's path. This was the unpredictable part of the equation. How much of Kurono's antics would Bakugo put up with, and what would happen when he had enough? Izuku really hoped that Kurono finished his demonstrations and forfeited before those questions would be answered. Otherwise, Kurono was going to be in a world of pain. Straight to the practical, huh? I guess I can work with that as well, Kurono joked. Bakugo went for another attack, which Kurono dodged under. As you can see, my design allows excellent agility. The fabric is elastic, allowing quick and precise dodging. And even if you fail to dodge, the fabric is protected by a design created by myself and my peer Mei Hatsum. Using complex mechanisms developed through sleepless nights, the fabric absorbs the blow and releases it, pushing back the attack. Is he advertising? Kendo asked. This is about what I expected, Izuku said, grinning smugly. Die! Bakugo screamed, going in for a rare kick after flipping behind Kurono. When Bakugo's heel landed on Kurono's back, however, it pushed him back a couple of inches, throwing Bakugo for a loop and making him fall over. That would definitely impress the support companies watching, without a doubt. Kurono patiently waited for Bakugo to get back up as he prepared himself. Although I can't really show you, the mask I am wearing has many useful abilities. Filtration, enhanced vision, and if an enemy gets up close, you can do some decent damage with the beak. Kurono continued. At this point, Bakugo was already standing up, and without a second's hesitation he launched himself straight up in the air. I wasn't going to do this, but now you're really pissing me off, clock. Bakugo yelled. For some reason, Kurono seemed unfazed by this. Instead, he merely turned to face the announcer's box. Well, it was nice knowing Kurono while he was alive, Kendo sighed. Actually, I take that back, it was average knowing Kurono, she amended, drawing a chuckle from Izuku. He's definitely got a plan. If he didn't, he'd be panicking right now, Izuku replied. Bakugo continued rising until he aimed himself right at Kurono. Like a ballerina, he began spinning in the air before blasting down towards Kurono. Howitzer. Bakugo started as he descended. Impact. They couldn't see what had happened thanks to all the smoke, and the entire stadium was filled with tension as they waited to see what had thrown Bakugo off for once. Slowly, painfully so, it cleared, revealing Bakugo holding his arm on the ground, which looked badly injured. Behind him, Kurono stepped forward before turning around and pointing behind him with his thumb. Get a load of this guy, he joked. What he just attacked was a gadget made by Mei Hatsum, which creates a perfect illusion of someone. And by using light refracting technology in my outfit, I was rendered invisible. Of course, there are some problems, the main one being it has a. Kurono paused, looking over at Midnight, who was speaking into an earpiece. He then froze and looked back, jumping as he realized the state Bakugo was in. Oh no, that looks bad. I think it's time to wrap this up. Miss Midnight? I'm forfeiting. Please get Bakugo some medical attention. And with that, the match was over. Geez, Bakugo isn't looking too good there, Siro stated. Yeah. Is he even going to be fine for his next round? Kaminari added. Kurono forfeits after that battle. Although really, he kind of won in a way. Anyway, Bakugo moves on to the next round, but for now, he'll be heading to Recovery Girls Clinic to get healed. Present Mike announced. The crowd was audibly murmuring, and Izuku wasn't sure if they were supporting Kurono, Bakugo, or if it was neither and they were angry at the school for letting a kid get hurt. Either way, Izuku stood up. Where are you heading off to now, Izuku? Reiko asked. Izuku sighed. I'm heading down to check on Bakugo. I can't leave him in that state without feeling guilty, he explained before making his way to Recovery Girls Clinic. He just hoped that Bakugo wouldn't be angry to see him. Name: Kai Chisaki. Quirk: Fat Cell Manipulation. Kai can manipulate the fat cells of anything he touches with his fingers, meaning he can shift them, destroy them, or even multiply them by converting red blood cells. Izuku stood outside the door to Recovery Girls Clinic, his hand hovering in front of the handle. Did he really want to do this? He could just as easily choose to leave Bakugo on his own. It's not like he'd want to see Izuku. But if he left Bakugo just because he didn't want to deal with his attitude, could he really call himself a hero? Heroes always save people, no matter what, even if that person they're saving hates their guts and is yelling at them. Okay, breathe in, breathe out, Izuku said to himself, doing as he said. No hesitation, the worst that can happen is he yells at you. You don't have to stay with him anyway. With that, the door slid open, revealing Recovery Girls Clinic. Currently, Recovery Girl was tending to Bakugo on the bed, who was groaning with an arm over his face. Izuku nervously stepped in, and Recovery Girl glanced back at him, an annoyed look on her face. What is it? Can't you see I'm tending to the Bakugo boy? She snapped. Izuku stepped back, his hands held up. I wanted to help heal Bakugo, he explained. Instantly, Recovery Girl's expression changed to one of relief. Oh, thank goodness. I didn't want to use my quirk because he'd be too tired for his next match, and even a half heal wouldn't be enough. Your quirk is perfect for healing, so I'll let you do the work, she said, stepping aside. Izuku nodded and walked up to Bakugo. Up close, his arm looked even worse, bent at an odd angle and already starting to bruise. Bakugo lifted his arm off to see Izuku and immediately scowled. Go away, he growled. Izuku sighed. I'm just here to heal. I don't need your pity. Bakugo screamed. He got out of the bed and stomped past Izuku, slamming the door open before closing it with equal force, stunning the room into silence. Izuku groaned. Why did he have to make this so difficult? Nevertheless, Izuku followed after Bakugo, just barely catching him as he walked around the corner. Bakugo, it's not pity, it's just human decency. Izuku argued, speed-walking after the enraged boy. Bakugo glanced back, hatred in his eyes as he picked up his pace. I don't want your help. Not when you're mocking me all the while. He yelled, turning around another corner. Oh, for the love of... nobody is mocking you. Izuku yelled back, shifting into a jog. Bakugo saw this and also shifted into a jog at a slightly faster pace. Just let me help you. Bakugo let out a primal scream of frustration, which was cut off as he winced from jostling his arm too much. He shoved his way into an unused room to his left, and Izuku followed him unprompted, shutting the door behind them. It looked like some kind of storage room, filled with sports equipment and various items for events in the sports festival. Bakugo sat down on a chest, and Izuku didn't dare get closer. Bakugo, if you don't let me heal you, the next round is? Doesn't matter. Bakugo interrupted, resting his face in the palm of his unbroken arm. Don't you get it? I lost, he muttered. Izuku raised an eyebrow in confusion. Are you delirious? You won, Kurono forfeited, Izuku replied. Bakugo growled. No. That wasn't a win. He took pity on me. Izuku looked at him, and the two fell into silence. Finally, Izuku let out a sigh. Kaken, listen, Izuku said, pinching his nose. It doesn't matter if he beat you on a spiritual level or something. If you really feel like you lost, then forfeit in your next round. Either way, it's not going to do you any good to run around with a broken arm, so just let me heal you and I'll be out of your hair. Izuku waited for a reply, but there was only silence. He looked at Bakugo in confusion and watched as his face morphed through various expressions before finally landing on disbelief. Deku, he asked. Izuku held his breath, trying to figure out a way out of this. Who's Deku? Izuku opted to try, nervously smiling. Is that my new nickname or? Bakugo slammed his unbroken hand onto the chest he was sitting on. Only Deku called me that. Don't you lie to me. Bakugo growled, jumping off the chest and poking a finger in Izuku's chest. Where did you? Why didn't you tell me? Izuku sighed, letting the silence grow between them in the hope that Bakugo would calm down a bit. Why should I have told you? Izuku asked, startling Bakugo for a moment before he doubled down. Because we knew each other, he retorted, throwing his arm in the air in exasperation. What kind of person thinks it's okay to pretend they never knew someone they've known since childhood? Izuku glared at Bakugo. A dumbass who was bullied by someone they've known since childhood. That's who wouldn't even hesitate to pretend you never knew each other, Izuku replied icily, leaving Bakugo speechless for a moment. Bakugo seethed, trying to find a rebuttal but came up empty. With a final groan, he decided to change the subject. What about the hag? Or the old man? Bakugo questioned, attempting to guilt-trip Izuku. I haven't known them for ages either. I had no reason to seek them out. Admit it, Kaken. You were a bully, and that's why I never wanted to reveal that we knew each other. Izuku stated. Bakugo simply snarled and pushed past him, heading back into the hallway. Izuku followed, watching as he stomped his way back to Recovery Girl's clinic. You know I can heal that arm, and it'll be way easier, right? Izuku called after him. Bakugo didn't even glance back. Leave me alone, was the last thing he growled before turning the corner. Once he was gone, Izuku groaned. That was not something he wanted to deal with today. Kurono removed his mask and pulled off his hood, sighing. What an absolute mess, he muttered as he put the mask into his locker. He had showcased his outfit and the tech inside, but the ending was a disaster. He hadn't expected Bakugo to attempt an attack like that, and when he saw him doing it, he assumed he'd have backup if he missed his target. Apparently, Bakugo didn't, and he slammed right into the concrete, breaking his arm. After putting his things away, he exited the locker room and pulled out his phone, hoping to see something entertaining about the sports festival. Maybe some new ships, those were always interesting to see. Good evening, Kurono-kun. Kurono jumped at the voice and turned to see Nezu, the principal of UA. Was he being expelled? Surely not. The whole idea of the 1v1s was to hurt each other, and a broken arm couldn't be that bad compared to other years, right? Oh, don't worry, you aren't being expelled. Kurono let out a sigh of relief. But that left the question of why Nezu was talking to him. Is there something you want? Kurono asked, putting his phone back into his pocket. Nezu chuckled. There's always something I want. Today, that thing is you in the hero course. Kurono went still. Nezu wanted him in the hero course? But he was a support student. Heroics wasn't what he did, he just designed outfits. Why exactly? Kurono asked. Nezu smiled even more, a gleam in his beady black eyes, holding a cup of tea that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Isn't it obvious? You managed to beat one of our best hero students, Katsuki Bakugo. That's quite the feat, wouldn't you agree? Without waiting for Kurono's response, Nezu continued, and you're proving to be quite popular online. Already, you have accounts dedicated to posting moments featuring you, meme communities are filled with your quotes, and many people find you attractive. All in all, very good things to have for a hero. Kurono was stunned. After a moment, he shook his head. I appreciate the offer, but no. When Nezu said nothing, Kurono elaborated, I get where you're coming from and I understand the benefits, but I like being in the support course. Heroics isn't for me. Nezu hummed and sipped his tea. I see. Is it due to your affiliation with the Yakuza? Because... No. I really just don't want to be a hero. I'm much happier sitting safe and sound in a studio and designing outfits for the heroes. Kurono insisted. Nezu looked at him and nodded sadly. I understand. In that case, I'll leave you alone. But I do have one more offer to present. Kurono mentally groaned. What did Nezu want now? How about you become my personal student instead? Kurono certainly wasn't expecting that. You have the talent, I can tell. Your penchant for chaos and carefully laid out plans would become even greater under my guidance. Most people underestimate you in a fight, and you proceed to outsmart them, and that's something I can relate to. So, will you accept my offer? Kurono thought about it. There really wasn't any reason to decline that he could see. He'd definitely like to get better at outsmarting people, and Nezu was a emissary at that. Before he knew it, he was replying, okay. Nezu smiled and sipped his tea. Wonderful. Our first lesson starts next week on Monday at the start of the day, my office. Don't be late. With that, the principal left, leaving Kurono confused. Well, that was interesting, he muttered before walking back to the stands. Oh, Izuku, you just missed Kurwaro and Kirishima's fight. Kendo called out as Izuku stepped back into the stands, having returned from his discussion with Bakugo. Izuku sat down next to Reiko and looked at Kendo. Well, how'd it go? He asked. Kendo grimaced. Well, this is unfair. Kurwaro yelled as he barely dodged a right hook from Kirishima. How am I meant to beat a guy with a hardening quirk when I can't use mine? Oh, I'm sorry. It's unmanly of me to fight you with a quirk when you can't use yours. Kirishima replied, instantly unhardening his skin. Kurwaro breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God I dash. Unfortunately, he was not fast enough to avoid Kirishima's headbutt. Kurwaro's vision faded to black as his body crumbled. Oops. Kirishima said unsurely. Oh, that's not yeah, I didn't miss much, Izuku replied once Kendo finished explaining the battle. Anyways, aren't you next? Kendo sighed and looked over at the other side of the stands. Yeah, I'm up against Monoma apparently, she replied. Izuku hummed. Monoma arguably had the most unpredictable quirk out of all the competitors so far, making it a gamble to fight him. The more alarming thing was that Monoma could quite easily copy one for all if he got close enough. Good luck, Izuku decided to say. Kendo smiled and stood up. You'll do great, Kendo. Momo cheered. Suddenly, Kendo was surrounded by an aura of power, activating one for all and causing sparks to fly around her. Her face shifted into one of determination, and she cracked her knuckles. Hell yeah, I'll do great, she exclaimed before running out of the stands at full speed. Everyone was stunned for a moment. What had just happened? Momo asked. Kurono walked in a moment later and sat down in his seat. Ah, interesting, he said with a smug smile. Itsuka stood across from Monoma, present mixed commentary a distant buzz. She could feel one for all crackling under her skin, her veins glowing with a mesmerizing sparkly red. Momo's confident, you can do it, fueled her motivation, making her feel like she could do anything. Present Mike yelled that the round had started, and she dashed forward, one for all wrapping around her body at 8%, her new limit. Monoma exploded his body into multiple parts. She couldn't hear him or the roaring crowd, only Momo's voice on repeat. She flipped over Monoma and activated her original quirk, expanding her hand to slap him, but his skin hardened into steel. Annoying, but she could work around it. Itsuka hissed in pain as Monoma's hand connected with the back of her head. She turned to swipe it away, but he was already back with a taunt. I was expecting more from the esteemed 1A. Ignoring him, Itsuka leaped forward, engaging with the now metal-clad Monoma. He held up against a few 8% punches, cracks forming in the ground at his feet, but soon rolled away, deactivating the copied quirk. It's quite rude to just ignore somebody, you know. Monoma sneered, splitting into multiple pieces and bombarding Itsuka. She enlarged her fist again and swiped, knocking Monoma's body parts away as if they were flies. He reformed about 10 meters away, smirking. Let me guess, you're thinking about what your friend said to you, right? Monoma taunted, holding his arms out like an eccentric showman. Was it Midoriya? Or perhaps it was that Yaoyorozu girl? Itsuka stiffened at that, hardening her face before slapping her enlarged hand into the ground, launching herself right at Monoma, who steeled himself. However, Itsuka was prepared this time, launching herself behind him and delivering a solid kick to his back. Monoma lurched forward, tumbling to the ground and barely managing to roll to safety. Itsuka lowered one for all down to 3%, allowing her muscles to rest. It seems I was right. So, what did she say to you? Was it you're the best? Or, you can do it, Kendo? Monoma mocked in an annoyingly high-pitched voice, posing as if deep in thought. Everything went dull for Itsuka. She couldn't hear anything, only Monoma's voice mocking her. And she snapped. Shut up. Itsuka yelled, but everything went foggy. She could see and hear, but couldn't move, as if trapped in her own body. Monoma grinned in delight. I was getting worried. Now, walk out of the arena, please. Itsuka mentally panicked as her body obeyed, turning to exit the stadium. What? Kendo is exiting the arena? The fight is the other way. Present Mike yelled, his voice sounding far away. Itsuka watched the line come closer, trying desperately to move, but she couldn't. She thought back to Momo's words, feeling like crying. Momo, I'm sorry, Itsuka mentally wept as she approached the line. She could see all might in his skinny form, desperately urging her to turn back around. But then something strange happened. A dark smog surrounded her, and in front of her, she could see the shapes of 8 different people with glowing eyes. Confused, she heard a clear voice say, "Not yet, 9." Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her fingers and returned to her senses, barely stopping before the line. Breathing heavily, she looked over her shoulder to see Monoma looking shocked. A quick glance at her fingers confirmed that she had unconsciously flicked them. Was that one for all? Whatever it was, she would focus on that later. All that mattered now was defeating Monoma. Activating full diffuse at 8%, she leaped towards him, delivering a gut punch before he could activate his quirk. He groaned on the floor before getting up and smirking. The joke's on you, Kendo, he declared, his skin suddenly covered in yellow sparks as Itsuka realized he must have just barely touched her. He aimed his fingers at her and snapped, but confusion crossed his face as nothing happened. Is it a dud? He questioned before Itsuka aimed the final blow, sweeping him off his feet and slapping him away with a combination of big fist and one for all, launching him back into the hallway leading to the stadium. Itsuka breathed a sigh of relief as the crowd cheered, and she let go of one for all, the sparks quickly dissipating. What a roller coaster of emotions. After her glorious comeback from the brink of defeat, Itsuka Kendo moves on to the next round. Present Mike announced, and the crowd cheered even louder. Itsuka stretched before walking back into the stadium, a smile on her face. I did it, Momo, she muttered to herself. That was intense, Kurono stated as he dug into a bucket of chicken wings he had suddenly acquired. When did you find the time to get chicken wings? Izuku asked. Kurono smirked. Yes, he replied, causing Izuku to groan as he realized he'd never get an answer. Tokoyami watched in horror as Kurono continued eating the chicken wings, unable to look away. Meanwhile, Momo blushed slightly, a dopey smile on her face. I can only wonder what event could have caused Kendo to attempt to leave the arena, Reiko said. Izuku hummed. I'm pretty sure Monoma copied Shinsu's quirk, which lets him brainwash people if you respond to him, he replied. Understanding crossed her face. Ah. So that's why you chose to fuse your own mouth during your battle with Shinso, Reiko stated, causing Izuku to nod. A moment later, Kendo walked into the stands and approached Izuku. Heal, she ordered bluntly, holding out her injured fingers. Reiko, Tokoyami, and Momo looked shocked at the damage, but after months of broken bones, 2 broken fingers were routine for Kurono and Izuku, who healed them without a second thought. Thanks, Kendo said before sitting back down next to Momo, and Kurono took pleasure in watching them blush slightly when they brushed shoulders. Izuku shivered at the thought of continuing his blackmailing business into high school. Wait, didn't he bring his blackmail camera to the mall when they all went together? He shook off that realization. He'd had enough uncomfortable interactions that day. Speaking of which, hey, where's Bakugo? Kirishima asked out loud. Bakugo still hadn't returned, which was concerning. Was he still in Recovery Girls' clinic, or was he avoiding Izuku? If it was the latter, He hoped it would continue throughout the year. Meh, it's Bakugo. Probably sulking about how he broke his arm, Kaminari replied. Izuku agreed, it was Bakugo. What were the odds he was doing something productive like having a life-changing revelation? Katsuki was having a life-changing revelation. Okay, maybe that was being overdramatic. He was considering his past actions in a new light. Despite it being mostly a yelling match, Bakugo would be lying if he said his conversation with Izuku hadn't been enlightening. He finally found out where he knew that person from, but the answer he received wasn't one he liked. Katsuki knew he was mean, that was his whole thing. But the fact was that nobody really called him out on it, except for Izuku, who straight up told him he'd been a bully. So, he kind of just ran away. Katsuki groaned as he sat at a table in the empty cafeteria. The great Katsuki Bakugo, the future #1 hero, running away when someone said something he didn't want to believe. Deku, Katsuki muttered as he sipped his water. He didn't know why he was cursing out the nerd when he wasn't even there. Maybe he was unconsciously blaming this all on Deku? Well, considering he was the one who started this whole mess, he wasn't far off. The last thing Katsuki wanted was something weighing on his conscience, leading to doubt and hesitance, which would drop his performance. And on a day like this, he couldn't afford that. You were a bully, the voice of Deku echoed in his mind, trying to stop him from saying anything. But now he was back to thinking about how he had acted. He hadn't been a bully, had he? He was just disciplining those kids for looking down on him. Really, he had been doing them a favor by keeping their hopes in check. If they weren't strong, they would either fail or end up as sidekicks. Katsuki groaned, massaging his head from the strain. He had already broken his arm, evidence of that was wrapped around him, and he didn't need to break his mind as well. He could revisit this later, after the sports festival. All Might would start teaching them by then, if he remembered correctly. Maybe he could ask him for advice. After all, who knew better than the #1 hero? Chapter 17, Rapid Fire. Welcome to the quarterfinals of the sports festival, everybody. This round is going to be interesting. On one side, we have the clever strategist, Izuku Midoriya. On the other side, the ice-cold personality of Shoto Todoroki. Present mic announced. Mitsudo leaned forward in anticipation. This would be an exciting round. Ugh, this fight is going to be so boring. When are we going to get a real brawl? Tataki complained. He preferred hand-to-hand combat over strategy and quirk usage. The only reason he wasn't in the top 3 of the class was his refusal to be flexible like Futiki or Koryu. Who do you think will win? Seigyo asked. Mitsudo appreciated Seigyo. She was quiet and skilled. She would probably be the strongest in the school if her quirk wasn't so hard to control. He shivered at the memory of the time she lost control during training. I reckon Midoriya, Mitsudo replied, glancing at Seigyo. Oh, and why is that? Chumoku asked, his tone probing. Mitsudo didn't like Chumoku, who was obsessed with popularity and fame, especially after starting his work study with Iwabumi. Didn't you see? Todoroki was shivering a bit after he created that massive glacier in his first fight. Midoriya can break anything he sends his way, so a prolonged fight will likely favor him, Mitsudo explained. A hand clapped him on the shoulder, and he recognized it even through his hero outfit. Of course you would be that analytical, Eraserson. Akabara Kayama laughed, sitting down next to him. She had spiky dark blue hair tied in a ponytail, and her red eyes sparkled mischievously. Shut up, the round's about to start, Mitsudo said, trying to focus. Sure enough, the round began moments later. Immediately, Todoroki sent out a massive glacier toward Izuku, who predictably destroyed it upon impact. As I thought, Midoriya has this in the bag, Mitsudo remarked. Ah, that's a shame, I was hoping that haughty Todoroki would win. Then I could give him a special reward, Akabara teased, playfully circling her finger around Mitsudo's chest, which he quickly swatted away. Harass someone else, Akabara, he muttered. She let out a huff and crossed her arms, pouting. Back in the arena, Todoroki launched another ice glacier, which Midoriya destroyed again. This time, he left chunks of it to fall to the ground. Did Midoriya tire out if he destroyed larger things too quickly? It made sense. A quirk as powerful as his would have some kind of weakness. Even so, he would clearly be the MVP of this round. When Todoroki sent out his third glacier, Midoriya surprised everyone by not destroying it. Had the kid finally reached his limit? A quick glance at Todoroki showed that his opponent was equally confused and was looking at Akabara's ant for some kind of instruction. Suddenly, the ground next to Todoroki opened up, and a hand swiped at his ankles. Todoroki barely dodged, and Midoriya's curly green hair could be seen emerging from the hole, followed shortly by his freckled face. "Oh man, I totally thought that would work." Midoriya's voice, amplified by speakers, rang out through the arena. Mitsudo was impressed by the kid's quick thinking. Midoriya seemed to have figured out that this wasn't merely a battle of endurance, but a battle of wit and strategy hidden behind a battle of endurance. In Mitsudo's opinion, Midoriya should stick to hit-and-run tactics to preserve his own energy while slowly draining Todoroki's. I wonder where Seiya is?" Akabara wondered aloud. Chumoko laughed, a sound that irritated Mitsudo. "Couldn't that oaf just be quiet? He's probably forgotten to take his meds and ended up in London," he joked. As much as Mitsudo hated to admit it, Chumoko had a point. If Seiya forgot his ADHD medication, there was a high chance he'd impulsively use his quirk to warp to some random place without thinking. It certainly threw Mitsudo for a loop when he and Seiya jumped into one of his wormholes and ended up in Turkey. However, he'd be lying if he said he didn't have fun looking at all the historical buildings. "He'll show up later if he wants to. Now be quiet so I can watch this," Mitsudo grumbled. "Okay, Grandpa," Chumoko snarked. Mitsudo simply turned and used his quirk on Chumoko's hair, causing his face to slam into the ground. He smirked a little before turning back to the arena. Todoroki had sent another wave of ice, this time a sheet at Midoriya's feet, and while Midoriya bent down to remove the ice, Todoroki sent a larger wave to catch Midoriya off guard. It was a decent plan, and Mitsudo almost thought that Midoriya had been finished. However, over a dozen stone columns exploded out from the ice, with Midoriya riding on one of the lower ones. He dropped off next to Todoroki, who barely dodged a swipe from Izuku's hands. That was something Mitsudo was curious about. How did Midoriya's quirk interact with living organic material? It must work, because otherwise, he wouldn't be getting in close and trying to slap Todoroki. But what would happen if Midoriya used his quirk on the other boy? Would Todoroki just disappear and reappear slightly different? Mitsudo wouldn't care if it was the latter. Too many video games had desensitized him to violence. However, he doubted that the many children watching this from home or in the stadium would feel the same. Midoriya is pushing a full frontal assault on Todoroki. Why is Todoroki scared? He should be able to just freeze Midoriya away if he touches him. Present Mike commented, "Isn't it obvious?" Mitsudo perked up as he heard Eraserhead's voice over the mic, excitement filling his body as his idol and mentor gave his opinion. Midoriya purposely landed on Todoroki's left side, which is unable to generate ice. It can generate fire, but so far he's refused to do so. That made a lot of sense, and if Todoroki didn't start using his fire, he was going to end up losing this fight. And by the looks of it, Todoroki was shivering slightly. Midoriya had this in the bag. All he had to do was keep attacking Todoroki. Reiko was practically falling over the railing as she watched Izuku fight, the only thing keeping her from falling being the hair that Kurono had wrapped around her ankles. Everyone else was too shocked to do anything, as Reiko was screaming. Nobody had even seen her raise her voice before, so this was extremely unexpected. "Beat his butt, Izuku. Force him to submit to you," she shouted, a frenzied look on her face. "You know he can't hear you, right?" Sato stated, looking slightly afraid. Reiko whipped her head around, glaring at Sato. "Shut your mouth," she decreed before turning back to the fight. Kurono quietly chuckled as he recorded surreptitiously from his phone. There was always time for blackmail collection. Interestingly, Izuku chose to step back and slam his hand to the ground, creating a mass of blunt spikes that shot out at Todoroki. Todoroki countered with his ice, but not even a second layer of even more blunt spikes emerged, actually pushing Todoroki back, who had to stop himself with a well-placed ice wall behind him. Yanagi grinned in delight, prepared to watch her friend crush this challenge. Todoroki was clearly on the ropes, and sure enough, the spikes disappeared and were replaced with a circular arena, effectively trapping Todoroki near the edge. "If you don't use your fire, you're done for, Todoroki," Izuku exclaimed, beginning to rush forward. "I understand why you're not using it, but if I'm giving it my all, then you should too. You shouldn't hold yourself back from using your own quirk." Something seemed to click in Todoroki, and a determined blaze filled his eyes as his left side exploded into flames, which made Izuku pause. "I didn't want to convince him to do that yet. Why did I say that?" Yanagi giggled slightly. "Izuku was just so cute sometimes." "I think Yanagi's lost her head," Kaminari muttered. "Does that make her a headless horsewoman?" Mina jokingly asked, eliciting some laughter from the class. A quick glare filled with malice and hatred shut them up. Todoroki is using his fire. Now things are really going to get spicy. Present Mike yelled. Todoroki sent another iceberg at Izuku, who destroyed the center part, allowing him to conserve energy while keeping an eye on his opponent. "Come on. You gotta do better than that." Izuku goaded, an uneasy smile on his face. Yanagi agreed. Todoroki was underestimating Izuku's power. In response, Todoroki sent another iceberg, this one even larger. Some flames appeared on his left side as he regulated his temperature, but still, Izuku broke through the iceberg, looking slightly tired as he raised a fist to Todoroki. "I want you to give me your best. All or nothing, you hear me?" Yanagi nearly swooned at how cool Izuku was. She pushed aside Kurono's nagging voice that echoed in her mind, trying to repeat what the real Kurono had said earlier in the cafeteria. This time, the fire on Todoroki's left side increased in intensity, and he held his arm back. "Don't say I didn't warn you, Midoriya," he said, launching a wave of fire at Izuku. Izuku grinned nervously, aware he needed to take his next steps carefully to win. "Gotta get to cover," he muttered, creating a dome around himself. Todoroki raised an eyebrow. "Wadash," he started, but didn't finish his sentence as the entire arena exploded, steam covering the scene. Cries of shock emanated from the crowd, and for once, Present Mike was silent. Yanagi strained to find her boyfriend, and as the steam cleared, it revealed Todoroki had been knocked unconscious. But where was Izuku? Her question was answered as the dome he'd made earlier disassembled, and Izuku climbed out, tired but safe. Midoriya-Izuku wins after an explosive CLMX. Present Mike announced, and the stadium erupted in cheers for Izuku, who smiled up at everyone. When he caught sight of Reiko, her breath hitched as his eyes brightened and he waved. She waved back, watching as he walked out of the arena. The 1A stands were silent. "Whipped," Kurono said, slamming into the ground face first. Izuku strode through the hallways, confidence in every step. He was exhausted and planned to take a quick nap in the preparation room. Unfortunately, he had to stumble backwards to avoid bumping into Endeavor, who looked very angry. "You!" Endeavor barked, startling Izuku, who pointed at himself in confusion. "Yes, you Midoriya brat. How did you get my Shoto to use his flames? I've tried everything, and yet he continues rebelling against me." Endeavor grumbled. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the number 2 hero, intending to confront him, but then he had a better idea and quickly schooled his expression to hide a smirk. "What?" Izuku asked, feigning confusion. Endeavor raised an eyebrow but continued. "I said, how did you get Shoto to use his fire?" What?" Now Endeavor looked seriously annoyed, and Izuku noticed his flames flare up slightly, perhaps to intimidate him. However, Izuku knew Endeavor wouldn't attack a student in the halls of UA. "I said, how did you get Shoto to dash? I can't hear you." Endeavor's face twisted in annoyance as he jabbed a finger into Izuku's chest. "Listen here, brat Endeavor started, but Izuku saw a way out. "Oh, Yanagi. You're up next, right?" Izuku called out, looking past Endeavor to see his friend, who looked baffled. She quickly cleared her face of confusion and cleared her throat. "Oh, yes, it appears my battle against Yaoyorozu shall commence momentarily. I was just coming down to prepare," Reiko replied, looking slightly nervous. Izuku grinned and pushed past Endeavor, putting an arm around Reiko's shoulder as they walked to the prep room, leaving her blushing. Endeavor growled as they left before pulling out his phone. He aggressively swiped down his contacts list and slammed his finger onto the cracked screen. It rang only once before answering. Yes, Endeavor-san? I'm in the middle of my patrol with Burnin, but I can always help. Kyosuke stated, cheer in his voice. Himura, I'll need your help with something, and I can only trust you to do it, Endeavor started. He was determined to teach that green brat a lesson. Reiko breathed in and out as she stood opposite Momo. To be entirely honest, she was terrified of her opponent. After all, compared to Momo's ability to create anything, telekinesis felt bland. Reiko's only advantage was that if Momo created anything lighter than the average person, she could use it against her. On one side, we have the spooky telekinetic ghost of 1A, Reiko Yanagi. On the other, also from 1, we have the girl who can create anything for the job, Momo Yaoyorozu. Present mic announced to cheers from the audience. Reiko suddenly realized that she was being judged by all of Japan. Are you both ready? Midnight asked. Once they both confirmed, Midnight nodded and spoke into her earpiece. Let the fight begin. Immediately, Momo started creating a large blanket to cover herself, which confused Reiko. Shouldn't she be trying to make a weapon? Reiko lifted the blanket and threw it aside, only to see a cannon pointing right at her, with Momo wearing a determined smile. You can't lift a cannon this heavy, Momo exclaimed before she set it off, and Reiko had to dodge as a net sped past her. She would have used her quirk, but it was going too fast for her to even consider. Reiko grimaced, realizing that Momo wasn't going to give her any ammunition. So in that case, she'd just have to make her own. Whoa, she just stole that guy's pizza. Present Mike stated as a pizza flew at Momo from the audience. Reiko felt a bit guilty, but she really needed to win this fight. Why are you throwing pizza at me? Momo cried as she slapped away a greasy slice. Because you have found it in your favor to not create anything, Reiko declared, continuing to slap Momo with the stolen pizza. Over the mic, Aizawa sighed. Midoriya's a bad influence on my students, he hummed, and Reiko could easily imagine him face-palming. Unfortunately, the pizza soon became too mangled to be useful. Looking for something else to throw, Reiko turned her back to Momo, a rookie mistake that allowed Momo to smack her on the calves with a pole. Reiko hissed in pain as she steadied herself and began defending against Momo's onslaught. Reiko needed her hands free to move objects, but as her arms were focused on blocking, she couldn't even think about doing that. So instead, she decided to try something else. T-Cell Destroyer, Reiko announced before landing a kick on Momo. This caused Momo to stumble, allowing Reiko to grab Momo's pole and begin whacking her with it. Under pressure, Momo made a shield to block the attacks, which Reiko also grabbed. Reiko was growing aware of a headache approaching her limit, and her arm muscles were aching. Nevertheless, she continued attacking Momo, pushing her closer to the edge of the ring. However, Reiko accidentally dropped her quirk for just a moment after feeling a pang of pain in her head, giving Momo enough time to grab her pole and approach Reiko again. Oh, and Yaoyorozu makes a comeback. Will Yanagi be able to get herself out of trouble again? Present Mike questioned. Reiko chose to retreat for a moment to regroup. Momo ran after her, and Reiko noticed the blanket Momo had used at the start was still there. She extended an arm and pulled the blanket forward, wrapping it around Momo, who looked shocked. Oh, and it seems that Yaoyorozu's plan to cover herself with a blanket at the start has backfired. We might be approaching the CLMX of the battle. After wrapping Momo in the blanket, it didn't take long for Reiko to drag her out of bounds. No matter how much Momo struggled, Reiko refused to drop her quirk, and once her enemy was declared out, she helped Momo up. And there you have it. Reiko Yanagi moves on to the semifinals, where she will be fighting Izuku Midoriya. Reiko had forgotten about that. Maybe she should have given up after all? Oh well, no use crying over spilled milk. For now, she would revel in her victory. And rest, because she had an awful headache. Before leaving the arena, Reiko helped Momo up from the ground. You fought marvelously, Yaoyorozu, Reiko complimented as she pulled the taller girl up. Momo sighed, brushing a loose strand of hair out of her face. "You were better," she lamented, looking saddened. Reiko shrugged in response, beginning to walk back into the stadium with her friend. "I won only due to luck. If it had not been for the blanket at the beginning, I would have failed for certain," Reiko replied, glancing at Momo. "Anyways, I shall be taking my leave to rest. Perhaps you may ask Kendo how you did? I am positive she would give excellent responses." Momo smiled slightly, the shadow of a blush on her cheeks. She thanked Reiko before leaving, allowing the ghostly girl to lie down and rest until her next match. Kendo had hoped that Bakugo and Kirishima's fight would go on longer. But for some reason, the explosive boy seemed particularly troubled about something, and he didn't hesitate to defeat Kirishima quickly, granting Bakugo a fast and rather anticlimactic victory. Now, Kendo was facing off against someone she was admittedly worried about, Ida. Sure, she had power, but Ida was undeniably the speed demon of 1A, and perhaps the entire year level. Maybe he was also feeling nervous? Kendo had been waiting in the arena for 3 minutes, and Ida still hadn't shown up. She glanced at Midnight, who wore an unusually sympathetic expression while listening to an earpiece. Midnight looked up at the commentator's box and crossed her forearms to signal an X. A moment later, the speakers crackled to life. Apologies, folks. It turns out Tenya Ida will be withdrawing early due to unexpected circumstances. So, Kendo Itsuka automatically moves onto the semifinals. Present mix announcement was met with groans and boos from the crowd, which slightly annoyed Kendo. However, she was somewhat relieved she didn't have to fight Ida. She'd rather find out if speed or strength was better another time. Still, she hoped whatever had caused Ida to withdraw wasn't too serious. After all, weren't the Ida family made up of pro-heroes? It probably wasn't anything too severe, right? "Welcome back to the semifinals, everybody," Present Mike said as the crowd cheered, eager for some excitement after the disappointment of Ida versus Kendo. Izuku and Reiko exchanged awkward glances, each lost in their own thoughts. Reiko's quirk can be incredibly strong when used right, and if she's quick enough, she could easily stop me from using my hands, Izuku thought, a determined but anxious smile on his face. "I am going to perish, which I find oddly thrilling," Reiko thought, a mix of terror and excitement on her face. "For this round, we've got the star of 1A. He's powerful, he's smart, and he's a bit of a troll. Give it up for Midoriya-Izuku," Present Mike exclaimed, prompting a massive cheer from the crowd. "And for the other side, we've got the ghostly Jigachad? Yeah, that works. The ghostly Jigachad of 1A. She'll use your own weapons against you. It's Yanagi Reiko." This was met with a roar of applause, and both teens in the arena giggled at their teacher's amusing alliteration. Midnight asked if they were ready, and with confirmations from both parties, the round officially began. Almost immediately, before Reiko even had a chance to move, Izuku dropped to the ground, pressing his hands against the surface and sending a torrent of pillars toward Yanagi. Within seconds, Present Mike called her out, and Izuku rushed over to his friend, who had fallen over. "Are you okay?" he asked, fussing over her. "Oh my god, that was way too much force. I couldn't risk letting you use your quirk because it's so strong, and if you grabbed my hand with it, I would have lost instantly. Oh my." "Izuku, please quiet down, the entire stadium can hear you," Reiko muttered, embarrassed. Izuku blushed at that realization and offered her a hand up, which she gratefully accepted. He pretended to ignore Midnight swooning over them as they left the arena. God, he hoped Itsuka would beat Bakugo. "Oh, I like this girl. She looks like she might have some spunk." Futiki cheered, a bucket of popcorn spilling around her feet as she watched Kendo fight Bakugo. Mitsudo appreciated Futiki. She was tough, creative, and logical, almost like an improved version of Tataki. Plus, she was friendly with him, likely because he didn't treat her like a weakling despite her quirk sounding weak on paper. That had been Chimoku's first mistake when talking to Futiki, and Mitsudo was sure the guy was still intimidated by her. Mitsudo watched as Kendo avoided another explosion from Bakugo, jumping over the smokescreen it created and preparing to deliver an axe kick. However, Bakugo seemed hyper-focused in this battle, noticeably toning down his anger. Had something happened to him? Maybe that broken arm humbled him. They're both pretty talented, but I definitely like Kendo's attitude more, Mitsudo commented, grabbing a piece of popcorn. She seems easy to work with and capable of keeping her mouth shut, unlike someone else I know. If Tataki noticed Mitsudo glaring at him, he didn't acknowledge it. Futiki grinned and playfully punched Mitsudo's shoulder. See? This guy gets it. Echem, that Kendo girl has such wonderful looks. I'm certain Iwabami would want her and the Yayarosa girl for. Chumoku started before yelping as Futiki's free arm exploded into strands of string and wrapped around his throat. Listen here, punk, she whispered, getting uncomfortably close to a petrified Chumoku. Ask Iwabami to intern either of those girls, and I'll end you. Those girls have plenty of potential, and I'm not letting them waste it at your excuse of a hero's agency, got it? Chumoku nodded quickly, and Futiki returned to cheering for Kendo. Kick her butt, Ginger. Kendo flipped to the other end of the arena and enlarged her fist to flick a massive amount of air at Bakugo, who took to the skies to avoid it. Kendo followed with a massive leap, and Mitsudo swore she looked like she was floating through the air when she landed on Bakugo's back and began to choke him out. Forfeit, you exploding baby. Kendo growled as she tried to bring Bakugo back to earth. In response, Bakugo flipped midair while creating a circle of explosions around him. Shut up. Bakugo roared, punctuating his sentence by throwing Kendo back to the ground. Kendo attempted a roll but failed, crashing into the concrete arena. Bakugo exploded down, preparing to grab her and fling her out of the arena when she suddenly rolled to the side and kicked Bakugo in the ribs, knocking him back a bit before he could recover. Woo! That's my girl! Futiki roared, pure joy on her face. At that moment, a swirling blue vortex appeared, and out of it stepped Seiya Kamuri in all his 5 feet 2 inches glory, his gas-like hair floating upwards. What did I miss, guys? He asked, an easy grin on his face. Futiki grinned at his arrival and slung an arm over his shoulder, flustering the boy. You see that Ginger? She is hardcore, she yelled in his ear, causing Seiya to wince from the volume. Mitsudo sighed at his classmates' antics, turning back to the fight. Whoa, did ya see that? It looks like Bakugo was trying to explode Kendo's eardrums, literally, but Kendo deflected it by kicking him in the groin. Jesus, there's been a lot of groin kicks today. Mike added as an afterthought. It's a logical move, being both a powerful stun attack and usually unexpected in an honest fight. Mitsudo hung on every word that Aizawa said, mentally noting to write that quote down later. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, things were coming to a head, as Bakugo and Kendo were now on opposite sides of the field like at the start. Both were breathing, but Kendo looked noticeably more tired. She must be reaching her limit. Suddenly, Bakugo smirked and flew around the stadium at high speeds, creating a smokescreen around the entire arena. When the stadium was filled with smoke, Kendo began waving her hands around. This doesn't work against me, Bakugo, Kendo stated, a smile on her face. You're gonna have to try harder than that. I am, Bakugo replied, but it was too late as he let out a blinding explosion at point-blank range, and Mitsudo got flashbacks to the obstacle race as he realized it looked like a flashbang. Kendo stumbled backward, her eyes scrunched up. This was all Bakugo needed. He grabbed her by her collar and chucked her out of the arena, leaving her as a crumpled pile on the ground. Please give me a real fight. I need to prove that I deserve this victory. Bakugo yelled, seemingly unaware that Kendo was unconscious and could not respond. Bakugo stalked away, and Futiki groaned. Ah, my poor girl. This is rigged, she grumbled, sitting in her seat and pouting. Well, that's the semifinals, everyone. We'll take a short break and then come back for the final round. Midoriya-Izuku vs Bakugo Katsuki. Present Mike exclaimed. If Mitsudo was being honest, he was excited to see who would win this matchup. I want the blonde one, Shigaraki stated calmly as the TV went to ads. Kai looked up from his laptop at the man. What was he planning now? The speaker in the bar crackled to life, and Sensei began talking. If you want him, all you must do is take him, all for one replied. After all, everything is yours, Tamura, as long as you make the effort to take it. Shigaraki thanked Sensei, and Kai felt a sudden surge of motivation. If you're gonna take the blonde brat, why not do me a favor and take the one with the ponytail as well, Momo Yaoyorozu? Kai suggested. Shigaraki went to retort, most likely to say no, but all for one beat him to it. A wise decision, Kai. While she does not display the same inclination to villainy as the Bakugo child, she will surely be worth a fortune in ransoms. I assume that is why you picked her, he prodded, and Kai could almost hear him smiling. Kai hesitated for a second, reluctant to answer. Sure that's something like that, he replied. Kurogiri cleared his throat, catching Kai and Shigaraki's attention. Tamura Shigaraki, I believe I may have found a recruit you may be interested in, Kurogiri stated, his usual blank expression on his face. Shigaraki perked up at this, and Kai could see his smile appear behind his mask. Well, Kurogiri, you know what to do. Shigaraki rasped. Kurogiri bowed, and a warp gate appeared behind him. Of course, I shall return later. Please don't create a mess, Kurogiri said before leaving, the warp gate closing behind him. Kai could only wonder just who these potential recruits might be. Hopefully, they would be better company than Shigaraki. The quirks mutated into one that created portals from dark blue gas that acted like hair, allowing Seiya to travel anywhere he could see or had been before. His mother disapproved of his aspirations for heroics, haunted by the memory of her brother's death while working in a hero work-study. After his parents divorced, Seiya chose to live with his father. He first dreamed of becoming a hero when Edgeshot saved him from a hostage situation involving robbers. Welcome to the final round. Present Mike practically screamed into the mic, which was met with a tidal wave of cheers from the colossal audience. On one side, we have the guy who's faced monumental obstacles and emerged victorious. He came first in the obstacle race and again in the Cavalry Battle. He's the manipulator of matter and a dreamer of equality. Give it up for Midoriya-Izuku. Izuku could almost feel the ground shaking as the crowd cheered for him, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. Everyone in Japan was watching, including the boss and Irinaka. If he failed here he had to win. There was no room for failure now. Versus, he's remained in the top ranks consistently. He's got plenty of bark and more than enough bite to back it up. Just like Midoriya, he's climbed all the way to the lend a voice to Bakugo Katsuki. Another wave of cheers crashed throughout the stadium, but Izuku noticed it was slightly less intense than for him, indicating that more people were likely expecting him to win. That thought only added to his anxiety. He glanced at Bakugo, who was scowling. "The Brock.you," Bakugo said, getting Izuku's attention. "I will destroy you, got it?" Izuku smiled shakily and stared down at his opponent. Bakugo's scowl deepened when Izuku didn't respond, and he let out a few explosions to emphasize his point. But Izuku couldn't be afraid of Bakugo anymore. He was stronger, smarter, and had much more to lose than Bakugo did. "Are you boys ready?" Midnight asked. Bakugo grunted, and Izuku gave a thumbs up, lowering himself slightly, hands reaching down to the ground. Midnight flicked her W. "In that case, let the fight begin." Instantly, Bakugo rocketed towards Izuku, who quickly slapped a hand to the ground to create a mass of spikes in Bakugo's direction. Bakugo seems to prefer large, open areas for greater mobility, Izuku thought, removing the spikes and creating thick pillars around the battleground. This didn't work last time, but he doesn't have any support gear this time. And Midoriya starts by trying to make a Bakugo kebab, which Bakugo easily avoids. But why is he making all these pillars? Present Mike questioned. Izuku heard Bakugo and quickly spun around to intercept him, swiping at Bakugo as he failed to finish his sneak attack. Izuku was surprised that Bakugo seemed to be using actual tactics instead of just brute force. Isn't it obvious? He's attempting to limit Bakugo's mobility, as that's possibly his greatest strength against someone like Midoriya, Aizawa grumbled. Izuku grimaced as he saw Bakugo begin destroying some pillars. It seemed he had learned from their last encounter. "I have to end this quickly. The main reason Kendo lost is that she let the match go on too long," Izuku thought, pressing his hand to the ground and clearing the battlefield, momentarily surprising Bakugo before creating spikes again, forcing Bakugo to escape into the air. What he hadn't expected was a pillar to erupt behind him, aiming for his arms. He managed to dodge it at the last second but still got hit hard in the foot. "Shitty nerd, gotta rely on cheap tricks just to beat me?" Bakugo yelled, rocketing towards Izuku, who quickly acted a wall to block him. "You make it sound like cheap tricks are bad," Izuku retorted, trying to rile Bakugo up. "Are you just too stubborn to use them and that's why you hate them?" It worked. A scream of rage erupted from Bakugo, and the entire wall exploded. Luckily, Izuku had hidden behind the lowest part of the wall, lying on his stomach to avoid the blast. With his hand on the ground, Izuku tried to discreetly spike Bakugo in his arms, but Bakugo picked him up by his jacket collar and hurled him across the stadium with an explosion. "Oh, and Bakugo pitches a home run," Mike joked as Izuku rolled across the ground, barely managing to create a wall to stop himself. He looked over at Bakugo, who was exploding towards him. Izuku rolled backward and got on his feet, narrowly avoiding the explosion. He slammed his hand to the ground, creating a mass of pillars to force Bakugo away, allowing Izuku a chance to collect himself. That was close. He's going to beat me at this rate, Izuku thought before an idea struck him. Was it risky? Yes, but if it worked, it would be perfect. Grinning, Izuku pressed his hand to the ground. It was time to give this arena a makeover. "What's the brat doing?" Nemoto questioned, a reminder to keep his language in check around Eri. "He's making houses. Are people going to live in there?" Eri asked, looking up at the boss, who feigned intense focus. Despite being a hardened Yakuza boss, he was a family man at heart. "Maybe, Eri. Would you want to live in there?" The boss asked Eri. Eri thought about it for a moment before shaking her head. "No thanks, I like this house." If the boss hadn't already had a daughter, he would have cried from how adorable Eri was being. However, this wasn't the time for that, as they were watching his adopted son do whatever he was doing, which was currently building houses. "And Midoriya is making houses?" Present Mike questioned, causing Eraserhead to hum. "Looks more like cubes with doorways to me, but sure, whatever," he said in his usual sarcastic way. Bakugo, meanwhile, was tearing through every building in an attempt to find Izuku, making sure to check the rubble while he was at it, even if it was a very bare-bones check. He kept doing this for a couple more houses, further confusing everyone. "What's the kid's plan? Did he run away or something?" Irinaka asked. The boss was inclined to agree. Finally, however, Bakugo reached the last house and blew it up, searching through the rubble. Then a hand reached out from the debris. Izuku grinned when he grabbed the fabric of Bakugo's jacket and pulled on it, forcing Bakugo down, who was still too shocked to respond. Izuku then disassembled the rubble covering him, grabbing both of Bakugo's arms and disassembling them, eliciting a cry of surprise from the boy before his arms reassembled, forearms and palms connected so he couldn't use his quirk. "I've won," Izuku declared, before lifting Bakugo above his head. To his credit, Bakugo continued kicking and thrashing around, trying to escape Izuku's hold, but it was useless. Izuku could barely feel where he was being hit. The pain was inconsequential compared to healing himself. Eventually, Izuku carried Bakugo over to the edge, and with one last throw, Bakugo was out of bounds. Bakugo is out of bounds. Midoriya-Izuku is the winner of the first-year sports festival. The crowd erupted in cheers at Midnight's declaration, and Izuku froze. He'd won? He'd won. He joined the cheers as well, raising his arms in celebration as Bakugo let out a scream of frustration. He'd done it. He'd surpassed Bakugo, and he'd never let him beat him again. He looked up into the stands, smiling even more when he spotted Reiko, Kurono, Itsuka, Momo, and Tokoyami cheering for him as well. Even Minoma and Shinso looked happy for him, which was a surprise but a welcome one. Izuku had won, and it felt good. "Boo! In your face, losers! Izuku won!" Kurono hooped, skipping around in a circle with Reiko, causing the 1A stall to groan in unison. "Yeah, we get it, we're idiots, so can you shut up?" Kaminari asked. Kurono mockingly thought for a moment. "I would keep going, but I have some bets to collect. Remember, kids, gambling at 15 is illegal unless you don't get caught." And with that, Kurono was off, skipping down the halls to collect what was likely a massive amount of money. Izuku had the feeling he'd managed to make everyone think Izuku wasn't much of a big deal before the sports festival so that he'd be the only one betting on him. It was the kind of clever thing that idiot would do. Well, are we gonna go congratulate Izuku or are we just gonna stay here? Kendo asked. Tokoyami shook his head, and Momo politely declined, saying that she'd prefer to watch from the stalls, so it was just Reiko and Kendo walking there. Eventually, they ran into Izuku as he was being skirted down the halls by ectoplasm. "Ah, there you two are. Come on, we need to prepare you for the awards ceremony," ectoplasm stated, turning back around to presumably head to the awards area. Kendo and Reiko jogged a bit to catch up and were soon striding next to each other. "Congratulations, Izuku. Can't believe you won." Itsuka congratulated, to which Izuku responded with a thanks. "Your performance was truly a spectacle, Izuku. Tricking Bakugo into that trap was a glorious move only you could have planned," Reiko complimented, which flustered Izuku, causing him to look away a bit so they couldn't see his face. Thank you, Reiko," Izuku replied, before he suddenly seemed to realize something. "Wait, did you call Bakugo Bakubich?" Reiko chuckled, a small smile on her lips. "Maybe," she replied, a light blush dusting her cheeks as she looked at Izuku. Kendo would have said something about them being whipped, but seeing as there was a teacher right in front of them, she decided against it. They eventually reached the room under the arena. They could see 3 pillars as well, with the tallest being for first place, the second tallest for second, and the last for third. Bakugo was already there, but surprisingly enough, he wasn't yelling or screaming or, well, anything. He just seemed dejected. Even when Izuku got up onto the first place podium, he didn't even bat an eye. He just stood there, seemingly too focused on whatever was on his mind to even think about Izuku. Katsuki was wondering if this was what he got for being an arrogant JRK his entire life. Everything just felt wrong. He shouldn't be in second place, that would make him a loser, and he'd never lost. Not even once. But today he'd lost, there was no way around it. Over and over, his mind replayed what Midnight had said. Bakugo is out of bounds, Midoriya-Izuku is the winner. Over and over, he replayed that exact moment, and each time he did, he just felt worse and worse. He wanted to lash out at something, someone. But he didn't have that privilege anymore. Only the best had any reason to use others to lift themselves upwards. If a loser like him tried that, there'd be consequences. People wouldn't see it as the king asserting his demps, they'd see it as a serf committing a crime. There was simply no such thing as second place. If you weren't first, you might as well be last, and that's where he was right now. Izuku was clearly the new king, and wasn't that a strange thought? The kid he had bullied back when he was still the best had come to take that title from under his feet. He supposed you could call it ironic. Deserving of a movie, even. The kind that isn't groundbreaking but is just satisfying in a way. But, in the context of a movie, with Izuku being the underdog who beats the powerful opponent, wouldn't that make Katsuki the antagonist? Had he been the antagonist his whole life? No, surely not. And anyway, thinking about real situations in the context of movies was silly. Katsuki wasn't the evil antagonist. He was simply asserting his right as the best, and soon enough, Izuku would do the same. That was just how the world worked, according to his teachers. They never directly said it, of course, but it was implied by how they let only him get away with putting down the other kids. He still remembered the time he'd exploded some kid with a grasshopper quirk, but when his lackey punched that same kid, the teacher reprimanded him. They never said anything to Katsuki, even when that lackey complained about how Katsuki hit him first. Katsuki was jolted out of his thoughts when he felt the platform rising. Honestly, he'd completely forgotten they were doing this awards ceremony. He felt like he should be angry about losing, but instead, he just felt a bit disappointed in himself. He really needed to talk to All Might about this after their next class, if he didn't immediately run off, of course. Congratulations to the winners of the first-year sports festival. Midnight cheered as they finally stopped ascending, causing the crowds to begin cheering. That reminded Katsuki of another thing. While waiting between rounds, he'd made the mistake of looking at social media, and he saw what everyone had been saying about him and the others in the sports festival. For the first time ever, people were laughing at him, criticizing him, shaming him. It was surreal, and he'd quickly switched it off to read a romance fanfic he'd been enjoying earlier. It had done little to distract him from the truth that he wasn't universally beloved anymore. Of course, he'd been prepared for haters once he became a pro hero. Even All Might had haters, so it would be ridiculous to assume Katsuki wouldn't have them as well. But he'd always assumed they'd appear later, and that most of them would be petty villains, not from upstanding citizens during his first year. Katsuki froze when he heard All Might appear, and when he looked up, he saw that he was grabbing medals from Midnight. Was he giving out the awards? Honestly, he hadn't been listening. It didn't matter what Midnight was saying when he'd lost. He watched the massive hero walk up to. What were their names? A Yaoi Hands and Ghost would do for now. He gave them their medals, along with some words of encouragement and a heavy hand on their shoulders. Katsuki held his breath as the number 1 hero approached him, a silver medal in his hands. Young Bakugo, All Might started, his deep voice demanding Katsuki's attention. You performed exceptionally well during today's sports festival. You came so very close to winning, and I am sure you're proud of that. It doesn't matter, Katsuki muttered suddenly, confusing All Might. If you aren't first, you may as well be last, All Might. All Might was silent at that and instead chose to put the medal over Katsuki's neck. Then he surprised Katsuki by hugging him. It wasn't a bone-crushing bear hug by any means. In fact, it was quite comfortable despite being from a man over 2 meters tall and built like a brick wall. Young Bakugo, All Might said in a much softer, more comforting voice, I want you to understand that just because you were not the winner does not mean you are a loser. Tell me, is Endeavor a loser? Or Young Hawks? Katsuki went to say yes, but then he considered what All Might had said. He couldn't really call Endeavor a loser, could he? Sure, he was second, but he still saved loads of people. And Hawks was so young, but he was already climbing the ranks like crazy and had even set up his own agency from the start. He couldn't really call him a loser either, could he? So, if people weren't losers even if they weren't the best, then what made people losers? No, Katsuki replied. He felt All Might squeeze a bit tighter before letting go. Exactly, young Bakugo. So, remember that, got it? Katsuki nodded, and All Might left to give Izuku his medal. Katsuki looked at his medal. Honestly, he'd been planning to discard it as soon as he got the chance. After all, who would want to show off that they came second? But after what All Might said, he wasn't so sure about that. He'd said to remember that, hadn't he? Maybe. Maybe this medal didn't have to signify that Katsuki was a loser. Maybe it could signify something more. Izuku was shaking when he saw All Might walk up to him. Even after seeing the man nearly every day for 10 months, he was still a sight to behold in his muscle form. He towered over Izuku, making his 5 feet 5 inches stature seem insignificant compared to All Might's 7 feet 2 inches height. Finally, young Midoriya, All Might began, holding out a golden medal. You have gone above and beyond in today's festival, scoring first place in every round. You showcased teamwork, creativity, and skill, and for that, you have climbed your way to the top, becoming a symbol of victory to those watching. Your speech at the start of this festival won over the hearts of Japan, sparking discussions about quirkless and mutant discrimination. Because of that, I know you will become one of the greatest heroes that Japan, no, the world, has ever seen, and I am honored to award you this medal. All Might placed the medal around Izuku's neck and surprised him further by giving him a hug. Tears filled Izuku's eyes at the emotions of the moment, but then he realized something strange. Wait, why did you hug Bakugo and me but not Reiko and Itsuka? Izuku asked, causing All Might to chuckle. It's, a fear I've had since I became a hero that I'll accidentally end up in some scandal for hugging a girl, so I generally stick to hands on shoulders there, All Might muttered, making Izuku laugh. All Might stepped back next to Midnight and raised his arm high. Congratulations to our winners, he shouted. Plus Ultra. The crowd echoed. There was an awkward silence, and Izuku heard someone cough. You said the line wrong, the crowd whined, and All Might looked both confused and apologetic. Izuku couldn't help but laugh harder, joined by Itsuka and Reiko. As he heard Reiko's small chuckle, his heart skipped a beat. "All right, Todoroki, you sure you want to do this?" Izuku asked, his hand hovering just above Shoto's head as Kurono watched in anticipation. Shoto nodded. "Absolutely. Anywhere is better than his place." With that confirmation, Izuku placed his hand on Todoroki's head and began to shift things around, changing colors and shapes. When he took his hand away, Shoto looked like a completely new person. His hair was now completely white and longer, swept to the left. His scar was gone, and his heterochromatic eyes were now just gray. His chin was a bit more squared, and his eyebrows were thicker. "Huh, you really could pass off as my cousin," Kurono commented, checking Todoroki out. "Just to be sure, you can definitely change me back to normal, right?" Todoroki asked. Izuku gave a thumbs up and a smile. "Have some faith in me, Todoroki. I used to do this all the time when we were younger. Our favorite was pretending we were cousins, but sometimes we just turned ourselves into random people, right, Kurono?" Izuku replied, looking at Kurono, who nodded in agreement. With Kurono's confirmation, Izuku turned back to Todoroki. "See? Anyway, we should get going now. Come on." The trio of boys began making their way home. "Oh, by the way, we should probably change your name for that form," Izuku mentioned, looking at Todoroki. "Any ideas?" Todoroki thought for a moment before replying. "To do, Shotoroki." "On second thought, maybe let's go with Hanta Kurono," Kyosuke sighed as he made his way to the train station. It had been a rather boring patrol, with many people either working or watching the first-year sports festival. Burn-in, as usual, had been annoyingly loud, and Kyosuke wondered why Endeavor liked putting him with her on patrols. He would have preferred Kido or even Endeavor himself. When Kyosuke heard his phone ring, he didn't think much of it. It was probably just Korya asking to hang out. What he wasn't expecting was for Futiki to be the one calling him. Usually they had to call Futiki, so this was definitely strange. Nevertheless, he answered the phone. "Kyosuke? Kyosuke? It's urgent." Futiki shouted into the phone in an unusually panicked tone. "What happened?" Kyosuke asked. The phone was silent for a moment. "Futiki, tell me what happened," Kyosuke demanded, which finally elicited a response. It's Koryu. He was attacked." Futiki explained. Kyosuke rolled his eyes. Koryu was a hero student. That was to be expected. He'd probably be fine in a week or two, but he'd be upset about missing the sports festival for sure. "How bad is it?" Kyosuke asked. "Oh man, Kyosuke, he's lost his quirk." Kyosuke fell silent. "Which hospital?" he demanded. "I'm already sending Kamuri to warp you here." With that, Kyosuke hung up, left to his thoughts. All he could think about was how someone could lose their quirk. There was no quirk-erasing disease that he knew of, and if there was a villain with the ability to take quirks, surely they'd know about them. Right? Bonus, there's already 400 fanfics featuring you, Kurono said suddenly. Izuku paled at the news. "Oh god. 100 of them ship you and me together." Izuku paled even further. "Oh god. 10 currently have you in a HRM with every female competitor." If it was even possible, Izuku paled once again, turning even whiter than snow. "Oh god. The most popular FIC is a nice fluffy one where you and Yanagi cuddle after playing video games." Color returned to Izuku's face, and a blush dotted his cheeks at the mere idea of cuddling Yanagi. "That doesn't sound so bad. The second most popular FIC has me using my quirk on Itsuka in a very inappropriate way," Kurono said, and Izuku felt a wave of depression wash over him at the thought. "Just end it for me, man." "Hell nah, we're suffering together." Chapter 19. Uncharted Territory. "Midoriya, be honest," Todoroki stated as they stood outside the large gates to the compound. "Are you a Yakuza?" Izuku and Kurono laughed for a second before abruptly stopping. "Maybe," they replied, dead serious, before resuming their laughter, leaving Todoroki utterly confused. What is this? Why are they laughing? What's so funny? What did they mean by maybe? Are they half Yakuza? Quarter Yakuza? Does being a Yakuza count like being American or something? These thoughts raced through his mind as Izuku and Kurono opened the gates to the complex, showcasing the immaculate garden tended by a thug with a quirk for plant manipulation. It turned out he had a passion for gardening. In all seriousness though, Todoroki, Kurono said, his tone shifting to serious, basically everyone in this complex, minus us and Eri, are Yakuza. So, if you're talking to anyone, be respectful, don't be nosy, and most of all, do not mention you are Endeavor's kid. Izuku gets a pass because they like him, you will most certainly not get a pass. Kurono looked at Todoroki for a moment before deciding the message was understood. With that, they walked through the front door, revealing the traditional Japanese interior of the building. "Yo, kids," a thug called out as they entered, glancing at Todoroki. "Hey, who's the new kid?" Izuku gulped. How were they going to lie about this? These guys had known Kurono for years. There was no way that... "HM? Oh, this is my cousin, Hanta. I never even knew I had a cousin until I found out he also goes to UA. He's in a bit of a rough patch right now, so he'll be staying here for a while." Kurono lied as naturally as he breathed, and to Izuku's shock, the thug bought it, simply nodding before walking off. Izuku leaned over to Kurono. "How did he believe that?" he whispered. Kurono raised an eyebrow at Izuku. "They're thugs, not trained police officers. Plus, they trust me, so they'll believe what I say if it isn't too ridiculous," Kurono explained, making Izuku feel incredibly foolish. Stupid or not, the trio made their way to the kitchen, where they caught Irinaka giving Eri lollies. "Irinaka," Izuku said, startling the man, "Eri's not allowed to have sweets before tea, is she?" Irinaka gulped, and for such a pointy and angry-looking man, he certainly gave off an aura of fear. "In my defense, Kurono does it too," Irinaka countered. Izuku spun to look at Kurono, who glared at Irinaka. "You lying, cheating." "Eri," she cheered, running up to the two of them before stopping as she caught sight of the currently transformed Todoroki. "Not Kurono," she muttered apprehensively, which made Izuku and Kurono chuckle. Izuku put his hand on the head of "not Kurono," and with a quick motion he reworked Todoroki's appearance back to normal. His hair returned to its dual color scheme, his left eye fading into blue, and the skin around that blue eye turned an angry red, with grooves and marks signifying its burnt status. When the transformation finished, Todoroki blinked. "Well, that was horrifically painful," he deadpanned. "Did it not hurt the first time?" Izuku asked, wondering why he only mentioned this now. Before Todoroki could reply, Izuku noticed that Eri was hiding behind his leg. "He tried to hurt you," she murmured. Izuku began frantically waving his arms to fix the situation. "What? We were just play fighting. Yeah. Nobody was going to be hurt," Izuku explained. He saw Todoroki open his mouth to say something, likely contradictory to what Izuku said. Izuku glared at him, and Todoroki's mouth shut tight before opening again. Yes, that's exactly what happened," Todoroki commented, which was enough to make Eri relax and leave Izuku's leg. "Oh, okay," she replied before skipping off to her room, probably to do some coloring. She'd definitely gotten a lot better since Izuku had first met her. When she first arrived, she was too depressed to even think about playing, but now there was rarely a moment she wasn't coloring or playing. She liked reading as well, but the boss had decided not to let Izuku choose books for her because the last time he tried that, he had to watch Eri struggle with an extremely scientific book on quirk theory. "I don't see the problem here. I read that when I was, 7. Izuku said indignantly as the boss looked at him in disappointment. He sighed, pinching his nose before looking up at Izuku. "You were a child genius. She is a regular child," he stated, which made Izuku open and close his mouth, unable to find the words. He looked back over at Eri and realized that yes, she had no idea what she was reading if the confused look on her face said anything. "Anyways, we'll take you to your room, Todoroki," Izuku said, turning to walk down the hall before stopping. "Oh, I have no idea where your room is, so we're heading to the boss first." "You're not making a convincing case for you not being a Yakuza, Midoriya. It's almost as obvious as Kendo being All Might's love child," Todoroki replied, seemingly unfazed by his own absurdity. Izuku turned to him, confused. How are Kendo and All Might even remotely similar? He breathed, while Kurono struggled to contain his laughter. Todoroki shrugged. Similar quirks, heroic drive, style of fighting that primarily consists of punching harder, they both have skin. That was Kurono's limit, and he burst into laughter, doubling over as his arrow-shaped hair shook. Izuku sighed in disbelief and began walking again. Let's just go see the boss, he muttered. You know, I've never taken a train to school before, Todoroki said as they exited the compound. He had settled into his room, and once Izuku transformed him back into Hanta Kurono, they were ready to go to school. Kurono chuckled at Todoroki's statement. Oh, Todoroki, we don't take a train to school, he replied, fishing the car keys out of his pocket and twirling them around his finger. We take the Kurono Express. Before Todoroki could ask what a Kurono Express was, they were already in the car, a simple white sedan, and driving towards Yue. For a Yakuza, you sure do follow the road laws, Todoroki commented as they waited at a red light, an old English song playing on the radio. Kurono snorted, resting his arm on the passenger seat. Just because we're Yakuza doesn't mean we don't follow road laws. We want money and influence, not chaos. Anyway, I am not a Yakuza, he added hastily, glancing back at Todoroki as the light turned green. Todoroki narrowed his eyes suspiciously and nodded, muttering, I'm on to you. Suddenly, everyone lurched forward as Kurono slammed on the brakes, barely avoiding a pedestrian. The pedestrian looked familiar, chin-length white hair and a single uncovered eye. Holy Reiko? Izuku yelled, opening the window. Reiko looked at him in surprise before nodding, a light blush on her face. Hey, do you want to ride to UA? I swear, Kurono can drive. Well, I suppose it would help me reach my destination faster, so I shall take you up on. Wait, did you name the driver as Kurono? Reiko asked. Izuku smiled sheepishly and shook his head. Reiko sighed but got into the back seat. Honestly, I shouldn't be surprised at this revelation. I wouldn't be shocked if you had someone like Todoroki in the car too, she said, turning to the passenger seat where Todoroki waved. Oh, that's Kurono's cousin. Izuku started, but Kurono interrupted. Hello, Yanagi-san, he said calmly. Wait, I don't think I'm meant to know you. Greetings, strange woman, he added. Reiko raised an eyebrow at Izuku, looking unimpressed. Why is Todoroki in your car, and why does he look like Kurono? She asked. Izuku panicked and countered with a question. I dunno, why were you walking instead of taking the train? Reiko considered answering but was interrupted by a strange voice. Choke me with your quirk, mummy, a peculiar figure said to her at the last stop to UA station. Reiko decided it would be easier to walk the rest of the way than deal with that, so she swiftly exited the car. Let us agree to not ask questions about either of these topics, Reiko replied, making Izuku nod in agreement. They began to chat. So, how come Kurono can drive? Reiko asked. He practiced, Izuku answered, deciding that sounded better than explaining Kurono's past. Reiko sighed and looked out the window. Kurono smirked, an idea forming. So, have you heard that fanfiction has been? Izuku punched him before he could finish. Have been what? Reiko asked, confused. Hanta Kurono perked up, seeming to know the answer. Oh, he must be talking about how people wrote fanfiction about the sports festival. The most popular ship is something called Izureiko, he stated. Of course, not that I would know who those people are as. Todoroki? No, Hanta? Izuku said, looking at him with annoyance, trying to ignore how cute Reiko looked while blushing. I really dislike you sometimes, man. I aim to impress, he replied, leaving Izuku to wonder if he was clueless or a meme lord in disguise. Alright, let's talk about the sports festival, Aizawa said as he stared at the class, barely stifling a yawn as he grabbed a remote from his pocket. Frankly, I'm disappointed in most of you. At the very least, you all made it to the second round. If anyone had failed even the first round, they would have been removed instantly. Maybe he was going crazy, but Izuku was almost starting to enjoy Aizawa's critical comments. They were hurtful, but he never sugar-coated it. Now, the sports festival isn't just a chance to make children fight. It's also a chance for you to be scouted by pro heroes, and in some cases. Aizawa pressed a button on the remote, and Izuku felt his jaw drop along with everyone else's as they all saw the information being shown. You'll even get requests for internships. As you can see, a little under half of you got 10 requests from pro heroes, with the longer-lasting competitors getting more votes, Aizawa explained, gesturing at the screen. Mina slammed her hands on her desk in outrage. That doesn't explain how Midoriya has 12,000. Mina cried, sounding rattled at the revelation. That's like 12,000 different heroes. I didn't even get one. Kaminari didn't even get one, and he made it to the tournament. Aizawa flared his quirk, and she quickly quieted down. First, Midoriya is by far the most versatile out of all of you. He showed leadership, creativity, and that's not even to mention his quirk, which is perfect for any type of hero work. Combined with getting first in every event, of course he'd get 12. Don't let that get to your head, by the way, he added, looking at Izuku, who simply nodded. As for Kaminari, do I even need to explain? He lost in 10 seconds, and all his opponent did was make a blanket. Nobody wants that over a kid who can manipulate matter, use telekinesis, create giant glaciers, or create anything they want. That made Kaminari sink in his chair from the brutal honesty of the statement. You'll need hero names. Midnight cheered as she burst into the room, startling the entire class, excluding Aizawa, Jairu, and Shoji. Oh, too early? Midnight asked. Aizawa sighed. I'm going to do something productive. I'll be back in 30 minutes to give you your folders that contain your internship choices. Don't be stupid. With that, Aizawa left, leaving Midnight with his students. Someone coughed, and Midnight strode in, undeterred by the awkward air she had created. Anyways, hero names, she exclaimed, standing behind the teacher's podium. They are what define you as a hero. They tell others who you are, what you stand for, what you do. Take my name, Midnight. I chose it because it's the hour most people associate with unique events. Izuku felt a shiver at that statement, particularly the way Midnight said it. Anyways, today, you will be choosing your hero names. These aren't permanent, but remember, a name you choose now might end up being the name everyone knows you as, especially if you go on to do something noteworthy while using it. You'll be writing your hero names on whiteboards. You'll have 10 minutes to come up with your first one, then we'll present, and after that, you'll have another 5 minutes to choose a new one and present again. Midnight explained. She then handed the boards to Momo and Kendo, who distributed them to everyone. Immediately, Izuku began writing on his board, his hero name obvious to him. Yes, he would be, Hey. Izuku yelled as his whiteboard marker moved of its own will and scribbled out the word, Overhaul. He looked over at Reiko, who looked disappointed in him. Izuku, I will not let you name yourself after your quirk. Draw upon your creative mind, for your own sake, she said coldly before returning to her board. Izuku pouted but went back to the drawing board. Alright, if it couldn't be Overhaul, then what else could it be? He guessed he could start with Overhaul and work his way from there. First of all, what did Overhaul mean? It meant to disassemble something to examine it, fixing it if needed, before putting it back together. So, he supposed his hero name should have something to do with assembly and disassembly. Izuku didn't like the idea of presenting himself as someone who just destroyed things. He'd much rather people focused on how he repaired items, so he would discard the disassembly part. If he was going to focus on reassembly, then what were his options? Izuku thought it out but ended up scrapping that idea because nothing sounded right. Instead, he decided to reflect on his ideals. What he wanted more than anything was to tell the world that heroes aren't defined by where they're born or who their parents are, but by their spirit and talents. He had seen so many people in the Hasaikai who wanted to be heroes but were forced to give up because they were raised believing they could never be heroes with their backgrounds. Even more than that, he'd heard of many heroes who abused their positions, who turned out to be all bark but no bite, willing to save anyone in need as long as someone was watching. If that was going to change, they needed heroes fueled by a longing to save, not a longing for fame or money. Izuku supposed that what he was suggesting was a bit fantastical, but it would be revolutionary to the system, and that was it. Izuku scribbled furiously on his whiteboard, a name finally in his head. When Midnight called people up to present, Izuku was the first person up, beating even Aoyama. He pressed his board firmly on the desk, showing it to the class. The Reformation hero, revolutionary, that would be his name. He would reform hero society and make it revolutionary, no matter what it took. Oh, that's an interesting name. Midnight commented, looking at his sign. It reminds me of the time I worked with His Purple Highness as a student. I still miss those times some days. She sighed dreamily before shaking herself out of it and smiling. I approve. Next. They slowly went through everyone, hearing most hero names be rejected, with Mina's Alien Queen being a prime example. Nice, but kind of boring. Eventually, Reiko went up, looking slightly nervous. The horror hero, Emily, she explained, showing her sign. Did Reiko like horror? Izuku supposed that made sense, seeing as the way she held her arms was reminiscent of a ghost. But what was the Emily part about? I like the first part, but what's the whole thing with Emily? Izuku asked. He had never before been so grateful for Midnight's presence. Reiko shuffled awkwardly and looked at her feet. A reference to a movie I like, she muttered, sounding embarrassed. Midnight considered it for a moment before smiling. Interesting. It's an unorthodox hero name, so it'll catch attention. Approved. With that, Reiko hurriedly walked back to her desk next to Izuku, who smiled at her as she sat down. Hey, Reiko. Izuku said, catching her attention. I think your name is really cool, you know that? She blushed and looked at her desk, a faint smile on her face. Of course. Thank you, Izuku, she replied. Izuku looked at the massive stack of papers, which made Kendo's look small by comparison. All Might, currently in his small form, sighed as he looked at the files. Of course, you came to me for help, he muttered before cracking his neck and grabbing the top 2 files of each stack. He promptly slid the rest off the side of the table into a conveniently placed paper shredder. Kendo and Izuku could only gape as All Might calmly tapped the remaining files against the desk before coughing, which caused a bit of blood to dribble out of his mouth that he had to wipe off. Listen, anything you could learn from someone outside of the top 100, you could learn better from someone in the top 100, All Might explained, which satisfied Izuku and Kendo's curiosity about his actions. Combat heroes are, of course, the more common agency here. There's a decent amount of support heroes and a few rescue heroes. I'd recommend picking either what you think you want to specialize in when you graduate or something you want to improve on. Had All Might been teaching himself to teach? This advice was far better than any he had given on using One for All. Well, I think I'd be best suited to combat, sir, Kendo stated, already flipping through her remaining files. One for All doesn't really suit a support hero, and I'll probably leave rescue to the people who have better quirks for it. She then glanced at Izuku, who was just looking at the stack of files as if it would help him sort through them faster. What about you, Izuku? You got any preference? Izuku hummed, picking up his files. What did he want to do? While he was aware that his quirk was possibly one of the best for close combat, he didn't really like using it for violence. Sure, it was more glamorous and respected to be a combat hero, but he cared more about saving people. That left him with 2 options, support or rescue. Truth be told, he liked the sound of a rescue hero better. The idea of being there to help someone when they needed it most felt much more heroic to him than just defeating villains. But he also wanted to learn more about what support heroes did, as that sounded interesting too. In between support and rescue, Izuku replied, scanning the heroes who had requested him. He was around the 20s now and hadn't found anything interesting. 24, Rocklock. 25, Inga. Oh, he was crossed. Oh, right. 28, Pepsi Man. 29, Majestic. 31, Mr. Blaster. 32, W.O. Izuku exclaimed, silencing his muttering as he crossed over the name of number. I think I know who I want to intern with now. Izuku showed All Might, who looked at his choice and smiled. Oh, wonderful choice, young Midoriya. You'll learn a lot with them. Izuku then turned to Kendo, who had a determined look on her face. Who are you going to intern with, Itsuka? He asked. I feel like I'm making a mistake, but Miruko, Itsuka replied, looking unsure of herself. Izuku smiled widely. Miruko? Oh, you'll be able to learn heaps with her. She's the only other hero in the top 10 with a strength-enhancing quirk other than All Might, and she might even help you refine your style. Given her combat style, you'll either pick up insults or kicking. Or both. Preferably kicking though. Before Izuku knew it, he was muttering again, to the amusement of Kendo and All Might. All Might looked at the clock on the wall, and as he did, he coughed in surprise. Good lord, lunch is nearly over, he exclaimed, grabbing the leftover files and dumping them in the shredder. Get those to Aizawa as soon as possible, got it? Izuku and Kendo nodded, quickly leaving the room. Though they didn't say anything, they both knew they were excited for their internships starting next week. Hey Ida, you good? Izuku asked as he finished checking he had everything for the umpteenth time. You've been a little off since, well, you know. I hope you and your family are coping well. If you want me to... Ida interrupted him. I appreciate your offer, Midoriya, but I assure you I am fine. Worry about yourself, he replied politely. To the untrained eye, Ida looked normal, but Izuku could tell he wasn't doing well by the way his mouth twitched downwards and the sparkle in his eyes was missing. If Ida wasn't going to talk, then Izuku wouldn't force him. He'd probably just been having a rough time since learning his brother was attacked. It had shocked Izuku as well, especially to hear that Koryu-senpai, who interned with Ingenium, was also caught up in the attack. Neither of their conditions were known, but at least they hadn't passed away yet. Izuku walked away from Ida and over to Yanagi, who was reading something on her phone. Hey Reiko! Izuku called out, causing her to yelp and quickly shove her phone into her jacket pocket, as if nothing had happened. Good morning, Izuku. How are you on this invigorating day? Reiko asked, avoiding eye contact. Izuku chalked it up to her usual nervousness. I'm pumped. Hey, you haven't told us yet, who are you interning with? He asked. Reiko hesitated for a moment, and just as Izuku was about to ask again, she whispered, Ryukyu. Izuku smiled widely. Ryukyu? That's awesome. She specializes in flight, doesn't she? Even though you can't technically fly, you could probably use something to float on. But would your extra weight make it hard to lift? He muttered at the end. Forgive me, but it almost sounded like you just called me overweight, Reiko said in a sweet voice. Izuku blushed and waved his hands. Yeah? You're not fat. But if you were, that wouldn't make me hate you. In fact, that'd just be more of you to like, he replied hurriedly, not thinking about what he was saying. Reiko blushed and chuckled a little, and Izuku's heart skipped a beat for some reason. I was just teasing you, Izuku, forgive me, she explained. Izuku sighed, chuckling a bit as well. Reiko gasped and grabbed her bags. Oh no, the train has arrived. I hope to text you later, Izuku, she said, waving as she left. Izuku felt slightly disappointed that she had gone so quickly. At least his train was next. As he watched the scenery change from city blocks to farmland and then to rough mountains with little cottages, he realized he was crossing new territory for himself. Last stop, Funahashi Station, the conductor announced. Izuku got up, his body creaking after hours of stillness. He walked off the train as the sole passenger and looked around the empty station. There was a little graffiti, but the station was well maintained. Izuku grabbed the address to the agency he was given and began making his way there. It didn't take long to find it as the village was small, and soon he was knocking on the door of the cat-themed heroes agency. Izuku barely had time to react as a creature lunged at him. He quickly rolled to the side, avoiding it. Was it made of dirt? He pressed a hand to the ground and created a spike, impaling the creature's leg. That was all the force needed, as it crumbled to regular dirt, and Izuku reset the ground with a sigh. Pretty good, but still a little rough, he heard Pixie Bob of the Wild Pussycat say, looking at him with a smile reminiscent of Midnight's. We're going to have to train you hard, kitten. Izuku was already regretting coming here. Once Reiko was safely on the train, she found the most isolated seat she could and sat down. She pulled her phone back out and turned it on. Where were we? She muttered as text filled her screen. Yes, the scene where Izuku takes initiative and holds my hand, she added, contently scrolling through one of the many fanfictions written about them since the sports festival. She couldn't help but feel a little giddy. Izuku grunted as the horde of earth beasts overwhelmed him again, forcing him against the ground. He could hear Ragdoll and Pixie Bob talking nearby, even if he couldn't see them due to the earth beasts on him. "You're getting better, Midoriya," came Mandalay's telepathic message. "You lasted 10 seconds this time instead of 9. Ah, yes, what a wonderful improvement. An improvement that had taken at least an hour of non-stop combat against the relentless horde of earth beasts. An hour of growing annoyance towards the very earth itself. An hour of wishing he had decided to go with Pepsi Man instead. Don't beat yourself up, kid," Tiger said as he pulled the slightly depressed Izuku out from the pile of dirt. "By the end of the week, you'll be fast enough that you'll maybe last 20 seconds. Ah yes, the whole point of this exercise." Even while he was getting kind of annoyed by it, he could still admit it made sense. Tiger and Ragdoll had explained how the two most important skills a rescue hero can have are speed and precision. If you were too slow or too imprecise, you could easily be a moment too late to rescue a civilian or make the situation worse by not being precise in your movements. The best way to train these skills was to have Izuku fend off a horde of Pixie Bob's earth beasts. This would be fine if it weren't for the simple restriction: he could only use one spike at a time. Essentially, he had downgraded from a machine gun to a revolver, meaning he had to be both precise enough to take a beast down in one shot and fast enough to get them all before they reached him. "We'll take a break now, kitten, just so we don't break your spirit just yet. After all, young spirit is such an appealing thing, and I'm so glad that I can say I still have that," Pixie Bob exclaimed, and Izuku felt like she was sparkling. "No offense, Miss Pixie Bob, but aren't you in your 30s? Izuku asked. Before he could even blink, Pixie Bob's comically large paw was wrapped around his face, her claws brushing a few strands of his hair. "I'm still 18 at heart," she hissed, reminding Izuku of a peculiar aspect of Pixie Bob. She was desperate for love and did not like being reminded of how she was getting older. Even when Izuku mentioned how old the hero team was, she got upset, and he wasn't even talking about her directly. At least the other pussycats seemed mostly sane. "Oh, Midoriya, you should put on your hero costume. We'll be heading out in a moment," Ragdoll said, energetically hopping from one foot to the other. Izuku brightened up at that. Did that mean they were going on patrol? Only one way to find out. He couldn't help but wonder how Kendo's internship was going. Miruko was probably pushing her hard if her hero persona was anything to go by. Kendo stood outside the abandoned warehouse, utterly confused. She cross-checked the address she was given with what she'd put in her phone but saw no mistakes. She knew Miruko was a nomadic hero, but she expected something a little nicer than this. Still, she approached the small door at the side of the massive gate when she stopped. If she knew anything about Miruko's personality from the news, it was that she'd probably try to attack Kendo as soon as she entered to test her awareness or something. So instead, she walked around the warehouse, looking for another way in, and eventually found a broken window a couple of stories high. "Full diffuse, 9%, Kendo muttered, orange and cyan electricity sparking around her as her veins glowed red. She jumped on the wall of the opposite warehouse before hopping back to Miruko's, repeating the process until she jumped through the window, only to get kicked in the ribs. "Gah!" Kendo yelped in pain as she fell to the rough concrete, skin scraping as she slid. Her ribs were on fire, but they didn't feel broken, so that was good. After assessing she was all right, Kendo looked for her assailant, and of course, it was, "Good try, kid, but you'll need to try harder than that to sneak past me." Miruko laughed. Kendo got to her feet and rubbed her ribs as she looked at the laughing rabbit. "How did you even know I'd be there?" Kendo whined. Miruko grinned toothily. "I predicted that you wouldn't just go through the front door, and I suspected you'd take the first, hidden, entrance you saw." Miruko boasted, and Kendo couldn't help her jaw from dropping. "That was utterly ridiculous." "Nah, just messing with you. I could hear you muttering out there. I totally expected you to open the door." Miruko looked at Kendo, sizing her up for a moment before a blaze of excitement danced in her eyes, and she hopped for joy. "Oh yeah, You're definitely gonna be fun, she cheered, jumping up to the rafters above. What are you doing up there? Kendo asked, utterly confused. What are you doing down there? Miruko countered. Come on, jump up here as well. Kendo still felt confused but did as the hero asked, powering up full diffuse to 5%, more than enough to make it in one bound. She crouched down, steadying herself as her eyes narrowed. The rafter wasn't exactly wide, but if Kendo focused, she'd be able to make it. Kendo leaped, arms outstretched as she soared upwards, eventually catching the metal rafter. She swung around before sloppily landing on top, halfway to falling back down. Miruko, naturally, found this hilarious and began roaring with laughter. Well, that was a good shot, kid. Miruko complimented once she had calmed down. But you've got two problems. First, you're too much of a show-off. I can't stand people like that. They treat heroics like an acting career instead of a serious job. Second, you take too long to calculate, Miruko said. Before Kendo could respond, Miruko grabbed her collar and jumped off, landing safely and releasing Kendo on the ground. And there might be a third problem as well, but to decide that, I want to fight. Without warning, Miruko lunged forward, and Kendo barely dodged with one for all at 9%. I can't win against Miruko. She's a trained pro hero while I'm still in school, Kendo thought as she evaded another attack. But maybe I could borrow a tactic from an older hero and imitate them. That would make my strategy more battle-tested than any of Miruko's. Kendo took a deep breath, preemptively apologized to her leg muscles, and jumped against the wall, kicking off to the next one. New super move, Jumping Jack Flash. She quickly built up speed with each kick, while Miruko stood in the middle of the warehouse, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, Miruko jumped forward and knocked Kendo off course, sending her skidding across the concrete. Groaning, Kendo looked up to see a relatively unimpressed Miruko. Yeah, that's what I figured, she sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Listen, kid, you have a lot of issues, but the main one is that you're too much of a goody two-shoes in a fight. So, you know what I'm going to teach you for the next week? Kendo shook her head and Miruko laughed. Kid, I'm going to make you tough. Meanwhile, Izuku was helping the pussycats reattach rocks to a cliffside after a landslide. So, this is what you do most of the time? He asked, taking a rock and placing it back. At least once a week. Ragdoll replied, bringing over a pile of rocks. But we usually just lay them to the side of the pathway. Luckily, we've got you to help us reattach them. Izuku hadn't expected to be doing this when they came into the mountains, but he was glad to help. It was a small landslide, so moving the rubble wasn't too difficult. What about the rest of the week? Izuku asked, absent-mindedly working on Ragdoll's pile. Mandalay approached. We usually patrol a city to help with any damaged buildings. As much as we pride ourselves on being rural rescue heroes, there aren't many calls out here, she explained. I reckon we'll head into Hosu tomorrow. My sister and her husband patrol there, so we'll be able to catch up for a moment. Izuku was surprised to learn Mandalay had a sister. Heroes had a right to their personal lives, and since the Heroes Are People 2 bill was passed, it became a crime to pester a hero off duty. I really hope we can catch up. Water hose are good people, Tiger stated, carrying a large boulder. Wait, your sister is Water hose? Izuku exclaimed, looking at Mandalay, who chuckled. Yeah. I guess it runs in the family to be in a hero team, she replied. Although they're technically listed as one hero, so. Never mind. Mandalay walked off, and Izuku attempted to lift the boulder Tiger handed him. Despite his incredible power, he struggled. Tiger's eyes widened as Izuku's fingers were crushed beneath the weight. Fuck, that stings, Izuku hissed, looking at his mangled fingers. Thankfully, he still had some control and managed to disintegrate the boulder into dust, freeing his fingers. The pussycats went pale as they saw his injured hand. You all right, Midoriya? Wait, that's a dumb question, of course you're not. Pixie Bob said, reaching out to examine his fingers. Izuku shrugged. Nah, this is the least painful part about getting hurt. It's when I use my quirk to heal that it really hurts, he replied. Before they could ask what he meant, Izuku's entire forearm and hand broke apart molecule by molecule, a crimson mist filling the air for a moment. A murmur of pain escaped him, but as quickly as it began, it was over, and his hand looked as good as new. He repeated the process with his other hand, feeling a little less pain this time. "There, way better," he said, looking at the pussycats, who looked shocked. "I've seen some things, but that was kind of horrifying," Pixie Bob commented. Izuku smiled nervously and scratched the back of his head. "You get used to it. Anyway, isn't there still the rest of the landslide to fix?" The pussycats jumped slightly and immediately got back to grabbing rocks. Izuku felt a notification go off from his phone and pulled it out to see a message from Kurono. "Dipshit, I accidentally joined an underground technically terrorist group." What? Kurono was stiff as he sat in the office of Rikiya Yasuwashi, the CEO of Detnerat. Truth be told, Kurono wasn't sure why he chose to do his support internship with Detnerat. He just felt magnetized to them, as if he was meant to be there. He certainly wasn't expecting to be having tea with the CEO on the first day, especially not while Rikiya discussed what could be considered a terrorist movement from the old days of Quirks. "Kurono-kun," Rikiya started, holding his cup of tea to his mouth, "what are your beliefs on the Meta Liberation Army? I have blabbered on far too long about my own views after all." He sipped his tea, looking over the cup at Kurono. Kurono glanced over Rikiya's left shoulder, where he could see a figure hidden in the shadows, Rikiya's bodyguard. The man wore a parka with the hood covering his face, but Kurono could still see glowing eyes that resembled chunks of ice. He looked back at Rikiya, who was watching him expectantly. So, what did he think of the Meta Liberation Movement? He'd heard bits and pieces about it when he was younger. Everyone had at some point. They were a group that protested for the right to use their quirks freely. At best, they were radical protesters. At worst, they were seen as terrorists threatening national security. But that was what others said. What did he think? He understood the movement and why they did it. A part of him even agreed with some aspects. Keyword, some. He doubted anything good could come from completely unrestricted quirk use. It was heavily regulated due to fears that light restrictions could lead to serious problems, similar to gun issues in the USA before quirks. But did most quirks really need those restrictions? He understood the need for limits on destructive quirks, but for weaker ones like minor telekinesis or water creation. Kurono didn't see why those couldn't be used freely as long as they didn't harm anyone. "I suppose they had a point," Kurono finally said, sipping his tea. When he looked up at Rikiya, he saw an intrigued look in his eyes, mixed with something else that made Kurono uneasy. "Is that so? And what parts do you agree with?" Rikiya prodded, leaning forward in his seat. To anyone else, he might have seemed merely interested in the conversation, but Kurono sensed the conversation was entering dangerous waters. There was a gleam in Rikiya's eyes, and he seemed to be studying Kurono's face for any hint of a lie. Kurono didn't know how invested Rikiya was in this political movement, but if he turned out to be a fanatic, he shuddered to think of the consequences if he said he didn't like the MLA. He had to be very careful now. "I mean, you can't realistically allow complete freedom of quirk use and run a functioning society," he said. "It worked for America and guns," Rikiya countered. "It's not a coincidence that they had high levels of gun violence. School shootings were so common that they had drills for them. Guns were registered, so they could easily be tracked. And does our current system not do the same thing? So much for being careful." Not even 10 seconds after thinking that, he had already begun arguing with the man. He chanced a look into Rikiya's eyes, expecting annoyance. However, he was surprised to see genuine interest in his opinions. Perhaps he had been wrong about Rikiya, who might simply enjoy intellectual debates. Rikiya leaned back in his chair, pressing his fingertips together as a small, genuine smile appeared on his face. "An excellent point, Kurono-kun. I must admit, your ideas are interesting," he stated. "Why are you so interested in my opinions on this?" "I'm here for a support internship, not an inquiry into past political movements," Kurono asked, deciding to confront the issue. Rikiya hummed, standing up from his chair and walking over to a wall. He pressed a part of it, revealing a wine cupboard. He pulled out a bottle of wine, briefly inspecting it before returning to the desk and pouring wine into some glasses. "I can't drink alcohol," Kurono pointed out. Rikiya smirked. You were a Yakuza for 7 years, but you draw the line at underage drinking? Kurono stiffened. How did he know that? Even his teachers, minus Nezu, had no idea. Just how connected was this guy? Fair point, Kurono grumbled, sipping the red wine. And to answer your question, I'm the Grand Commander of the Meta Liberation Army, Redestro. Kurono choked on his wine, coughing a bit as the bodyguard thumped his back before returning to his corner. I'm sorry, what? Kurono asked, looking at Rikiya in shock. The CO seemed to bask in Kurono's surprise. Forgive me, I thought you said you were the Grand Commander of the Meta Liberation Army for a minute. But that can't be right, they've been gone for ages. Kurono paled at the sight of Rikiya's face, which showed no sign of this being a joke. Rikiya chuckled, sipping his wine. Legally, we've been a dead organization since the death of Destro, he stated calmly, swirling his wine in his cup. Off the record, however, we have been slowly building our forces, preparing to change society once and for all. And what does that have to do with me? Kurono asked, leaning forward in his chair, his analytical eyes focused on Redestro, who hummed before looking out the window that overlooked Daika City. Kurono-kun, you are one of the best choices for us to start spreading our influence within UA. You've shown high intelligence that you can mask, an aptitude for befriending the right people, and you're a first year, meaning you have plenty of time to spread our ideologies, Redestro explained, still gazing out the window. And how do you know I'll join? For all you know, I could leak it as soon as I leave this room. Kurono declared. He noticed the man in the parka tense, his hands raising slightly, bringing a chill to the room. A sharp look from Redestro was enough for the man to stop and apologize. Kurono-kun, the Meta Liberation Army is not like the League of Villains or the Shai Hasaikai. Its main leaders are all high-ranking and influential people. The media, support industry, government, and communications are all at least partially under our influence. We know whenever someone tries to leak our existence, and believe me, it never ends well for them. Kurono's eyebrows furrowed. That made things complicated. He couldn't trust the government, the media, or even social media. No matter what, there was no way he could reasonably spread the word that the MLA was back. But even if he could, who would believe him? Kurono perked up as he suddenly remembered something. Nezu. Of course, it made perfect sense. Nezu would believe Kurono and could stealthily deal with the MLA. Plus, UA most likely had protection from outside interference, especially Nezu's office. Realistically, if Kurono did join, it would be easy to become a double agent. Kurono smiled and held his wine glass high. A fair point. I suppose a position towards the top when your revolution kicks off would be appreciated, he said, using every diplomatic skill he'd learned from his time with the Yakuza. And really, I don't see any problems spreading a good cause such as freedom of quirk use. So, sure, count me in. Redestro looked at Kurono, his eyes narrowing as he dissected every detail of Kurono's face, searching for any hint of betrayal. However, Kurono was skilled at hiding his true intentions, and soon Redestro smiled. Well, in that case, welcome to the Meta Liberation Army, Kurono-kun. I cannot wait to see how this investment turns out for us, he exclaimed, shaking Kurono's hand. Kurono simply smiled. All according to plan, he thought. Nezu would be happy with him. Izuku would probably be frustrated. Kendo would just slap him for being reckless. And Shiozaki. He shuddered at the memory of their first date. It would not end well if she knew what he had just done. One of the best assets a hero can have is the ability of flight, Ryukyu stated, watching as Reiko desperately tried to levitate herself off the ground with a disc beneath her feet. Most villains expect a hero from the ground, which is why flying heroes are so effective at takedowns. However, Reiko could barely get an inch off the ground, and even that inch was difficult to maintain, leading to her falling repeatedly. My apologies, but with the current scope of my abilities, it seems impossible for me to levitate using my quirk, Reiko said, the pink glow around the disc fading as she released her quirk. Ryukyu raised an eyebrow. Are you giving up? She inquired, her tone stern. Reiko furrowed her brows. Ryukyu-san, I don't believe you truly understand how long I've attempted this, she replied bitterly, unable to meet Ryukyu's gaze. Ryukyu's face softened, and she sighed. I understand, she said in a sympathetic voice, surprising Reiko. Sometimes it really is incredibly hard to train yourself to do something like this. My intern, Nijire, knows that well. Ryukyu stood for a moment, contemplating before straightening up and turning to the door. Come on, I want to show you something, she said, walking away. Intrigued, Reiko followed, grabbing the disc she had been using just in case Ryukyu wanted it. What will you be showing me, Ryukyu? Reiko asked as they entered the elevator. You'll see, Ryukyu replied cryptically, pressing the button for the roof. And call me Ryukyu, my hero name isn't Ryukyu-san, is it? If you call every hero that, it will be exhausting when you have to address Nijire. Reiko nodded, wondering what Ryukyu might reveal. The elevator doors opened to reveal the city of Tokyo, the summer sun shining down on its residents. Reiko could hear the honks of cars from the streets below and the distant sound of a bullet train speeding along. You wanted to show me a view of the city? Reiko asked, confused. Ryukyu chuckled. No, something else. Look over that ledge, right over, Ryukyu ordered. Reiko obeyed and looked down to see a large ledge, about the size of the 1A classroom, with a chain-link fence at the edge preventing anything from falling over. This is where Nijire learned to fly. Ryukyu explained. Reiko froze. Oh, was all she could say as Ryukyu pushed her down. Thankfully, the ledge was made of an impact-reducing material, making the fall barely hurt. You see, Nijire had the same problem you had when she was learning to fly. She just couldn't do it, no matter how hard she tried. So, naturally, I shoved her down there until she learned to fly. Do or die tactics. I'm going to use that same tactic on you, Yanagi. You want lunch or dinner? Then you better get practicing. With that, Ryukyu was gone, leaving Reiko with a disc, the clothes on her back, her phone in her pocket, and a sense of regret. Great, she muttered as she began working on levitating. It was as Ryukyu said, do it. And Reiko would much rather do than die. Extra Kendo looked at her phone in silent contemplation, a stark contrast to the moral dilemma in her head. This is completely immoral. Moral Mental Kendo declared, slamming her mental hands on the mental table. Looking at works involving you and your friend in a romantic relationship goes against every moral rule in the book. Who cares? It's not like it's real, Lustful Mental Kendo drawled, resting her mental chin in her hands. And anyways, it can't be any worse than what we've already been thinking. I have no idea what you're referring to. Moral Mental Kendo replied, eliciting a mental laugh from Lustful Mental Kendo. Let's see, spooning, sweet kisses, sharing milkshakes, wearing each other's clothes, and the lewdest of all, hand-holding. A mental shiver of longing tingled down their spines at the last one, and Moral Mental Kendo finally broke. All right, maybe just one, she conceded, to the delight of Lustful Mental Kendo. I can sense the energy radiating off of you. Maruko barked, making real Kendo jump in surprise. Isn't that the mean guy from the sports festival? A kid whispered, though it was loud enough for Katsuki to hear. Yeah. He's got a dumb haircut. Another kid laughed, pointing at his hair. This was considered peak comedy by the children, and they all laughed. Katsuki growled, but a hand landed on his shoulder. You must remain stoic in the face of ridicule, Bakugo, Best Jeanist chided, looking at Katsuki with stern eyes. Katsuki grumbled for a moment before dropping the subject and continuing to follow Best Jeanist. Surprisingly, his main problem wasn't the lack of fighting, it was the strange rules. Katsuki could maybe let the combed hairdo slide, but jeans? No way. They just weren't compatible with anything about his costume or fighting style. Honestly, he wished he'd gone with someone like Maruko, who'd also sent him an offer, but he couldn't change that now. Katsuki mentally slapped himself. The whole hating everyone thing was literally the main reason he'd come to Best Jeanist. A hero whose main focus is public service and being cool and collected? That's exactly what Katsuki wanted to learn now that he was trying to put his aggressive mindset behind him. Not that he'd ever stop doing combat. He just figured a good place to start with becoming less of a bully, as Izuku had called him, would be with Jeanist. Oh, how wrong he was. You are already becoming better at remaining silent when targeted verbally. That is good, Best Jeanist commented as they continued their patrol. At this rate, we can expect great progress from you, Bakugo. Katsuki muttered something resembling agreement, mixed with annoyance. As they walked past a cafe, Katsuki could hear a radio playing. And in other news, Hero Killer Stain has reached an all-time high in search results, as word of his name spreads with every hero he strikes down in the name of his mysterious cause. What do you think this villain's goal is, Ishigami? Well, Shirogane, I'm personally more worried about the influx of people who have been turning up quirkless recently. And I don't mean born quirkless, I'm talking about people with quirks just losing them out of nowhere. Now that was interesting. Katsuki had always heard tales of the quirk-stealing villain, usually from his parents trying to stop him from flaunting his quirk. Katsuki Bakugo, you stopped at this instant. Mitsuki barked at her misbehaving 9-year-old as he used his quirk to explode a flower while they walked. Or what? Katsuki sneered. Mitsuki's face reddened with anger. They had said raising a kid would be difficult, but she highly doubted this was what they meant. Or else all for one will steal your quirk. Mitsuki replied. Katsuki looked at her for a moment before bursting out into laughter. Yeah, right? He isn't even real. Otherwise, I doubt those kids at school would be calling him all kinds of names, but that one you just pulled out of nowhere, Katsuki retorted. Mitsuki breathed through her nose. How had she talked herself into having a kid again? Of course, he'd always brushed off the idea of a quirk-stealing villain. It just didn't make sense to Katsuki how someone with such a powerful quirk would stay out of the news. Surely if you could steal quirks, you'd be flaunting it, right? Katsuki shook his head, dismissing the thought. There has never been, nor would there ever be, a quirk that could steal others. If there was even a chance it could happen, humanity would likely self-destruct before reaching that point. Kai hissed as the hero killer's blade pierced his shoulder. He wasn't even trying to recruit the guy. That was Shigaraki's style. Honestly, this was the last time Kai would bring his research to a bar for a change of scenery. Next time, he'd just have Kurogiri warp him to a museum in Greece. Suddenly, Kai felt his entire body seize up, panic rising as he realized he couldn't move. Nothing terrified him more than someone having power over him, and right now, this person had the ability and intent to kill him. No, he couldn't die. If he died, everything he had done would be for nothing. He didn't care so much about dying. He knew he deserved it more than most, especially after everything that happened post his 18th birthday. But if he died without completing his ultimate goal, all that effort would be wasted. He'd be no better than Shigaraki, and that thought made Kai feel sick. Kurogiri, take him away. Shigaraki spat from the ground as Stain kneeled over him, absent-mindedly liking the blood from his blade. Tamura Shigaraki, I am afraid I cannot move, Kurogiri replied, attempting to shift. Suddenly, Shigaraki's prosthetic arm shot upwards and smashed into Stain's jaw, surprising everyone, even Shigaraki himself. But how could Shigaraki use his arm? He seemed paralyzed in every other sense. Shigaraki, can you move your other arm? Kai asked. Shigaraki grunted that he couldn't. I see. I remember reading that victims of paralysis can sometimes use prosthetic limbs, so I think that's what's happening. And considering how he seems to be liking the blood off his blade for no good reason, I can conclude that his quirk operates by ingestion of blood, which causes full-body paralysis. Stain was silent for a moment. You're pretty smart, especially compared to this idiot, he commented, gesturing towards Shigaraki, who was berating Stain for the remark. Why are you running around with him anyway? Kai chuckled humorlessly. If I had the choice, I'd ditch him in an instant. But I work with Sensei, so I have to tag along with the league to make sure nothing bad happens. Stain let out a hum of satisfaction before turning back to Shigaraki. Kai was relieved he didn't probe further, as the reason he was still there was more complicated than that. As I was saying, you and I are completely different. I stand for true heroism, for heroes to become paragons of virtue, truth, and hope, instead of greedy individuals only in it for fame and fortune. You, however, only want to destroy what you hate, like a child throwing a tantrum, Stain monologued, pointing his katana at Shigaraki. Now, once your warper is unparalyzed, send me back to Hosu, I have unfinished business there. The conversation died down after that, and a few minutes later, Kurono was able to warp Stain away. I didn't like him. Shigaraki muttered, finally able to stand. Kai had been the first to move, his blood type seemingly giving him better resistance to Stain's quirk, if his theory was correct. I really don't like guys like that. People who think they're better than everyone just because they have some stupid goal. I have a goal as well. No, actually, you know what? Warp us to Hosu, Kurono, Shigaraki ordered, pointing at Kurono. I'm not letting him off that easy. He wants to call me a kid throwing a tantrum? I'll show him a tantrum. I'll enjoy dealing with him later. Little did Tamura, Kai, or even All for One know, there was one other person with her eyes on Stain. Izuku flopped onto his bed in the guest room of the Pussycats agency. They had a while until they were going to head into the city, and they had graciously granted Izuku a break from practice. Sighing, he pulled out his phone to see if anyone else was on break. Overhaul, Daddy Midoriya just landed in the group chat. Yaoi Hands has muted. Overhaul. Ghosty has unmuted. Overhaul. Yaoi Hands, what's up? Ghosty, I messed with your mom. Not Todoroki, but how would that work? Aren't you both girls? Izuku had forgotten that Kurono had added Todoroki to the group chat before the internship started. It was amusing to watch Todoroki think he was only talking to Kurono, thanks to his poor understanding of technology. Momo, bless her heart, was the only one to explain that it was a group chat and not just Kurono. Yamamo, lesbians, Todoroki, they exist. Chronostasis, and they could be any one of us. Chronostasis, it could be you. Chronostasis, it could be me. Chronostasis, it could even be. Yaoi Hands, anyways. Yaoi Hands, how are everyone's internships? Not Todoroki, I am trapped with Monoma, who is also interning under Edge Shot. Yaoi Hands, is he being troublesome? Not Todoroki, he's messaging someone named Sleepy Boyfriend 3. I have no idea who that is, though. Chronostasis, I was right. He was gay, not European. Overhaul, he could be both. Chronostasis, Izuku, I need money, and you don't make money by telling the truth. Ghosty, truly, the greatest paragon of virtue is you, Kurono. Overhaul, oh right. Anyone else in Hosu tonight? The Pussycats are going to meet Waterhose, and I'm tagging along. Chronostasis, can't, I'm in Daika and definitely doing legal things. Meanwhile in Daika City. Femboy gang? Kurono asked, holding out a hand to Giton, who had revealed his femboy form. Giton took his hand and shook it. Femboy gang, Giton replied. Yaoi Hands, I think Miruko wants to head there for the night to go hunting that hero killer guy. Ghosty, I would love to, but Ryukyu has shoved me off a building and onto a ledge until I teach myself to fly with my quirk. Yamamo, Fat Gum really only sticks to the same city, so I won't be anywhere nearby. Not Todoroki, who knows? Edge Shot is all over the place depending on the occasion. Overhaul, oh well, maybe I'll see you in Kendo there. Izuku switched his phone off before his mind began to wander. So, Yanagi was trying to achieve flight with her quirk? Interesting. Maybe he could theorize about her quirk? Maybe there's some reason why she can't fly easily? Well, it was certainly something to do, Izuku reasoned. He grabbed a spare notebook and began writing possible theories on Reiko's quirk. He also added a little sketch of her, just because he felt like it, and for some reason, he felt his chest tighten at the drawing of Reiko's face. Shino. Kotsu. Mandalay and Waterhose, the girl, not the guy, embraced, patting each other on the back. Sup, Mizu, Tiger greeted, shaking Waterhose's, the guy, not the girl, hand. Ragdoll and Pixie Bob waved, also greeting the two heroes. Suddenly, Waterhose, both the girl and the guy, noticed Izuku, and a look of recognition flashed across their faces. Oh, you're that kid that won the sports festival. Nice job. Mizu said. The name's Suiso Mizukoda, but everyone just calls me Mizu. Izuku decided not to comment on how he could see why people called him that. Ah, Shino told me about you. I'm her sister, Kotsu. Kotsu stated, smiling at Izuku. Anyways, anything interesting happened today? Pixie Bob asked before her eyelids half closed. Any new bachelors? She purred. Kotsu sighed while Mizu just laughed. Nah, nothing really. Mizu replied. Izuku was starting to see him as the loud, social type, who sometimes gets a little passionate about stuff. It's actually been a rather boring day now that I think about it. Oh well, that just means we'll be less tired, and we can spend some time with Koda. Kotsu cheered. Ragdoll hopped in place. Oh, how is Koda-chan? She asked, excitement in her eyes. Mizu chuckled. He's been learning math at school now. Thankfully, he's got a great teacher. He laughed. Yes, because you are awful at it, Kotsu said, glaring at Mizu, who practically shrunk under her glare. Just as quickly as it happened, it was over. Izuku, who had previously thought Kotsu was all friendly, quickly noted that she was the type to remember everything, which was something that kind of scared him. Suddenly, Ragdoll's eyes narrowed, and she began sniffing. Do you is that smoke? Ragdoll asked, looking up in the air. Everyone, including Izuku, looked up, and sure enough, they could see plumes of smoke spiraling into the sky. Soon after, the sounds of screaming civilians could be heard, and the pussycats and water hose immediately switched from a casual stance to a battle-ready one. Revolutionary! Mandalay commanded, looking at Izuku. Seeing as you're a student without any kind of license, I order you not to engage with any villains. You will simply help any civilians that require it, understand? Izuku nodded, and the 7 of them ran towards the smoke. Izuku hadn't seen the pussycats so serious before, but it was easy to tell that they were. There were no smiles on their faces, and their friendly aura had been replaced with one of urgency. Even Ragdoll, who he hadn't seen without a smile since he first met her, looked resolute and focused. They turned a corner, and their eyes widened at the scene before them. The streets were burning, and there were at least 3 Nomu. 2 of them were a grayer color, thin and lanky, while the third had the same black skin as the USJ Nomu, with a bulkier and more muscular build. The biggest question here was how there were more of them. "Hui, this looks fun," a loud voice yelled, and everyone turned their heads to see something crashing into a building. The dust blocked their view, but Izuku caught a glimpse of blonde, spiky hair and writhing pink things that looked like muscle fibers. The building they had landed in had caught fire, one even stronger than the ones the Nomu had caused. Water hose turned their full attention to the man in the building. "Go, we'll deal with this guy," Mizu shouted. Kotsu nodded and looked back at Mandalay. "You guys just focus on helping the people down here, okay?" she said, smiling slightly. Mandalay nodded, and the 2 groups separated, Water Hose using their high-pressure water quirks to scale the buildings while the pussycats and Izuku rushed towards the battle. "Kid, you've dealt with these things before, how do you beat them?" Pixie Bob asked. Izuku shrugged. I kind of zoned out when All Might beat it," he said. "But, I could probably take them out by—" "No," Mandalay said sharply. "You will not engage, not unless your life is in immediate danger, or if a civilian is being attacked and you see no other way to help." She looked at Izuku, staring right past his eyes and boring into his soul. Begrudgingly, Izuku nodded, and the pussycats continued. Eventually, they reached the Nomu, and Pixie Bob immediately got to work, sliding over to a nearby tree and using the exposed dirt as ammunition. Tiger began stretching himself around the lanky 4-eyed one while Mandalay and Ragdoll began checking on civilians. Izuku decided to check on the opposite side of where Mandalay and Ragdoll were looking and began helping civilians. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked, offering a hand to a man who had been thrown to the ground by an explosion. The man grunted, taking Izuku's hand in his massive one. He was tall and broad, wearing a tight white shirt that detailed his chiseled physique. His hair was auburn and wild, slightly covering his striking yellow eyes. "These things ain't nothin', I could probably take one," he growled. Before Izuku could react, the man was running at a Nomu. Panicking, Izuku used his quirk to overhaul the ground below him, restraining the man and bringing him back. "Sir, I can't let you do that. Leave this to the heroes," Izuku scolded, to the annoyance of the man. "If you're okay, then I need to go look for other civilians." With that, Izuku was off down the street to look for more survivors. However, he skidded to a stop as he saw a flash of metal in an alley and the barely audible sound of someone yelping in pain. Izuku looked back and saw that the pussycats were preoccupied, so he couldn't call them. Alright, let's see what this is about, Izuku sighed before running into the alleyway. You call yourself a hero, child? Stain questioned, pressing his boot into Ida's head. You're nothing more than a temperamental fool looking for revenge. Ida cried out in pain as Stain's katana sliced through his armor and into his flesh, causing him to wince as he felt his shoulder bone break from the blade. Now, to rid the world of yet another fake hero, Stain muttered, removing the blade and liking it, causing Ida to lose all control of his limbs. Oh God, this was such a stupid idea. Why did he have to do this? Hey, stop that. A familiar voice called out, distracting Stain. Izuku stepped out of the shadows, a determined look in his eyes. Stain considered his new quarry for a moment. You're the kid who won the sports festival, Stain stated, pointing his bloodied katana at Izuku, who nodded. Yes, I suppose that is me, isn't it? He replied cautiously. Anyways, can you let my friend go and turn yourself in? You know the easy way. Stain grunted. This boy is a fake hero, and I will never turn myself in until… What? Izuku interrupted. Stain, undeterred, repeated his speech. This boy is a fake hero and I will… What? Izuku asked again. This time, Stain's eyes narrowed, but he repeated nevertheless. This boy is a… What? Izuku asked. Suddenly, Ida remembered what happened during the entrance exam, and his mouth gaped open in shock. That lunatic that he's doing it to a serial killer. Ida muttered, incredulous. At this angle, however, he couldn't see how Izuku was using his phone behind his back, and luckily for Izuku, neither could Stain, who had had enough of Izuku's interruptions and threw a kunai at him. Enough, he yelled, eyes blazing with fury. If you won't let me kill this fake, then I'll just have to kill you too. Izuku smirked uneasily. I'd like to see you try. She flashed a smile and salute at her photo of the queen and began to play. How is he beating us? Psycho yelled as Byzantium began to push onto the British Isles from France. I don't know. Nezu yelled, as his Japanese empire was also getting wrecked by Shirioka Gaming's Byzantium. Psycho had been surprised that Rat God was the principal of UA, but that was overshadowed by fear as they had been forced to ally and join a voice chat just to stand a chance at beating Shirioka Gaming. Surely he has an intelligence quirk as well? Like, a really strong one. Psycho suggested frantically as the Byzantine forces pushed all the way to London. Wow, these guys aren't doing well, Mitsudo Shirioka commented as he casually finished yet another world conquest starting from the Eastern Roman Empire, even with my right arm tied behind the chair and while wearing sunglasses. Alright, chat, what should I do to limit my skills next? Izuku started by slamming his hand into the ground, creating a thick wall between him and Stain, allowing Izuku a moment to tend to Ida and the other pro who was there. He just had to hold out until help arrived, which was probably going to be easier said than done. Ida, why are you trying to fight Stain? Izuku yelled as he knelt down at Ida's side to assess the damage. He's called the hero killer for a reason. Just leave, Midoriya. Ida snapped back. This is my battle. I need to avenge my brother. Izuku's eye twitched. I could have healed your brother, Izuku stated coldly. Oh. Ida replied. Actually, that was what I was going to offer back at the train station. And honestly, Izuku barely had time to dodge as a knife landed right in the wall in front of him, in just the right area that if he hadn't moved, he would have likely been injured. A true hero would never stop to yell at someone. Stain snarled, jumping towards Izuku with surprising speed. Izuku pressed his hand against the wall and created a pillar, aiming it at Stain, who dodged just before it hit him, landing on the opposite wall and kicking towards Izuku, blade aiming for his arm. In a move Stain didn't predict, Izuku allowed his forearm to be impaled, lodging it and the blade into the wall, giving Izuku the opportunity to use his other hand to swipe at the dumbfounded Stain. He dodged, but left his katana in Izuku's arm, allowing Izuku to destroy it and repair his arm. That actually hurt, Izuku thought as he looked at Stain, who was already pulling out a second katana. I hope she doesn't take too long. She did say she was in Hosu tonight, right? Izuku slapped the ground with his hand, creating spikes intending to impale Stain's arms and legs, which only nicked the man as he managed to dodge in time. You're quite skilled for a student, Stain growled, crouching on a balcony above them, his red eyes practically glowing in the dark. Perhaps I misjudged your abilities. A kunai flew down from where Stain was positioned, but this time Izuku wasn't quick enough to dodge it, and it cut his left hand. It didn't really hurt, though, so he figured he'd be fine. Stain jumped down from above, which Izuku hadn't anticipated. If you had throwing knives, why give up the high ground? As a result, he wasn't able to keep Stain from liking his wound. Suddenly, Izuku's entire body froze up, and he crashed into the ground. What the? Izuku mentally panicked as he realized that any form of movement was now physically impossible. Is this his quirk? What even? Wait a second. If this is some form of paralysis, then how is it activated? Doubtful, otherwise he'd use hand-to-hand combat instead of blades. Taste? No, he'd be trying to lick Izuku that entire time. Wait, what if it's activated by digestion of blood? That makes sense now I think about it. He uses knives to cause wounds, and then he just has to lick them, like he did with me. Now let's get back to what I was doing before, Stain muttered, pulling out another katana as he approached Ida, who was still stuck on the ground, ending the life of another fake hero. I did tell you to leave, boy. Nobody can stop me but All Might, I won't allow it. Stain raised the rusty blade over Ida's neck, lining it up. Suddenly, Izuku faintly heard the sound of crackling electricity, and he mentally breathed a sigh of relief. She made it. And just in time as well. Only All Might, huh? Izuku called out, distracting the hero killer. Stain turned to look at him and scoffed. Of course, he's the only true hero, and as such I shall allow only him to kill me. Izuku grinned, even if Stain couldn't see it. Then surely his successor would be good enough, right? Before Stain could even ask what he meant, a blur of cyan and ginger sped past them, kicking Stain in the chest and flinging him back into the alleyway. It's all right, but because we are here, Kendo announced as Miruko landed beside her, grumbling about how Kendo stole her moment. Not gonna lie, Itsuka, that sounds a lot more impressive coming from All Might for some reason, Izuku snarked. Yeah, this brat's got a point, the big man's quote only works if it's his voice, Miruko added. Kendo groaned and slumped slightly. I'm working on it, okay? Now, can we deal with this serial killer? Kendo cried. The mood instantly switched back to one of urgency as a kunai flew towards Kendo, barely missing. Ida let out a frustrated shout. This is my fight. Just go, he yelled. Your fight my butt. Miruko responded, startling Ida. From what I can tell, you got beat by some villain and would have died if that brat or yous hadn't come. So shut up and let yous handle it, okay? Before Ida could reply, Miruko jumped forward with Kendo, engaging Stain. Don't let him cut you. Izuku yelled. I'm pretty sure his quirk paralyzes you by ingesting blood. If I had a yen for every person today that's figured that out, I'd have 2 yen, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it's happened twice, Stain commented, flipping behind Kendo and Miruko as he attempted to slash at them. Miruko wasn't in her ideal environment. She preferred large, open spaces and generally avoided alley fights. Kendo, on the other hand, thrived in enclosed spaces, but was less effective in open areas. Stain seemed to balance the two out, being an expert in small spaces and presumably less effective in open ones. I can't hit him, Miruko yelled, unleashing a flurry of kicks. If only Izuku could help. His quirk would be perfect for catching Stain off guard, and his fingers were twitching to use it. Wait a minute. His fingers were moving? He tested again, and sure enough, his fingers were able to move, and soon his hands were as well. Ida, can you move yet? Izuku asked as his arms slowly regained mobility. No, why? Ida replied. Izuku hummed. Weird, because I can move just fine. Maybe it's not a set time limit, he suggested, theorizing about Stain's quirk. Perhaps the time was determined by blood type or body size. Either made sense, as Ida and Kendo were larger than Izuku. Once Izuku's body could finally move again, he created a pillar in front of Stain, forcing him to leap beside it, continuing his fight with Miruko and Kendo. Seeing that Stain was distracted, Izuku decided to check on Ida. "Are you hurt?" Izuku asked. Ida grunted. "Yeah, my arm really hurts." Izuku replied, "Let that be a reminder to not chase dangerous villains." He swiftly repaired Ida's wound, eliciting a yelp of pain from him. Izuku then moved on to the other hero, who was barely conscious. "You good?" Izuku asked. "I think I have a phobia of dark alleyways now," they replied simply. Izuku nodded in understanding before healing him as well, and the hero cried out in pain, though quieter than Ida. With both casualties handled, Izuku turned his attention back to the fight, only to see Miruko collapse as Stain liked a knife midair. Quickly, Izuku created a wall between Miruko and Stain, allowing Kendo to focus on him. "Super move, Jaw Jammer," Kendo exclaimed, aiming a fist at Stain's jaw. Stain moved to block it, leaving his lower body exposed. Kendo's leg shot upwards, kicking Stain right where it hurt. The man let out a strangled cry of pain as he flew into the air, and Kendo crouched down before jumping after him. Izuku, sensing the battle was nearing its end, lowered the wall protecting Miruko and rushed over to her. "Are you okay?" he asked, checking for injuries. "I feel like CRP and he cut my thigh, but apart from that I'm fine," Miruko grunted. Izuku nodded and subconsciously moved his hand but froze, realizing where he was putting it. Miruko-san?" Izuku stammered, face blushing. "I'm going to have to touch your thigh to heal you, is that okay?" Miruko laughed, clearly amused. Kid, aren't you a gentleman?" she teased, making Izuku blush even more. "But nah, don't worry about it, I doubt you'd try anything. And if you did, I would RP you limb from limb as soon as I was unparalyzed." Izuku wasn't prepared for her to yell, but he nodded and tapped Miruko's thigh, healing it. A crash from behind informed them that someone had landed, and when Izuku looked back, he saw Stain on the ground, unmoving, while Kendo breathed, keeping her knee on top of him. Miruko was just starting to regain her mobility and lifted her head to see the aftermath. "Kid, say something cool," Miruko shouted, sounding excited. That's the way the cookie crumbles," Kendo declared, striking a pose. Miruko's head slumped to the ground. "We'll work on that later," she mumbled. "Anyways, you got the son of a gun?" Kendo held up Stain, confirming he was definitely knocked out. Miruko breathed a sigh of relief, stumbling to her feet. Izuku noticed Ida beginning to stand as well. "Good. That went surprisingly well, but I won't complain." Kendo dragged Stain to the side, leaning him against the wall. Izuku approached Kendo, slightly confused. "So what the hell was that super move?" he asked. Kendo smiled sheepishly and fiddled with her hair, refusing to meet Izuku's eyes. "Well, Miruko taught me that a good way to catch a villain off guard is to mislabel your super moves. You know, say you're doing a colossal kick and then actually do an uppercut to their jaw? Something like that," Kendo explained. Izuku sighed, realizing he would now have to deal with this in the future. Finally, Ida stood up and walked over to them. "Thank you," he stated, bowing in embarrassment. "After what you all said, I've realized my actions were not less than heroic." "They were reckless," Miruko commented, standing further away as she began to make a call. Ida cringed and rubbed the back of his hair. "Yes, that as well. But Midoriya, if you were telling the truth about how you wanted to heal my brother, do you reckon we can go there as soon as possible? I'm sure he'd love to hear about how you and Kendo beat Stain." "If the pussycats allow it, then I'll come," Izuku replied, looking out to the street as he took note of the now less evident smell of smoke. "But I'm not sure if they'll be happy with me after They all froze as they heard a strange sound, like something being pulled from a gooey substance. As they looked for the source, they soon found it in the form of someone extracting something from Stain. The figure had long white hair and appeared to be a girl, wearing a black hoodie and leggings with purple accents. A surgical mask covered her lower face. Her hand closest to Stain's face was covered in a strange white slime as she pulled a disc-like object from his skin. She soon noticed they were watching her and smirked. "Thanks for taking this guy out," she cheered, catching Miruko's attention as she whipped around. "I always wanted this quirk for myself. Anyway, I gotta go. Hopefully, I can get to know your quirks better some other time." With that, the mystery girl dashed away at impressive speed. Immediately, Miruko, Ida, and Kendo began chasing after her, leaving Izuku to check on Stain's body. Although it was beginning to mend itself, Izuku noticed a strange gap on Stain's face, revealing only darkness. Just what had that girl done? Arg! She's getting away! Miruko growled as they ran around another corner. Kendo and Ida managed to keep up with her thanks to their enhanced speed quirks, but the person they were chasing seemed to be getting further away. "Come on, big brother, we gotta escape them," she called to seemingly nobody. Did she have an accomplice? By the sounds of it, they were family, but who knew? Miruko was aware of those who called anyone their big brother or little sister, so it could also be one of those. "Oh, that's a good idea, bro. I haven't used that quirk in a while." Miruko realized the voice was getting closer, and she mentally cheered. Two villains at once? Especially one who seemed able to steal quirks? This might just catapult her to the number 3 spot if she was lucky. Finally, the three of them rounded the corner, only to find a dead end? Impossible! Ida despaired as Kendo looked around. She jumped up high to check the rooftops, but when she came back down, she shrugged. Nothing. She's gone without a trace. Miruko angrily kicked a rubbish bin. How had they lost her? And now that she thought about it, how could she steal quirks? Wait, hadn't she been extracting something from the hero killer before they started chasing her? Miruko's face paled as she realized what might have happened. "We have to get back to the kid now," she ordered. Ida and Kendo looked back at her in surprise, but when she began hopping over rooftops to return faster, they didn't hesitate to follow. On the way back to Stain and Izuku, Miruko could only scowl as she thought about what had happened that night. Sure, they'd captured Stain, but how would Japan react when they found out his quirk had been stolen, especially while surrounded by 3 heroes in training and 2 fully trained heroes, one of whom was the number 6 hero? For once, Miruko hoped the HPSC would cover something up. "Can you let me go?" Stain asked politely from within the mound he was buried in. He had regained consciousness faster than Izuku had expected, but thankfully he was already trapped. Izuku sat on a makeshift stool made with his quirk as he waited for the others to return. "No, but I appreciate the politeness," Izuku replied, resting his chin in his hand. He still had no idea who the girl was. Hopefully, Miruko apprehended her, but as Izuku had noted earlier, alleys weren't Miruko's ideal battleground, so it wasn't too crazy to imagine that the villain had escaped. "So, seeing as there's no plausible escape route, why do you want to be a hero, boy?" Stain questioned. When he wasn't attempting to harm someone, he was oddly polite. Still, it didn't change the fact he'd murdered many heroes. Izuku hummed as he looked at Stain, whose red eyes, while still aggressive, had lost their manic gleam. "I suppose that I want people to understand that a great hero can come from anywhere, and that we shouldn't judge someone based on where they live or their relations or their quirk status. It just gets in the way of so many people's dreams and aspirations in life, all because of some trivial reasons. Just look at Napoleon from revolutionary France. If it hadn't been for amazing circumstances, the greatest conqueror of France would have never even been recognized. Imagine how many great heroes would rise up if we judged people on their personality rather than superficial things." Izuku recited confidently, growing more enthusiastic with every sentence, and Stain listened intently, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. "Perhaps hero society is not doomed after all," Stain muttered. Suddenly, Miruko, Kendo, and Ida arrived, each in different states. Miruko looked worried and disgruntled, Kendo seemed contemplative, and Ida appeared confused. Miruko approached Stain and looked down at him. "Your quirk paralyzes someone if you drink their blood, right?" she asked. Stain grunted in response, which Miruko took as a yes. She bit into her hand and offered it to him. "Try it, I want to see something." Stain rolled his eyes and liked, but his eyes widened as nothing happened to Miruko. He liked again and again until she pulled her hand away, But still, nothing close to paralysis occurred. Where's my quirk? Stain questioned incredulously. This should be working. Miruko sighed, putting her head in her hands. Great, so that villain can steal quirks. Just what Japan needed, she groaned, kicking a nearby trash can. Footsteps echoed down the alleyway, and soon a small army of police officers arrived. When Izuku released Stain after he had been knocked out again, they put him in cuffs and carried him away. Thank you, Miruko-san, one officer said, who seemed to be the leader. Japan will be thankful for this for a long time. And with that he was gone. So, what now? Ida asked. Miruko snapped as she turned to face him. First of all, we will be going to a hospital. Yes, the Midoriya brat can heal, but it's mandatory that you get a checkup anyways. Then I'm gonna get whoever your supervisor is and get them to sort you out. Then I'm gonna go over to Ryukyu's while you're all in the hospital. Then your internships, yes, you and Midoriya's internships, will most likely be cancelled due to vigilantism. Is that clear? Why yes ma'am. Ida squeaked. There was silence as they walked back into the street, but then Kendo had to speak up. Wait, you visit Ryukyu? I'll end you. This isn't going well. Shigaraki muttered, scratching his neck. This isn't going well at all. The scratching intensified as he looked at the destruction, or rather, the lack of it. It turned out that out of all the cities, Endeavor had chosen to patrol in Hosu tonight. The Nomu were no match for his flames, even the big one that Dr. Ujiko had taken to calling USJ's cousin. Kai sometimes questioned the sanity of the short old man, but he could never doubt his genius, so he let it slide. For now. Although, having seen it, Kai decided to leave a mental note to himself to add flame absorption or some similar quirk that would negate Endeavor's quirk for the high-end Nomu, just in case they crossed paths after its completion. Tamura Shigaraki, Kurono started, warping beside Shigaraki. It seems that all Nomu but wings have been terminated. I suggest a retreat now considering the loss of most of our forces. Kai agreed with Kurono's assessment, as there was no reason to stay now that their main fighters were gone. Wings was only a support Nomu, not an attack Nomu. However, Shigaraki wasn't listening, and his scratching had completely ceased, an aura of pure rage surrounding him. Kai raised an eyebrow at this, but when he looked down at the streets below for a few seconds, he saw some recognizable faces, including the wild pussycats, Endeavor, Miruko, Native, that ice boy from the USJ, and a couple of other UA students. But the most important one to both Kai and Shigaraki was certainly the green-haired boy in a black and sea-green outfit with a voluminous sea-green fur collar. Kurono, you said that Wings was still active, right? Shigaraki asked in a dangerously calm voice. At Kurono's affirmation that Wings was still active, Shigaraki hummed. Good, good. Make it bring that green-haired brat to me. I need to get even with that kid who just got lucky. Kurono warped away, most likely to give the order to the Nomu in question. As Kai looked at Shigaraki, he could just tell he was grinning beneath that hand. How does that saying go? An eye for an eye? Well, I'll be applying it to this kid's arm. This is incredibly awkward, Kendo stated as Endeavor glared at her and Izuku, who was currently smiling nervously. Kyosuke stood a bit away from Endeavor, seemingly less because he disliked the man and more because he couldn't handle heat well, and his expression was neutral, although his eyes were narrowed suspiciously at Izuku. So, Miruko, how did you beat Stain? Endeavor grunted, deciding it would be best to act as if he, Kendo, and Izuku had never met before. Miruko showed no gusto or smugness, her attitude dampened by her annoyance at having to deal with the number 2 hero. I told you, I saw Tin Can Hear and his friend getting attacked and stepped in to help, Miruko explained, jerking a thumb at Ida and Izuku. They had all decided to say that Miruko had beaten Stain, as they didn't want to risk getting arrested for. Actually, it was a joint effort of the girl with orange hair and that boy with green hair along with the number 6 hero, Stain interrupted. Although I would have gotten away if it hadn't been for the others and maybe that villain who stole my quirk. Everyone fell silent. Miruko, Kendo, Izuku, Ida, and Native all turned their heads to glare at the serial killer, who had given up any resistance and was calmly sitting there. Dude. Uncool, Izuku stated, and the others nodded in agreement. Endeavor's flames flared up, and Kyosuke's eyes widened in surprise. The other heroes shared similar reactions, muttering among themselves. It was unthinkable that the deadliest serial killer in recent memory had been defeated not by the number 6 hero, but by a couple of students. But there was no way Stain was lying. Why would he lie about something like this? Suddenly, Kendo spun around, putting a hand to her head. "There's a Nomu! A flying one!" she yelled. Before anyone could react, the winged Nomu had already sunk its talons into Izuku and was flying away with him. Izuku flailed his arms, trying to reach the Nomu, but its talons had pierced his shoulders, making it difficult for him to lift them. "W!" the heroes yelled as they chased after him. Kyosuke began creating mist around his lower half and jumped upwards, forming platforms of ice to leap off quickly before they fell and shattered, but it wasn't fast enough. Notably, Endeavor seemed to be lagging behind. While exhaustion could explain it, Kendo knew he always gave his all. Deep down, she feared that even someone as cold as Endeavor might allow someone to die simply because he didn't like them. To everyone's surprise, it was not Kendo, Miruko, or any other hero who rescued Izuku. A red line shot through the air, piercing the Nomu's brain multiple times before carrying Izuku back to the ground. The line widened, revealing the masked face of Edgeshot, the number 5 hero. Izuku stumbled to his feet, and even from a distance, Kendo could hear him expressing his gratitude. She spotted Todoroki in the distance, likely trying to hide from his father. "Well, hopefully, that's as bad as it gets tonight." Kendo muttered to herself as she went to help Izuku, hoping she hadn't jinxed them all. Mitsudo casually opened the door to the Eraserhead Agency, ready for another night of heroics with his idol. What he wasn't expecting was to find Aizawa slumped over his bench, drinking beer in a frenzy. "Sensei? Are you okay?" Mitsudo asked, stepping forward nervously. Aizawa, noticing Mitsudo, turned to him with droopy, annoyed eyes. "I can't take it anymore, Mitsudo." Aizawa slurred, chugging another beer. "I look away for 5 minutes and what do the kids get up to? They're fighting serial killers in dark alleys." He punctuated his statement by slamming an empty beer can onto the bench. "I just can't take this anymore." At that point, Mitsudo decided to take the day off, leaving Aizawa to rant to himself. Maybe he'd go read that new book on Byzantine history instead. "Ida's an idiot," were the first words Kurono said after Izuku narrated the events of the night over their phone call. Izuku agreed, and it seemed everyone else present did too. "So, any idea what punishment you're getting?" Izuku groaned, recalling Stain's actions. "No idea. If it hadn't been for Stain snitching, we'd probably get off mostly scot-free. But now, we don't really know what's going to happen." Kurono hummed for a moment before speaking again. "Well, if you get arrested, just remember I am now legally a terrorist and can easily break you out of jail," he said enthusiastically. Izuku had forgotten about that. "You still haven't told me who this terrorist group is," he replied, which elicited a chuckle from Kurono. "If I told you they'd kill both of us." Kurono joked, but Izuku sensed there was seriousness behind the humor. Izuku sighed and said goodbye before ending the call. He returned to the room he was sharing with Kendo and Ida, where they were waiting. As soon as Izuku opened the door, Ida marched towards him. "Midoriya!" Ida exclaimed, bowing in front of Izuku. "Thank you for saving me from my idiocy. May we please visit my brother?" Before Izuku could respond, Ida was already walking out of the room, leaving Izuku to catch up. "You're still an idiot," Izuku stated as they walked side by side. "I am aware, and I will endeavor to change that," Ida replied, causing Izuku to smile. They reached a room, and when Ida opened the door, Izuku was shocked to see a second Ida on the hospital bed. It took him a moment to realize it was Ida's brother, but when he did, he walked up to the side of his bed, meeting the older man's eyes. "Oh, you're that Midoriya kid, right?" Ingenium asked, a tired smile on his face. "Tenya told me a lot about you." Ida blushed and stammered a denial, which renewed Izuku's smile. "Yeah, that's me," Izuku replied. "Anyways, I'm here to heal you, Ingenium-sen. Just call me Tensei. Everyone does." Tensei insisted. Izuku cleared his throat and spoke again. I've come to heal you at Tenya's request. It was surprisingly awkward for Izuku to have such a chill conversation with Ida's brother. Tenya, stickler for rules Ida. Out of all the things Izuku had expected, the last thing on that list had been Ida's brother being so cool and relaxed. Don't you need a doctor's permission for that? Tensei asked seriously, making Ida and Izuku freeze. A moment of silence passed before Tensei laughed, a loud and enthusiastic sound that made Izuku wonder how they could be related. Just kidding. As a pro hero, I give you permission to use your quirk on me, Tensei declared, giving a thumbs up. Izuku smiled shakily in response and put his hand on Tensei's leg. Oh, by the way, this'll probably hurt. Without any further warning, Izuku activated his quirk, pulling a cry of pain from Tensei before the pain vanished, leaving a shocked Tensei behind. You weren't lying, kid, Tensei muttered, which embarrassed Izuku. Is everything all right in here? A doctor yelled as he slammed through the door, causing Izuku and Ida to jump. Tensei simply smiled and waved before lifting his leg. Everything's fine, doc. Just got a little help. Tensei replied. The doctor looked at Tensei's leg, then at Izuku, then back at Tensei's leg, a look of shock on his face. Did you heal him? The doctor asked, looking at Izuku with awe. When Izuku nodded slowly, the doctor waved his arms high in the air before letting out an excited yes. Oh dear Lord! Finally, a hero who can actually heal people. We won't be in trouble the moment Recovery Girl is gone, he exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to the room around him. And here I was worried that Ingenium-sen would never walk again, and yet you've done what every other doctor in Japan couldn't. The doctor then seemed to abruptly calm down, a serious look in his eyes. Now, I am supposed to tell you about not using quirks on people, but I see no reason not to allow it. He shrugged before leaving the room, everyone silent. That was highly irresponsible of him, Ida declared. Okay, Tenya, revenge murder Ada, Izuku replied, enjoying the banter. We're not getting punished? Kendo asked incredulously as the chief of police finished talking. All of them were surprised to hear that they would be receiving no punishment from the law, as it would apparently be met with backlash. Not by the law. Principal Nezu, by all means, is out of our authority and has the free will to punish you as he sees fit, the chief replied, shrugging. Kendo let out a long breath as she processed the information. Meh, could have been worse, Izuku suggested, relatively chill with the outcome of the night. All that was left was Ida, who had remained quiet. His glasses were opaque from this angle, so they could only see his slight frown and furrowed eyebrows. I suppose that is fair, Ida finally spoke, glasses clearing to show remorseful eyes. It would be wrong for me to receive no punishment after such blatant rule-breaking after all. The chief nodded and turned to leave. As he was about to open the door, he paused and looked back at them. Oh, somebody is here to visit Midoriya-san. Without any warning, he opened the door to reveal the sullen faces of Ragdoll and Tiger. They hadn't even bothered to change out of their hero outfits, which made an interesting contrast to their expressions. Where's Mandalay and Pixie Bob? Izuku asked, noticing their absence. Ragdoll sighed, looking to the side, and Tiger took it upon himself to answer. Shino. She's dealing with. Sigh, water hose are dead. Tiger explained in a monotone voice. Izuku felt his heart shatter. He couldn't even begin to imagine the pain Mandalay was feeling right now. If Kurono had just died minutes after he'd been talking to him, Izuku probably would have shut himself away for the rest of his life. I could try to heal them? I've never used my quirk on it, but it might work. Izuku suggested, swinging his legs off the bed. Kitten, I appreciate your trying to help, but they were flattened. To put it bluntly, I think you got off easy fighting Stain, Ragdoll said monotonously, still looking at the ground. Izuku froze, his mind accepting what had happened far faster than he wanted to. Waterhose had died. Oh God, didn't they have a child as well? What would happen to them? Could Izuku have saved them if he had stayed behind? Surely it would have gone better if he'd been there to help, right? It was all his fault they were dead, He was sure of it. Listen kid, Tiger said, clapping a large hand on Izuku's shoulder. He barely registered it. You're probably going to have to head back to UA and cancel the internship early. We'll be busy handling paperwork and other things, so we won't have time to train you. I'm sorry, I really wish we could have done the whole week, it's just we didn't expect this to happen. Izuku was silent for a moment. That's fine, was all he said. Tiger paused before wrapping his arms around Izuku, enveloping him in a warm hug. I see that look in your eyes, Tiger said soothingly. You're blaming this on yourself, right? Well, it's not your fault. It isn't anybody's fault except the one who caused this. If you'd been there with them, I have no doubt you would have been in danger too, so don't let it get to you, okay? Izuku felt a tear escape as he nodded. Tiger patted his back a bit before ending the hug. But anyway, Tomoko and I should get back to Ryuko and Shino. Hopefully, we can meet again in better times. And with that, Tiger and Ragdoll were gone, leaving the 3 UA students by themselves. It's not your fault. I have no doubt you would have been in danger. It isn't anybody's fault but the one who caused this. Izuku felt a blaze fill his heart. Not one of vengeance or justice, but one of resolve. He would train and train and train. He would train until he dropped and then some more. He would train until he could finally save anyone and everyone from an undeserved fate. As long as he was in a fight, nobody was going to die. And he was going to make sure of it. Endeavor was fuming. He'd seen Shoto. He knew it. But he'd disappeared before he could reach him. And considering he hadn't heard anything about the boy not showing up at school, he was obviously still attending, so why wasn't he coming back? Shoto had no friends, and the chances he could make any were slim, given his early years. So where was he going if he had nobody to go with? The worst part about this situation was that Endeavor knew exactly where to find Shoto at most hours. The problem was that he couldn't think of any way to enter the school to bring Shoto back without revealing anything. The last thing he wanted was for it to get out that the son of Endeavor was purposely not coming home. That would surely make it nearly impossible to ever reach the #1 spot with that kind of drama. So, instead, he relied on other means to bring his son home. Himura, how is your investigation going? Endeavor asked the teen sitting across from him. He had never wanted to take him as an intern, initially ignoring him the first time they met. Eventually, however, he decided to give him a chance for a day, planning to let him go afterward. But Himura surprised him. He worked efficiently, swiftly, and creatively, always innovating with his quirk. Even with the clear disadvantage of being close to a fire quirk as intense as Hellflame, he consistently outperformed Endeavor's expectations. On their first day together, there was a massive fire in a building. While Endeavor rushed in to save people, relying on his heat resistance, Himura used his quirk to put out fires by releasing thin sheets of ice, which melted quickly. Such ingenuity convinced Endeavor that this boy was special. When Endeavor heard that Himura was considered one of the strongest in his year, he understood why. Now, Endeavor was glad he'd kept the boy, as he served as his primary source of information about UA. Curriculum changes, potential talent. Endeavor had learned so much before the other heroes simply by having a UA student as an intern. I reckon he's going home with someone, Kyosuke replied, serious and to the point. Endeavor's eyebrows raised. That was unexpected. He had assumed the boy was homeless or going to live with his brother. To hear that Shoto had supposedly become good enough friends with someone to feel comfortable going home with them was concerning. Do you have any suspects? Endeavor prodded, leaning forward in his chair. Kyosuke shook his head, not meeting Endeavor's eyes. Endeavor hummed, pondering who it could be. Surely nobody at UA would help the son of Endeavor run away, right? Who in their right mind would? Endeavor stood up abruptly, the flames of his outfit flaring even hotter, causing Himura to lean back in his chair to avoid the heat. Himura, I want you to investigate Izuku Midoriya and Itsuka Kendo, Endeavor ordered, fury in his eyes. I have reason to believe they may be harboring my Shoto. With that, Endeavor stomped towards the elevator, leaving a stunned Himura behind. W8. Where are you going? Himura asked, stumbling out of his chair. The elevator door opened, and Endeavor walked in, turning to look at Himura. I need to punch something. The doors shut, leaving Himura alone. It had been a few days since Hosu, and with regular classes back in session, Izuku found himself standing uncertainly outside the door to the support studio. Kurono had texted him after class to meet at a studio, but despite his repeated messages, he received no further information. Reluctantly, he followed Kurono's directions, leading him to the studio. Not doing me any good standing out here, Izuku muttered. He slid the door open and stepped inside, just barely dodging a hammer that had been flung at his head. Hatsum, stop throwing hammers, a long-suffering voice called from within the room. Immediately, a white blur entered Izuku's vision, revealing Kurono, who was wearing most of his outfit from the sports festival, minus the mask and with the hood down. Izuku, you made it. Kurono cheered, dragging Izuku in. And you didn't die. You say that like it's an achievement, Izuku deadpanned. It's an achievement around these parts. Kurono replied, oblivious. Anyways, follow me. Izuku complied, glancing to the side as he entered, spotting the pink devil herself, Mei Hatsum, along with a tall, lanky boy with black hair tied in a messy bun. He didn't have much time to look at them, though, as Kurono led him to a cluttered desk, where he could just barely see a nameplate reading Kuronitsum Incorporated, Co-CEO Hari Kurono. The desk was littered with empty instant ramen cups, graphs, and blueprints, and a large number of monitors displayed stock information. Ignore those, Kurono said, covering them with a sheet of fabric. Geez, my office is a mess. Office? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, Nezu gave this room to Mei and me for our company, Kuronitsum Incorporated. She works on building, while I work on designing stuff and other stuff.